Mhm. Yeah, I think we're live on both the YouTube channels. 1 second. We're going to go live on TikTok. Ba-ba. All right, we're live on TikToks. Be good to go. There we go, bada bing, bada boom. And last thing I'm going to try, I've been having some people asking me to stream over to Twitch again. I'm going to see if I can start a Twitch live stream in OBS and not crash everything. I'm curious to know like how much I can run through OBS before I crash it. The only times it typically crashes is when I'm trying to run like a 4K stream. OBS does not want to keep up with a 4K stream. Not interested at all. Had very bad luck trying to run streams in 4K, but multiple streams in 2K or perhaps multiple streams in 1080p, I suspect is probably okay. Like I don't think it's going to be too problematic for it. So, anyways, welcome in, friends. Great to see everyone. It's Monday night, so about to get the party started here. Let me grab a couple super chats while we're waiting for our guests to populate. It looks like we already got a raid from Cody. Welcome in, raiders from Cody's stream. Hope you guys had fun over there. I got to do one thing real quick before I forget. Hold on. OBS is acting a fool and changing size. There we go. That's better. All right. Now we should be good to go. Hey, Squeegee Expert, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, thanks for scheduling your interview with knowledgeable Godless Granny the other day. She is awesome. It was awesome, and I know she appreciated the attention. Everyone should subscribe to her channel. Hail Nero, indeed. If you're on YouTube and you're not following Godless Granny yet, I think you should. I really think you should. It's a really cool channel. Godless Granny's really dope. Really fun to talk to, really knowledgeable. I can't say enough good things about Godless Granny. I got to get my phone open here before I forget, though, and then so I don't miss my notifications. Is Ian still live? It's 6 p.m. and Ian is still live. Wow, Ian's really crushing it today. And new and the sum. Thank you for the video super chat. It says, here's to a good show today with lots of grilling. Which Christian thinker had the weirdest ideas when you actually read their material? I think probably Augustine or Luther. Those two were out of their minds in different ways. Augustine was like a Freud, like super like preoccupied with like genitals and things like that. And Luther was just a madman that wanted to like murder all the Jews and confiscate their property and burn down the synagogues. They were crazy, but there were others. John Calvin wasn't that much better. He was wild. He was burning people at the stake. Kenneth says, my God is not imaginary. He is right there behind you. Debate over. Justin's first lost phrase. You got me. I'm going to have to hang it up now, y'all. We're done. We're going to shut it down. No longer debating. Ankles shattered. We'll never be able to debate again. Oh, well. Let's grab our first guest.
Hello.
Welcome in, Seth.
Hi, it's just a quick question. I was here on the debate, in the Q&A last night, but I couldn't have any chance to ask I just have two questions. I'm not religious or anything, it's just that I have a couple questions for you.
Oh, you're already up, so might as well ask.
It's about, for example, when you say that al-mahare doesn't mean virgin because betula means virgin, wouldn't this, in this context, just mean virgin because it's, for what I understood long time ago, when I was a believer, it was that it was a singing ritual. So at that time they had to say, because in the context, you will be a young girl if you're married. Wouldn't be this considered also as a virgin, and that's why in the context and many other places.
I have no idea who told you that. No. Just being a young woman doesn't mean you're a virgin. Alma is
Okay.
a catch-all for young women. Their status as a virgin is irrelevant.
Okay, perfect. And the second question is why you also mentioned a long time ago that religion requires or needs to be spread into the Gentile. Where in the Bible is that, or it's not that it's required, but God wants to be viewed by everybody, something
Old
like that.
Testament,
Not
Old
only
Testament,
the
Old Testament and
sorry,
New Testament.
Old Testament.
Okay. I would turn to Isaiah. Isaiah says on multiple occasions that the religion is going to go throughout the world. I would say chapter 11, I believe, is a pretty explicit mention. Let's see. So Isaiah 2 and Isaiah 11 both have this idea that that the kingdom is going to go forth from Zion to the ends of the earth. Same thing with Zechariah chapter 8 and Micah chapter 4. Give me a second, I'll put it on the screen. There we go. All right. Isaiah 11 starts out with the branch of Jesse. Most people would assume that this is the Savior. It says, a shoot shall come out from the stump of Jesse, a branch shall grow out of his roots. The Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him, so on and so forth. And what's going to happen when this guy comes? He's going to do all kinds of stuff. He's going to strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, with the breath of his lips. He's going to kill all of the wicked. He's going to create world peace. The wolf will lie down with the lamb, so on and so forth. It says, on that day, the root of Jesse shall stand as a signal to the peoples. That's the nations. That the nations shall inquire of him, and his dwelling shall be glorious. So when this Messiah comes and sets everything right, the nations are going to come to inquire of him, which is in alignment with what we would expect from Isaiah chapter 2, which is, in the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established as the highest of the mountains and shall be raised above the hills, and all the nations shall stream to it. And we learned from Micah 4 and Isaiah 2 as well that when this happens, it's the law of the Lord. The law of the Lord is going to go forth from Zion to the ends of the earth. Why didn't it pull up the whole chapter? That's weird. All right. So it says, in the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's temple will be established as the highest of the mountains and shall be raised above the hills. People shall stream to it. Many nations shall come and say, come, let us go to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, that he may walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth instruction, the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. So it's the law and instruction from the Lord out of Zion to Jerusalem, and it's going to go to the rest of the world. That's what it says. He will judge between many peoples. He shall arbitrate between strong nations far away. He shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn of war anymore. But they shall sit under their own vines and under their own fig trees. No one will make them afraid again, ever again. So yada yada, stuff like that. You could also mix in Zechariah chapter 8 and probably a bunch of other references as well.
Okay, thank you very much. This answered my question fully. Thank you so much. I really love the content you're doing. One more question is, are you planning on changing, or not changing, but adding more content to your channel? So reviewing channels or arguments from like mainstream Christian like Cliff or Some or Wes, Huff, something like that. I don't know the names.
Yeah, so on my main channel, I'll be doing some response videos this year. I'm working on some collaborations as well to do response videos with me and somebody else. But on DZ Debates, there won't be any of that. DZ Debates is just debates only.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward for that content. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Cheers, bud. All right. Yeah, for those who weren't around last night, we did a Q&A last night. We didn't get to everybody. We had a lot of people that wanted to get in, and unfortunately we couldn't get to everybody, but we tried to. Hey, RW, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I sent you an email, but I know you're busy. I'm trying to set up Zoom with a United CAN. I don't know what a United CAN is. With a United CAN, we tried to communicate on the Book of Face via DM. Oh, please, for the love of God, never send me a Facebook message. I will never answer Facebook messages. Facebook message is 90% spam from people I don't know. Thousands of people follow me on Facebook, and all of them think that they're going to message me, and I either have to answer all of them or fucking none of them. So I chose none of them. Yeah, so please don't DM me on Facebook. It says, we're friends already. I know. I'm friends with everybody on Facebook. There's no option for anything but that. If you're a follower, you're a friend, but I'm not going to answer your messages on Facebook. Or maybe check your spam, hoping for March or April. Well, if you emailed me, I'll get to my email. If you sent me a Facebook message, I'll never get to it ever. I don't even know what your Facebook handle is, which is the other problem. People message me on Facebook. Their handle on Facebook is always different than the one that they have on YouTube. So I literally never know who it is. Never. If you want to talk to me, the best way to do it is to email me. My email is publicly available. And just tell me who you are. They say, hey, I'm so-and-so from the YouTube stream or from the TikTok stream, and I wanted to ask you about something. More than happy to respond to emails, but y'all have to understand that like every social media account that I have is completely swarmed with spam and nonsense messages. So nobody has time for that. Maybe Dr. Blitz. He makes time for that. I don't know why. But anyways, I promise I'll get your email this week. I was out of town last week. I wasn't really checking on my email that much. But I'll definitely get to it. We'll definitely be able to sit down and have some chat, man. Travie, thank you for the $50 Canadian chat. I really appreciate that. That's huge. He says, I had a debate with a friend who is aggressively Catholic, and he proceeded to fall for the baby paste argument. I've never been more proud. Never been more proud. I love it. I love it when y'all take these arguments out in the real world just to try them on for size. And then they fucking work. It's amazing. It's the best thing ever. It's the best thing ever. Anyways, says he fell for the baby paste argument while he also argues for objective morality. Made me lose a lot of respect for him. Sorry for the rant. You're the goat, Justin. Rock hard for Doug. No worries. The rant's fine, my friend. I'm thrilled for you that you in the real world, you got an actual fucking human being in the real world to admit that they'd make baby paste. It's crazy, y'all. These believers are fucking dangerous. They are dangerous. That's why we do what we do. They need to be incarcerated. Jamie says, where can I find scholarly critiques of the Ethiopian Bible on translations and authority? I don't know if there is one. Listen, I want to say this about the Ethiopian Bible. Scholars do not give a fuck about that thing. They don't care. It's not interesting. It's not novel. It doesn't really further the world of biblical studies all that much. Is it cool and is it old? Yes. It's definitely cool. It's definitely old. Do mainline biblical scholars give a damn? No. No, they really don't. It's just a footnote in an article somewhere. It's not like it didn't revolutionize biblical studies. It didn't change the field. It's just, just what it is. Nick, thank you so much for the $20 over Venmo. I really appreciate that, friend. Says, thanks for bringing the Twitch stream back. Oh, that's good news. That means that the Twitch stream is working. I was wondering if it was working because I can't see it. I logged into my account to see if it was active, and it says I'm live, but it won't give me a preview. So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it's working. I think it's working. Anyways, listen, if you're watching on Twitch, friends, please, by all means, share this out. My Twitch following is abysmal. It's terrible. I've got like 600 followers on Twitch. I don't know what we're going to do about that. Although I should actually get my Twitch chat plugged in. Hold on. How do I do that? There should be a button on my software to aggregate the Twitch chat. There is. There we go. What is my Twitch username is the next question. Guys, what is my Twitch username? I think it's Deconstruction Zone with an underscore at the end. I think that's what it was. All right, we'll see what works there. I'll add Twitch to my comment aggregation software, and we'll just see if it works. All right, Twitch streams rocking and rolling, friends. If you wanted to watch on Twitch, you can definitely watch on Twitch now. Melanitis, hey, thank you so much for the 25 PLN. Says, isn't the Decalogue special if it's the only law that has separate and special name for it? Get stoned for Doug. So the Decalogue, I would say, is slightly unique in that it does have a moniker, like it has a designation. But that, to me, I don't think that does anything for like whether or not it has special status as to whether or not it's more important. like whether or not it should be followed as opposed to the other ones not being followed. I think the reason why it gets its own designator is because it's the first set of laws that God gave before he was going to give the other laws, right? So the only thing that makes them unique or special is in fact that they were the first set of laws before God was like, oh no, we need a lot more of these things. Like these fuck ups are, we gotta whip these people into control. But yeah, you're right. The Decalogue, the 10 Commandments. It's really funny because they're actually referred to as the Decalogue, but there's more than 10. By the way, if you just count the 10 Commandments, there's more than 10. Every time you see a shall or shall not, just count it. I promise you, you won't get less than 12. It's a good time. Only the fucking Bible could give you 12 commandments and then call that thing the Decalogue. Are you fucking kidding me? It's crazy. They can't even count. And Unashamed Apostate says, my wife joined for the cats, now stays for the content. That's what I'm talking about. May the sweet aroma of barbecue fill your heart with the joy of Doug. Thank you so much, Unashamed. I'm glad to hear that your wife is enjoying the content and, of course, the kitties. All right, I'm going to grab one more super chat, and then it looks like we got a guest, Ergaben. So we'll get Ergaben in here next. Dylan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, missed your last stream, was preoccupied watching the Hawks put down the Pats. You know what? I do not blame you one bit. Super good halftime show. You should see. Rock hard for Doug. Looking forward to some overcooked apologist arguments. Well, Dylan, I notoriously fucking hate halftime shows. It's not that they're bad. It's that I'm boring as shit. It's me. I'm the problem. And I'm okay with this. I know that I'm the problem. That being said, I already did watch the highlights back where it shows like all of the game highlights. Unfortunately, I will not be watching any of the halftime highlights. Guys, you have to understand, my brain isn't interested in things that normal people are interested in. Watching a halftime show or going to a concert or going to a movie is the most boring thing ever. I can't do it. I can't drag myself to do it. I would much rather read a book or watch a documentary or go for a walk outside. That's just how I'm wired, y'all. I'm just a boring fucking boomer. That's all there is to it. But thank you, Dylan. Hope you had a good time watching it. And our guest dropped out. I guess our guest didn't want to talk. Okay. They're saying Twitch is down. Well, oh well. Oh, Nightbot's fucking up. The mods are saying Nightbot's fucking up. Guys, I just learned about Nightbot today, and I thought this might actually be interesting because I could get like a bot in the chat to send links to people if somebody like wants to know what my TikTok handle is or something. So I activated Nightbot with like the default settings. I'm not surprised right now if it's like running around fucking things up. I'm looking at it right now. Nightbot has already put 5 people in timeout today. Oh shit. How do I get this fucker to chill out? Hold on. There's got to be a way, right? There's got to be something in here that's like, hey, just chill out, brah. All right, excessive caps. We don't need to do links. No, we don't have to block links. Excessive symbols. No, I don't give a fuck about that. Okay, so chat moderation on Nightbot is only going to be blacklisting people who use no words. And that's about all I need. I'll figure out how to integrate the other fun stuff in with chatbot later. But my hope is that chatbot, like people can ask the chatbot questions rather than asking me some of the questions, like, and chatbot will actually be able to give you some competent answers. Like, hey, where can I find the episode of Doug's creation? You know what I mean? I think with the right program, I can get the Nightbot, not the chatbot, the Nightbot. I can get the Nightbot to provide that kind of information. Sparrow says the Nightbot seems to be nuking even 2 of the rock hard for Doug emojis to get what? Nightbot's nuke. Well, I just turned like everything off on the Nightbot, so let me know if it's still a problem. Give it like 5 minutes and then see if it's still a problem. What a nightmare. I wonder how long it times people out for. Oh well. All right. I don't think anyone's been timed out since I just checked it, so I think it's behaving itself. Hey, Josh, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says minds do change. I appreciate your work. Thanks, Justin. Well, big W. I agree. Minds can be changed. I think it's a slow process often, but I do think that it's worthwhile. And even if it's something that takes a while to do, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth the investment. All right, the mods are saying tiny timeouts, but still deleting the message. Right now, it's doing it right now. Because it says there's no new timeouts. I don't know how to get it to stop deleting messages. Maybe I just turn this fucker off. How do I turn it off? Well, it's on now. I don't know how to turn the fucker off. I did it, y'all. I deployed a fucking chat bot and it's ruining my chat already. Thanks, technology. Love it. That's my favorite. I love it when you deploy new technology and it fucks everything up. I don't know how to fix it, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna turn all the features off. All the chat moderation is now turned off. All of it. So whatever's happening right now is happening. I'll have to worry about it between guests. Sasquatch says Christians on TikTok have been wild. Seen them say that the reason the stuff happened to the kids happened because they didn't expect Jesus. I don't know what kids you're talking about, Sasquatch. I have no fucking clue. But if I know anything about Christians, I would believe that whatever happened to children, they're going to defend. It doesn't matter at all, right? God could come down and like cut a child open, right, from like foot to nose, and be like, well, fucking God can do that. Like he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Anything he does is good, right? You're definitely going to get some people like that. I think though, the one good thing about talking to Christians about these atrocities, though, is that there's a small percentage of them that will be like, well, that's kind of fucked up, right? I don't know what that percentage is, but I know there's enough of them out there that will be like, maybe this isn't a real thing. Maybe this God's bullshit, right? Former prophet says, missed the cooking, excited for the barbecue, roast them good. Hail Doug, take my tithe. Simply wet for sharing. Well, thank you. I super appreciate that, former prophet Nathan. And you didn't miss much. We just got the live stream started. We're waiting for some opposition. I do see there's a log. I found a log in the Nightbot, and it does. I don't know what the log means though. I don't know if the log is like deleted messages or there's a log of timeouts. Okay, it looks like NB got timed out. I'm sorry, NB. Also, atheist. I can't read half these names. We've got a couple people in timeout. I wonder if I can untime them out from here. All right, so there's a message log and a timeout log. The message log must be the messages that have been sent. They can't be the deleted messages. That can't be the case. There can't be that many deleted messages. Most of them only say like one thing, like LOL. So I don't know. I don't see anything like a list of deleted messages. We'll work on that. Sand Sensibility, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, so excited you're on tonight. Here's to a delicious barbecue rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Sand Sensibility. I really appreciate that. And we just started the live stream, so we should have a guest loading up momentarily. Usually it takes a couple minutes to get everybody in and to get a guest. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ live. If you're watching on TikTok, well, I mean, you guys already know how to get in the party. You just got to hit that get request button. And Handsome Cat, good to see you, says, did you see Professor Dave destroy Jim Bob and Jay Dyer? No, but now I do. It's wild to me that Jim Bob and Jay Dyer are buddies, because even though I think Jay Dyer is like a pre-sup goof, I still feel like Jay Dyer is so much smarter than Jim Bob that I'm like, well, how is Jim Bob even in this circle? I don't get it. Like, I watched a tiny fraction of Jay Dyer, and while obviously I think Precept is silly, like, Jay Dyer, his brain does function. Like, he can actually think. Jim Bob is getting there, perhaps. It sounds like my impression of Jim Bob is that he's just memorizing bullshit. I don't think he's really thinking on his toes. I could be wrong. I don't watch any of these apologist channels, guys. It's not worth anyone's time. Helping make a deconstruct says, nothing better than Monday night barbecue. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon. That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely. And Schnickerdoodle says, yay, I caught you live. You rock my world, Justin. Well, thank you, Schnickerdoodle. I really appreciate that. That's huge. And Floss Cow. I cannot keep track of your name changes, Floss Cow. There's been entirely too many. Praise Doug. Love you, brother. Love you too. Thank you so much for being here. And Gargo King with us as well says, Jesus said, he who farts in church sits in pew. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm surprisingly haven't heard that one. That's shocking, actually. And Booget says, prophecies are so crap, they should call them prophecies. Yes. I gotta be honest, I did not see that one coming. I didn't see that one coming. That was pretty good. Pro feces. I do approve of this joke. I do put my stamp of approval on this message. Now, interestingly enough, I actually just got a super chat. Hold on, is my chat window late? Hold on. Make sure I didn't miss it. Oh, it's just my chat window's behind. There we go. We're back. I was like, wait a minute. I thought I just read that. I think, did somebody send a duplicate? No, you guys didn't send a duplicate. Never running. Is that because your ankles got shattered? Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Christians be like, if God's not real, then explain how I don't understand science or the Bible. Checkmate, atheist. Rock hard for Doug. Wet for Shared. Gay for Justin. Never running. That is identical to the Christian argument. The Christian argument is, I don't understand X. Therefore, it must be my God. But these are pretty easy arguments to smack down. All right, friends, let me grab our first guest in here. I'm going to grab Steve, and then I think we've got a friend coming in after Steve. Welcome in, Steve.
Can you hear me, Justin?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I called you on the line once. I'm the old guy, Steve from Missouri. I don't know if you remember me. I had a quick question. Are you planning a get together in St. Louis anytime soon?
So we're working on putting together a Midwest meetup, and we're thinking either St. Louis or Indianapolis.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I hope to be there. And you heard about the Buddhist that or the monk that went to a hot dog vendor and said, give me one with everything. And he hands the vendor 20, and the guy makes him a hot dog. And he says, where's my change? He says, change comes from within. So that's how that went.
That's what a Buddhist monk would say.
I'm sorry. I know everybody wants debates, and I'll leave it at that. But thanks for talking to me. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Good to hear from you, Steve. Cheers, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I definitely recognize Steve's voice. For sure, we've talked before on either the line or AXP. Hey, MJ, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, ever since Andrew Wilson has gotten more popular, a lot of Christians are arguing even inconsistencies found in the Bible are of no consequence because we can't ground anything. How do you beat this? Well, first of all, that's like a transcendental argument. It's like it's a presupposition where they're just saying, listen, if you don't accept my particular God, you can't ground anything. But this is actually kind of bullshit because, first of all, this argument, it doesn't work. But if it ever works, it would only ever work against an atheist. It would never work against somebody of a different religion. You can easily just say, well, fuck you. I believe in Vishnu and Brahma. Now tell me why Vishnu and Brahma aren't real and your God is, right? So like this type of argumentation is stupid. Also, they can't ground knowledge in their God. Like, and if they're just going to presuppose that you need something, like you need to ground knowledge, which again, you don't have to fucking do that. To be clear, they're giving you a false dilemma. You don't have to ground knowledge. Knowledge isn't a thing that exists transcendentally that requires grounding. That's something they've made up to start the argument out in a favorable way. You don't have to ground knowledge. But even if you did, it's still up to them. It's incumbent on them to give you an argument for why Christianity is the thing that grounds it, not just the existence of a God. If we're just saying, listen, I can presuppose something that grounds it, well, fuck, I can just presuppose something that's way simpler with less assumptions that grounds knowledge. I could say, this fucking knowledge grounding unicorn. It's not a God. It didn't create all things. It's just a unicorn that happens to ground all knowledge. Like, if we're just saying it exists by necessity, there's nothing you can't plug into necessity. And knowledge grounding unicorn is way better than a god because there's way less assumptions. You don't have to explain why it created natural disasters. You don't have to explain why it created humans to give birth, but like 40% of every egg that's ever been conceived will like not even make it to birth. It's crazy. Hey, and Mustache Mac, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Said, hey, Justin, I love the show. My question, when you see an act in the Bible that you call a schmurder, what is your epistemic standard? Is it well-being or something? Hugs. So I don't. To be clear, when I use the word murder, I'm just talking about somebody that was killed without cause, or the cause, either the cause was insufficient for the punishment. That's it. I don't spend even 1 second of my life worrying about epistemic foundations and standards. It does literally nothing for me or for the audience. I won't waste a single second longer on weird questions from Phil Bros about epistemology than I have to. That being said, I think we all agree that something that is a murder is just a killing that's unjustified. How you call it unjustified is up to you. Now, I personally don't think that any killing is justified. So my framework might be different than yours. I don't think we should ever kill anyone unless it's in self-defense. That's literally it. I don't care if there was a guy that went on a killing spree. I still don't. I'm not pro capital punishment. I don't want to kill him. I'll lock him up in a cell till he dies. I'll lock him up a place where he can't hurt anybody forever. But my personal framework is I do not think we should ever be in the business of killing people. Unless it's literally the last option, like unless you're going to die unless you kill this other person. That's it. That's my framework. Retired Bomb Tech, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, I'll be taking my wife into surgery to get a kidney removed. Holy shit. So I'll need to unsubscribe for a while. Listen, don't worry about that. Please take care of your wife. Need every dollar for recovery. Wish us luck, but we'll still be watching. Well, Retired Bomb Tech, buddy. You've been here watching and supporting the channel for a long time. Please, by all means, do take care of your wife. I'm going to be fine, I promise. And if, by all means, if you need anything, let the community know. Obviously, we're here for your friend. But yeah, best wishes to your wife's surgery and to the recovery. Surgery it's grueling. It really is. And Collapse says, you're getting my Jordan Peterson bit one slow day. Wait, you're getting my Jordan Peterson bit one slow day. You guys know what that means, chat? Do you know? Am I stupid? Is this something I should know what it means? You're getting my Jordan Peterson bit one slow day. You mean when there's a slow day, you're going to come up and do a comedy bit about Jordan Peterson? Is that what I'm supposed to gather? I think that's what he's trying to say. I think that might be it. Yeah. Listen, I like a good Jordan Peterson bit. And Gary says, so you're a tiny bit like John, burning and cooking theists. I don't know who John is. Or a bit like Seahawks, torching the New England Christians. Get your Lucid, go Bills. Well, thank you, Gary. Actually, Gary, I don't know if you know that I have a Lucid now. Right here. See? I'm good to go. I already got it, actually. So, dream achievement unlocked. Lucid Air already on set. We're good. We are good to go. Hey, thank you, friend. And Melon says, any good book recs? I usually skip the first 2/3 of the book. Listen, if you're only reading 1/3 of the book and it's the end of the book, I don't know how much my book recommendations are going to do for you. And maybe topic would be nice. Some of my all-time favorites, however, are here are 3 of some of my most favorite selections that I've read over the years. And I didn't have to read any of these for school. I read these after school, although I could imagine this one could have been assigned reading in school. This is The Cosmic Mountain by Richard Clifford. And then Where the Gods Are by Mark S. Smith. Highly recommend. And then this is actually a compilation. It's a series of essays, but it was put together and published by Frank Moore Cross, Canaanite Myth and Hebrew Epic. It's got a lot of amazing or really good articles / essays in this book about the religious history of the nation of Israel. But I do also really enjoy the religion of Israel, or whatever the title was, by Zaini Zevit. I always forget exactly how he worded it. That's a good book too. So those are some decent books you might want to check out. And Billy says, can we get a shout out to Aiden Durd? Who's that? First British and non-American coach to win the Vince Lombardi Trophy, I believe. Monumental achievement. Hell yeah, it is actually. Okay. Big shout out to Aiden Durd. Congratulations on the Lombardi, man. And 1 Million Ant says aborted babies going to heaven is a salvation tactic that is underappreciated in Christian circles and rhetorically hilarious. I mean, it is. I do enjoy getting to pin somebody down on babies going to heaven or hell, because a lot of Christians haven't really thought about it. Athena says, hi, Justin adopted a 10-month-old kitty with only one eye on Friday. Well, congratulations. Is that the kitty in the picture? Because it looks like that might be it. It's a beautiful cat. So that's her in the profile pic. My 7-year-old cat hates her. Best wishes from Northern Ireland. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's hard when you get some fur babies in the house and they can't get along. That's tough. I apologize. But yeah, you're going to have a road ahead of you for sure. And Dark Ether Princess, thank you for the super chat, says Jay Dyer recently got a new one ripped open by Professor Dave. Leave it to Phil Bros to repeat the same script over and over. You know what? I need to hear this. I have not heard Professor Dave do anything with these Phil Bros yet. So I promise I'll put it at the top of my list and we'll get it taken in. Last super chat from now from Dr. Pizza MD says, calling on your brother, your other expertise for the inevitable rise of the machines against humanity. Where is the most valuable part of a robot? The most valuable part of a robot is probably going to be in the power. If you can figure out where the battery pack is, just take the battery pack out. Destroy it, break it, whatever you have to do. Make sure you remove its power. A lot of times they have like some hydraulics and some pneumatics. You can take out the hydraulic unit or the pneumatic unit, and that'll do a lot of good. But the processor will probably still be going. If you really want to take out a robot, you got to take out the energy source. That's without the energy source, nothing works. So that's what I would target. I would try to figure out where the actual battery source was. All right, we're gonna bring in our friend Chris Mallard here. How you doing, Chris?
Well, hello. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good, actually.
Awesome sauce. Thank you. I just wanted to stop in and say hi and thank you. I have gotten a huge influx of people stopping by the show in the morning going, rock hard for Doug, rock hard for Doug, rock hard for Doug. That is fantastic. John Hudson, I don't know if you guys know the sick and twisted John Hudson. He's even like 3 times Friday. He's like, dude, do you need to shout out to Justin so shout out to Justin. Thank you very much for that.
I got you, Fred. And if you guys don't follow the damn network, I implore that you do. That's what Chris is running, and he runs a daily atheist morning show, and it's fun. It's a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it.
Well, I want to mention I caught your show the other day, and you were describing this show, and you're like, it used to be a lighthearted, fun show, but now I guess with politics and all that, and I kind of felt the same way. And a lot of people used to tell me that it was specifically a nice, lighthearted place to go, and you didn't have to stress about all the stuff. But due to the nature of what's going on in the world, it's been really hard not to.
Yeah.
But because of your comments, yeah. But I've been feeling that myself. That was people used to come in and say, "Man, this is a nice sanctuary to come to," and it's gotten to where it hasn't been. So after listening to you the other day, I've really been trying to focus back on now we're even taking calls like you. So we're taking calls now and staying focused on the religion, trying to be more lighthearted and staying away from the politics. Occasionally we will, but I want it to be the lighthearted, fun show that.
Yeah. And there's so many people already doing politics, and I get it that politics are really interesting for a lot of people. There's a huge demographic that like it.
Right.
But I love watching shows where sometimes you can be like, okay, let's not talk about the pedophiles for just 5 minutes.
Yeah. Just a little break. Yeah, that's kind of true too. Now, one of the things is I'm very passionate about those subjects, and I've got a voice. I've been building a voice, and some people are like, you're not going to use your voice for that. Well, I am. You'll catch us on the show even still, we'll go, you know what, damn you, Trump or whatever, we still do, but we really do try to keep it back on the stuff. And taking the calls has been a new experience for me. One of the reasons why I started stalking you again recently is because I learned by watching. And so since we're taking calls, I want to learn how to deal with them better by watching. You're so much calmer than I am. I'm like, that's a bunch of bullshit. You're crazy. You're going to hell, and you're going to hell. And
it's hard to keep your cool. You have to be. Yeah, I think it takes a little while getting used to it. When I first started streaming, it was a little more difficult to stay calm with some of the idiots. But it becomes second nature eventually.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting there. I think, Spicy Chris, if they can handle some Spicy Chris.
Spicy Chris is fun.
It can be. And one other thing, I noticed you've got that Lucid Air behind you.
Yeah.
Or the Lucid, yeah. Are you into electric vehicles?
I'm a big fan. My background was in electrical engineering, and so when EVs became popular, I was like, I kind of have to.
Awesome sauce. Well, the evil one and I, we had 2 Model 3 Teslas.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we
it's unfortunate he went crazy, but
yeah, no, that's why we got rid of them. I even have videos on my thing going, hey, look at me getting rid of, because I was too ashamed of those.
I get it.
No. Yeah. Now we got a Volkswagen ID4, and it's awesome sauce. But that's how it is. That is. Well, man, I'll let you get to your show. I appreciate you getting me on. I just again wanted to say thank you. It has been fantastic. Me and Ryan have been really appreciating all the new faces. So
we'll definitely send some people your way.
I mean, the last time you shouted me out, I got 100 subscribers within like 3 hours, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah. We got a great community.
You, yes, we do. You have a wonderful day. Send safely, my friend. Take care.
I will. Cheers, buddy. Big W, Chris. Chris runs the Daily Atheist morning show. It's a lot of fun. It really is a good time. Ryan Cultastic is on there as well. He's hilarious. It's a good show. Definitely give 2 thumbs up. When I was working in my engineering job in the morning, I was typically listening to the Daily Atheist morning show on the background as I was working. It was a really good way to kind of to pass my work day. Kind of like, there are some people that watch my live stream during work. I was watching his live stream. Jennifer, thank you for the super chat. Big W. It says, lost heat in my studio for 2 days. Sorry to hear that. Just got it back on and sat down to paint just in time for your live. Yes, best day ever on all accounts. So looking forward to this cookout. Well, thank you, Jennifer. I'm looking forward to it as well. And with that, we're going to get our first guest in here. It's a guest that most of you know. We'll have some fun with it. Welcome back, Praise. And they're gone. That didn't last very long. I thought we had Praise I Am back in the house. I thought he came back for another crash out. I guess he didn't want to crash out today. All right. Hey, welcome in everybody from the Ian raid. We're just getting started. We're waiting for some opposition to load up. Right now we've got Seth back with us. How you doing, Seth?
Hey, Doug. Thanks for having me on again. Hope all's well.
No problem.
Hope your vacation was good.
Yeah, it was good. How you been?
Thank God. Still alive. Been doing some
Happy
reading.
to hear it.
Thank you. So I wanted to just go over a couple of things that I've been thinking about and just been researching. I want to get your thoughts on.
Sure.
Before we do that, though, I have a bulletproof argument that's going to prove that God is real.
Bulletproof. Holy shit.
Bulletproof. Absolute bulletproof. You ready?
Hold on. Let me get my notepad open just in case, because if I'm going to become a God believer tonight, I got to make sure I took good notes.
Oh, yeah. Everyone in the chat is going to believe after this.
All right, let's have it.
Dogs and cats. There's no way the universe could just randomly make pets as perfect as they are. The fact that they are as perfect as they are has to come from... There's no way it could be that random. Dogs and cats are just that special. Boom.
I mean,
PG.
you're not wrong. I would classify this with another powerful argument, and I don't know if you've heard this argument, but it is powerful. So sit back and soak this one in. Premise number 1: all dogs go to heaven. Conclusion: checkmate atheist.
It's powerful.
Which premise do you reject? You're not telling me dogs go to hell.
Hell is a Christian concept, so I don't believe in
I
it.
know. Yeah.
But not on a serious note. So just a couple of things. So the first thing I wanted to touch upon was the idea that the argument that Cyrus the Great was prophesized as the Messiah in Isaiah, I think, what is it, 45?
45, yeah.
45 and 44, I think.
Yeah, it's in there twice, for sure.
Yeah. So, it's affirmed that, just paraphrasing here, Cyrus, the Great, is gonna, come and rebuild Jerusalem. He'll redeem you. He's my shepherd. He is literally called the Messiah. I believe it's the only time the word Messiah, the only one is actually used at all in the Old Testament.
Yeah,
What do
Isaiah
you think?
45:1.
What do you think of the argument that that is a prophecy that came true?
So I think it's interesting. I think the problem we have with the oracles concerning Cyrus is a couple things. One, it didn't really happen the way it was described to happen. And King Cyrus actually gave credit to Marduk instead of Yahweh, even though it's in this passage it says that Yahweh was the one who gave him victory. Also, when it comes to like, hey, this army defeated this other army, I'm not inclined to find these geopolitical guesses to be valuable, only because, listen, if you got the most powerful army and it's marching westward towards you, defeating everybody in its wake, I don't think it's all that hard to say like, hey, actually, the thing that it's doing right now, it's just going to kind of keep doing that for a little bit while longer, you know?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. You'd probably know this better. What the modern scholarly consensus on when Second Isaiah was written specifically. We know Cyrus approximately around 538, I believe, is when he officially emancipates and redeems the Jews from Babylonia. So, what is currently the scholarly viewpoint of when Second Isaiah was written?
So most people are going to grant Second Isaiah to the beginning of the second Exodus, so about 587, somewhere in there, and then Third Isaiah typically they'll date for a little bit later than that.
So my argument. So sorry. So let's look at a fun. So my argument would then be, if let's grant 587. Let's even grant something a little earlier than that. I mean, someone's prophesizing that 20, 30, 40 years in advance. I understand the premise you're making, but I don't think Cyrus was at a point 20, 30 years in advance where you could logically predict that this person's reaming armies, reaming nations ahead of time. I feel like the fact that, let's say, the second Isaiah was written several decades ahead of time, I think that prophecy has a little more strength behind it rather than just, oh, there's just this giant army with this giant leader who's just conquering in mass. So I'm just going to logically deduce that would be my counter argument.
because I failed to, maybe I'm not grasping your argument.
So go ahead.
What's the point that you're trying to make? Is that it's impossible to guess if an army's going to come and fuck somebody up?
30 years in advance. I mean,
we don't know when this was written.
You said it could be 587.
It's an approximation. The texts that we have are all written in a form of Hebrew that didn't exist until after this. But we don't know when they were written.
What do you mean you don't know when it was written, but also it was written in 587 approximately?
I didn't say it was approximately 587. It can't be before 587 because it's talking about events that post-date 587.
Okay, so what is then what is the current? So if 587 is the earliest it could possibly be, then what is more so like the modern consensus of an actual period? Because if it's 587, then my argument I think is a lot stronger if it's closer to them. But if you're telling me it's closer to 538, then obviously I think my argument's a little bit weaker.
Well, what I'm saying is it could be written anywhere between 587 and even like 300 years past that. It's a pretty large window, and the textual evidence that we have would point it towards after the Babylonian exile, because it's written in a form of Hebrew that we'd expect after the exile, because it's already adopted the Aramaic letters.
Why couldn't the text be written during the exile itself? Because correct me if I'm wrong, during the exile, they already were starting to write and use Aramaic into the Hebrew.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you can't date it prior to that.
Right. No, I totally understand and grant that. But let's say the text was written 587, or even a little bit later after the fact. Cyrus didn't first emancipate and free the Jews until 538. It would be very hard for me, or at least I think anyone, to predict 20, 30 years from now that someone is going to do these things. It wasn't as if Cyrus was reaming armies 20, 30 years before 538.
Well, again, I don't know why you're tied to 538. I gave you a
Because
window of 300 years for the dating of this text, and that's if I'm being generous.
I'm tied to 538 because the prophecy clearly states that Cyrus is going to free the Jews in Isaiah 44 and Isaiah 45. So
Yeah.
if someone wrote that down 20, 30 years ahead of time, for me that has a lot
But
stronger of an
again,
argument.
we don't know when it was written down for the 5th time. We have no information for when this was written down. We only know how old it could possibly be. We know like
Okay,
where the cutoff is. We have no information though as to where in that window this was written.
Okay, so it's a possibility, is what you're saying. It's possible.
I think it's possible, but unlikely. If it was likely, I would believe it.
Okay, let's say hypothetically
Mhm.
it was written around 587, maybe a little after that. If we knew that for certain in such a scenario, would that make you feel that prophecy is a lot stronger and a lot more
No,
likely?
because you're missing the wider prophecy. The wider prophecy isn't just that the army of Cyrus is going to come in and grant victory. There's all kinds of stuff that happens after that. There are lands that's going to get restored. It says that God's not going to be mad at his people ever again. That didn't come true. There's all kinds of these post-Babylonian exile predictions that fail. There's so many of them that it's kind of silly to debate these ones where like, hey, an army came in and won. Did somebody predict that? Yeah, somebody predicted it. Oh, it must be a miracle. That's not that hard to do. Those are the easier ones. That's why when you read the prophecies, those are the ones that seem to come true, but the harder ones continue to fail. Like, for example, Isaiah 17:1 says Damascus will no longer be a city. That didn't happen. Damascus is still a city. Isaiah 11 says that the Nile River is going to split into 7. Never happened. Isaiah 13 says that when they come back from Babylon, they'll make slaves of the Babylonians. That never happened. There are just so many just in the book of Isaiah. Isaiah 40 verses 3 through 5 says that people will see God when the messenger comes. That certainly didn't happen. Isaiah 52 says that the circumcised will never enter Jerusalem again. That never happened either, right? So the fact that they could guess a war maybe correctly if you grant them that they wrote before the war, I don't find that to be special given all the failed prophecies.
I would have to reread each of those individually. So I'm gonna rewatch the clip later, the verses you mentioned, and read them individually because I don't know them off the top of my head. But sure, it needs further analysis. But you mentioned something before that I wanted to challenge. You mentioned that God said He wasn't going to punish the Israelites ever again. Did I
Yeah,
hear that correctly?
he does
How do
say
you
it in Isaiah.
Isaiah what? What verse? Do you
It's
know?
going to be in 54, I believe. Let me grab it.
How
Yep,
how would you
54:9 says, "This for me is like the days of Noah, as I swore when the waters of Noah should, as I swore when the waters of Noah should never again flood the earth, so I have sworn not to be angry with you or to rebuke you."
we had this debate in the past. I
I think we
argued
already
that
had this one.
yeah, yeah. But what I also was going to mention, how would you coincide that with Jeremiah 30 then?
Well, I wouldn't. I don't think that you have to interpret Isaiah through Jeremiah.
No, but Jeremiah 30 said what I believe Jeremiah 30 states, I'm paraphrasing here, that God says that I'm not gonna completely destroy you, I'm not gonna completely annihilate you. but I still will scatter you throughout the nations and still will punish you.
I guess
Just
because I'm not grasping what you're trying to say.
what I'm trying to say is that was Jeremiah, if Jeremiah wrote that, wouldn't that sort of counter the fact that God wouldn't punish the Israelites? I mean, you have that right there in Jeremiah.
I mean, if it does say that he's going to be punished, yeah, it's a contradiction. In fact, if you go to my cheat sheet, it's on the contradictions list.
And when was do you know what the modern consensus is when Jeremiah was written?
Jeremiah typically wrote, it's credited to him about 605, but he actually wrote a little bit before the exile and inside of the exile some. Some people believe that there's 3 different layers in Jeremiah, just like there's 3 different layers in Isaiah, and that they were written at different time periods. Some of them perhaps came from Jeremiah's school rather than Jeremiah himself. Dr. Kipp has done a lot of work on this, Dr. Kipp Davis. Nevertheless, I don't think Jeremiah is the only one that contradicts that.
No, no. So I've definitely always agreed that there are contradictions clearly in the in many of the scriptures, but I also argue that that just because for me, I've said this every time I think I've been on, is that I view the Hebrew Bible as a library. I don't view it as a narrative.
Right.
And if you push in many books, eventually you're going to have different viewpoints or different perspectives. So I definitely understand what's it called, that point of view. Um, what do you also say about just I had a list here of things I wanted to go over with you. Deuteronomy 30.
I mean, I have a lot of things to say about Deuteronomy 30, but typically it's for the Christians, because the Christians think that the law has been done away with. But according to Deuteronomy 29:29 and according to Deuteronomy 30 verses 6 through 9, it's not been done away with. You have to follow the law of Moses forever.
Right, but I was more so referring to well, obviously that part doesn't apply to me because I don't think the Hebrew Bible has been overplanted. But the Deuteronomy 30 is the promise that of restoration of Israel, of the Israelites rather, excuse me, and the after being scattered and whatnot. I mean, I feel like that's another older text than the Isaiah text we went over that sort of shows that, there is this consistent theme and promise of punishment, but still not complete elimination, which I think is, a very consistent and persistent theme that happens not just during the time and ages of the scriptures are written, but also well into history that extends into the late antiquity, medieval period, etc. Um, I mean, do you take any stock into that? No.
No,
Can I ask why?
because again, these are like super easy predictions. Like, it's not hard to say, listen, army's going to come in and fuck everybody up, but some of you will remain, right? This is something that happened over and over again to many people groups. This is like just another Tuesday, right? So the fact that somebody said that's going to happen is kind of meaningless to me. Like, because again, I've got Babylonian prophecies behind me that predict much kind of the same stuff. The reality is, like, I'm not impressed by geopolitical predictions that, like, hey, the most powerful army in the world is going to destroy the people in its way. Yeah, we know that. That's what they do.
Well, let me try a different approach, because I have been doing some of the readings that you mentioned, the near ancient textbooks, and the thought that came to my head is you have a lot of these cultures in this region, with having some sort of myths or some sort of beliefs that are there's definitely a lot of correlation between them. The fact that so many of these cultures have similar beliefs doesn't isn't there an argument to be presented that that stems from some sort of historical memory? Because for so many cultures over time in that same region to maintain beliefs, albeit it might be edited or altered in some degree or adapted into some other meaning, the fact that it was spread and maintained through various cultures and kept, doesn't that sort of lead to original like kernel that some of these things might have been true, or some of
Um,
these things might have.
On that question, that's the one thing we do agree on. I think the historical narratives in the Bible, even the mythological ones, I think they are rooted in some sort of kernel of historical truth. You and I agree on that. I get a little bit of flack for saying that sometimes, but I don't think that a lot of these stories are 100% invented. I think there's some percentage that is true. It's just hard to know where the line is between what part was real history and what part was invented.
Okay. I mean, I definitely respect the fact that you agree with your beliefs, and even if you get flack from your side of the aisle, if we'll call it, even though I don't view things like as enemies. I think we're all people just having conversations. I definitely understand and respect that. So let's go with the assumption there are kernels of truth, albeit how strong that is obviously up to debate. But if there's some kernel of truth in some of these, cultural beliefs and cultural stories, um, doesn't that sort of maybe lend credence that again maybe there is some sort of deity, albeit on a very minor or micro scale, um, causing these events? The fact that they were able to be maintained through records and shared amongst all these cultures.
I don't think so, because we've got them for other cultures. Like we've got a lot of historical records in Akkadian and also in Phoenician, or in like the sister languages, like the Moabite language. So, for example, like we know for a fact that King Mesha went to war with Israel, particularly the tribe
hmm
of Gad. And King Mesha left us a stele talking about his experience, right? Now, the fact that this war really took place, that this battle over probably a century or more between the Moabites and the Israelites, the fact that that is real, like it's actual history, doesn't do anything to validate the Bible God any more than it does anything to validate the God of the Moabites. It would have been Molech, or actually Chemosh. Sorry, Molech is an offering. So the God of the Moabites, Chemosh, like just because the stele erected by King Mesha records a real historical event, that doesn't mean that Chemosh is a real god.
Okay, that's a fair point. That's definitely a fair point. I didn't want to take too much of your time tonight. I just wanted to go over just get your thoughts on a couple of things. I just had one last thing. I know you mentioned this before, but I never actually caught it on a stream. You explaining it. What is baby paste?
So, okay, it's this example we came up with a long time ago to illustrate the folly of divine command theory. And typically what you do is you ask somebody something generic, like, okay, if God told you to like go to war and kill your neighbor, would you do it? And like, okay. A lot of times they'll say, yeah, if God told me, right? And then you say, okay, well, if God told you to like drown your baby like he did with Abraham, would you do it? Right? So you slowly walk them down this path where it gets progressively worse. And my end point is almost always baby paste. And I try to make up new scenarios about what to do with the baby paste because it's kind of fun. It's kind of a meme, you know? But the fact of the matter is, if you get somebody up here and they're willing to say, yes, I would ground a baby into baby paste and turn them into baby paste beef jerky, you got a fucking problem.
You've actually had people go
Yeah,
that far around that level?
it's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty nice. I didn't know
it's
if yeah,
rough.
I didn't know if it was like some sort of contradiction, like something in scripture that I didn't know about. I didn't know what that was. I just heard it and I was like, sounds insane. And I was hoping over the past couple of live streams I'd catch it and see like it brought up, but it wasn't. So I just wanted to know what that was. But
It'll
yeah,
come
I'm
up
not.
eventually.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. But yeah, so no, I definitely have. I definitely got some more reading to do and things to come out to catch up on. But I'm sure I'll speak again in the
Yeah,
near
man, good to
future
hear from
again.
you. Stop
Yeah,
by again.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see you, Hub, and definitely pet the cat.
Definitely will. Thank you, man.
All right.
Cheers.
Have a good night. Shalom.
Seth is a nice guy. I got to write down Seth before I forget it on my list though. All right, Seth. I don't clip solo. Okay. All right, friends, we're going to grab a couple of super chats and we're going to get Andrew in here next. Surprisingly, a lot of people coming in through the YouTube queue tonight, but not through the TikTok queue. TikTok's surprisingly quiet tonight, maybe because my last couple of live streams I've got restricted so many fucking times. It's impossible, y'all, to not get restricted on on TikTok. All right, my mod says last time Nightbot allowing. Okay, Nightbot is allowing baby face emoji. That's good. That's good information. HP Lovecatch, great to see you, my friend, says, why would any Christian care about what Paul has to say? He's not Jesus. Is there an actual reason? Rocker for Douglas and vote for Sharon. Hail Cthulhu and the great old ones. So the reason why people like to follow Paul and they ignore Jesus is because it fits their preferences, right? And to be fair, most of them aren't in the know. Like, they're not actually aware that what they're doing is denying Jesus's teachings. They've been told that Paul and Jesus actually agree, right? And so Paul's words are to be trusted. In fact, the hermeneutic for this is basically, if you go to 2 Peter, in 2 Peter chapter 3, it basically says that Paul's letters are scripture. They're like, listen, if Paul's letters are scripture, we have to obey them. And they just haven't read enough of the Bible to know that Paul and Jesus fundamentally disagree on the position of the law. In fact, I'll grab you the verse here from 2 Peter chapter 3. It's such a small book. It's easy to blow right by. Give me a second. There we go. Exhortations. Therefore, beloved, since you await these things, be eager to be found without spot or blemish before him at peace, and consider the patience of our Lord as salvation. As our beloved brother Paul, according to the wisdom given to him, also wrote to you, speaking of these things, as he does in all of his letters. In them there are some hard things to understand, but the ignorant and the unstable distort to their own destruction, just as they do the other scriptures. So this is where people get this idea that, well, Paul's writings are scripture, is because 2 Peter says so. But the irony of the whole thing is fucking nobody knows who wrote 2 Peter, and I don't know a single reputable scholar that thinks Peter actually wrote 2 Peter. I'm sure there's somebody out there. I don't know who they are. Zen, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, still following my Bible guru from stream to stream. Well, thank you, Zen. I really appreciate the support, friend. Says, watched your Godless Granny interview. Appreciate that. She was so thrilled to have you that she smiled. She smiled every question. You know what? She's delightful, isn't she? She broke her old record for a live show. I think we got over 300 concurrent viewers, actually, on Godless Granny's live stream. So big W to the community who showed up for Godless Granny and the live stream. And also, follow-up chat. Thank you so much, Zen. Really appreciate that. It says, thanks for all that you do to help others in the deconstruction community. You know I always will. I'll always try to lift others up in the community. The algorithm sent me John Cohen. Oh, John Cohen's marvelous. And I was thrilled to find a new Justin, one with shorter interviews. I don't know, a newer Justin on the scene. You'll have to send that to me. I'm not sure. I didn't know there was another Justin doing deconstruction stuff. But as for John Cohen is delightful. If you're not following John Cohen, I implore you to do that. And Genji, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I think it's more than just a kernel of historical truth. I think a lot of it, especially the historical narratives, are royal religious propaganda. I don't disagree. There are some parts that are largely historical. Like there's a lot of stuff in the Book of Kings and Chronicles that are really actual historical. In fact, I've written papers on the crossover before, so I know there's definitely some historical stuff in there. It's just hard to know sometimes on some of the older material. All right, I got like 3 super chats, y'all, and we're gonna get Andrew in here. Sonus, hey, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 666. A shout out to Penn Peterson, who is in the hospital. Hope he gets better. Happy cooking. Rock hard for Doug. What the fuck happened to Planet Peterson? I didn't know he was in the hospital. You guys know what happened to Peterson? I haven't heard from Peterson in a long time. Probably, I don't think I heard from Peterson since he got kicked out of our Discord server. Peterson, I love you, but you said some shit, bro. You can't say that on camera. Anyways, I didn't know what happened to Peterson. Okay, I'll double back and check out on him, make sure he's okay. Okay, thanks for letting me know. And Ben says, what did Jesus say when he read Psalm 110? How curious. Well, he said, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make their enemies your footstool. Therefore, if David calls him Lord, how can you say that he is the son of David? But Jesus can't read and he's an idiot because it's not something that David is speaking. It's an oracle to King David about King David. And in Hebrew, it starts out an oracle of Yahweh to my master, which is the king. So, all right, let's grab Andrew from our YouTube queue. Welcome in, Andrew.
Oh, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Andrew, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am, yeah, I'm 34, and I do believe in God. Yes.
Dope. Which God do you believe in?
Christian God.
Awesome. And are you driving right now?
I am. Is
Can
that
you
against
not?
the rules?
Yeah, it's against the rules, my friend. It's too dangerous to drive in live.
I am pulling off the interstate right now.
Yeah, if you pull over, we'll wait for you. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
But yeah, I say this often. We actually had a guy like 2 years ago that lied about driving on Liven, and in the middle of the live stream ended up hitting a curb. So it's
You're
like
joking.
it's a real thing, guys. Don't drive in live. Your life isn't worth it. I mean, your life isn't worth throwing away for a live stream. So take care of yourselves. Make sure you actually get to where you're going safely.
I'm taking the exit now. Driving from Kansas City to Minneapolis, so it's I've been listening to you, and you've made the trip go a little quicker.
I appreciate that. I do have some believers that like watching my show, and I have a bunch of believers that just hate watching me as well.
I was just gonna. One of the things I was gonna say, and I am pulling off. One of the things I was gonna say is this is actually a pretty good Bible study you're running here.
I think so.
It's actually not a bad Bible. You know, it's a critical eye on your faith. You know, hey, that's you need that to be a part of your life. If you if you're gonna believe this, you gotta question it. You can't just blind faith is important, but God gave us a brain for a reason. So
Sure.
yeah. What if the baby paste is made out of baby Hitler?
So there's definitely some moral quandaries that you can get into about whether or not it would be justified to off Hitler. But I also don't know if that's necessary, right? So, for example, if you could contain Hitler by putting him in prison, I would imagine putting him in prison would be just as good as offing him. But if you like, if
they
you
tried
really
that led to Hitler.
No. He hadn't committed any crimes at that point that would warrant a life in prison. But what I'm saying is,
Sure.
if he had committed a crime worthy of death, I would be more than happy to put him in prison. Also, if in fact you knew ahead of time what he was going to do, that he was going to gas chamber all the Jews, certainly there's a case to be made that with the right incarceration, you get him locked up. Now, that being said, there's no guarantees in life. Like, you can't guarantee that a political leader will stay in prison forever. There's always a way that they could get out, and maybe the safest method is to make sure that they get executed. That certainly is a case to be made, but to me personally, I would say that's kind of like a one-off. Because we're asking, like, if you
that
knew.
Joke. You gave that joke way more credence than it deserved.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate that. That's fine. Yeah, I am parked now.
Awesome. So, all right, so you are a Christian. Are you Trinitarian?
Grew up Lutheran, LCMS, which is about as close to a Catholic as you can get as a Protestant.
Fair enough. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I guess when it comes to, and mostly I just want to, when you have these conversations with people who don't believe in God, I really think you can get into the weeds if you want, but really your main goal is to just kind of warm their heart to the idea of there being a God, right?
I mean, I think it depends on who you're talking to, right? There are some people, like when I was a Christian, there are some people where you want to quote unquote plant seeds. And then there are some people where you're like, well, they just need information. It is a kind of a various approach. But so in your estimation,
you feel them out, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think is the best argument or evidence for the Christian God?
So just God in general, or a creator in general, is typically how I make my points. And I honestly, I try to make the points pretty light, because it's just a conversation, and if they start thinking about it, great. I do. You're familiar with string theory, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So string theory is there's potentially this fourth dimension that's outside of time, correct?
I think they need a minimum of 11 dimensions, right?
Something like that, yeah. But so there's potentially these dimensions that are outside of time, and if there's a consciousness in that dimension, we would perceive that as God, as how God is described in the Bible: omnipotent, omnipresent, If you're outside of time, you can know everything. If you're outside of time, you can be everywhere all at once. So if that is possible, and we live in a universe with multiple dimensional planes, if there's consciousnesses that are outside of our own dimension, outside of time, we would perceive that as how God is described in the Bible. Is that kind of interesting, or is that?
It's definitely something I've heard before. Why would we think
Oh, really?
that
Okay.
Yeah, why would we think that any of the extra dimensions includes a consciousness?
As far as proof, we don't have any. Obviously, we don't have really much interaction with these dimensions, but it's certainly a possibility. Just like how would I prove that there's consciousness in a third dimension? So that's one of my interesting little, oh, hey, that's kind of interesting ideas, right?
So let me ask you a couple questions. I've been
Sure.
chatting with Christians recently, and I don't usually talk about this subject as much as I have been lately, but it's just kind of been hot for me lately because I'm hoping eventually I'm going to talk to enough Christians that somebody gives me some decent answers on it. But
Sure.
I've been kind of struggling to figure out how we square the round peg of the Trinity, because the Trinity seems to be breaking the laws of logic. So, like,
the
for
3
example,
in 1.
well, you could do 3 in 1 if you believe that God has parts. But according to the
Sure.
Trinitarian doctrine, God doesn't have parts. Partialism is a heresy. So you can't do 3 in 1. Jesus is 100% God. The Father is 100% God, and the Holy Spirit is 100% God. Which means they would have to be identical to each other. But if they're identical to each other, then you would have 3 identical gods, not one God.
You'd have to ask my pastor that question.
Fair enough.
Uh,
That's okay. Let me ask you another question.
I do need to do a little better job with the more traditional understanding of the Bible, I suppose.
Sure, fair enough. Let me ask you a more general question then. If somebody came to me and said, Christianity is true because of X, what would you fill in the X?
Christianity is true because of X. Well, I would typically start off with there really is only one God that is praised on earth. Muslims, Jews, Christians, we all pray to the same God.
Hindus?
So that ubiquity throughout history and time and geography, before the internet, it is, it's
You know
kind
about
of
the
like
Hindus,
a proof of
right?
the pudding argument. Well, that was my understanding is India. That was more of a conquering type religion where they added religions in order to. It was a peace treaty religion. Is that accurate in some way?
I don't think so, but also I'm not sure that's a measurement of whether or not the religion is true, because both Christianity and Islam were spread by the sword, right? So I'm not sure we would want to say that a religion is untrue just because it was spread by the sword.
Everything was spread by the sword back then.
Right.
That's who we were. And through these religions, we have had this, we are benefiting very much from the Christian ideology.
Oh, I don't think so.
And we remember, the big points, the big points in history. The majority of the world didn't know these wars were going on at each individual time for the most part. So it was mostly peaceful throughout history.
The peaceful
there was
wars.
a lot of terribleness, but yeah. I guess that was a little farther away than the point I was hoping to make. Like I said, I try to, it's a general warming to the idea of a God, and then if that piques their interest in any way, hey, God can bring them closer to Him, right?
Yeah.
Hey, the other.
What
Oh,
do you know about the problem of evil?
The problem of what?
The problem of evil. Do you know about this?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, you believe in what I can only assume is an omnimax God, meaning is all good, all loving, all powerful, but it seems incompatible with the nature of God that we would have natural disasters, or that the babies would be born with bone cancer or get like diseases shortly after they're born. how do we square this up with a God that's supposedly all good and wouldn't cause unnecessary suffering unless he wasn't all good?
I think this will be borne out with all this AI that's coming out. You know how Elon Musk had described a society of maximum plenty, right? Where we won't have jobs, everything will be free, we can do whatever we want, we can be, we'll essentially be born and already be retired, right? I almost fear for that future because I don't think humanity is built for such a reality. We would have no purpose in the world, and a purposeless person is a terrifying person. So
Right.
as far as the specifics of that and the requirements of all this terribleness in the world, yeah, I get that argument. I would say that's so macro that we can only best guess for that. And simply put, I don't think we're in our current incarnation, we are not built for that.
Yeah,
I
but
got one other.
I'm
Go
asking
ahead.
about natural disasters. Why did God create the earth so that natural disasters would kill like 100,000 people a year?
Well, we do live on probably the best planet out of all the trillions, in the in space, right?
What makes it the best?
Well, if you go on Mars, it's literally poison. All the dirt on Mars will literally kill us.
What?
The moon, we talk about landing on the moon. If you
That's not a
breathe in the moon
planet.
dust, it'll literally.
It's not a
Uh,
planet.
it's not a planet, but it's just all these other planets. I mean, Mercury, you'll literally, let's. You'll literally die just trying to land, right? But no. So I'm just gonna make my couple points, just so
there
you
are
can
more
have
than
those
9
couple
planets, right?
ideas. There are.
Okay.
My other point is,
So
outside
well,
of
we haven't got that far yet. I'm still trying to figure out how we solve the problem of why God created natural disasters. So if you're all good,
natural disasters.
Yeah, if you're all good, it's entailed that you're not going to commit unnecessary suffering. You're not going to cause unnecessary suffering, right?
It's an interesting point. It is. As far as, like I said, natural disasters and things out of our control. I mean, we look at it in our context right now, which is a very soft context compared to history too, especially. I mean, look at the bubonic plague. It killed what was that? Almost 50% of Europe, they believe. And that is a time when belief in God probably grew, some of the most during that time.
I find that to be doubtful. That is not at all something I would find to be true. In fact, I bet if you read writing from the period, they would say the opposite. But I'm not asking about the bubonic plague. I'm asking specifically about natural disasters.
Natural disasters. I don't got an answer for you. I was calling to just see how you thought about some points. I'm not a scholar, unfortunately,
Fair enough.
when it comes to the Bible.
Well, what you got for me?
Like I said, it's. Well, the other point is, and I appreciate those questions, though. I do. My other point is life, especially complex life, is impossible, and it required a hand in order to be created.
Yeah, stop it. Support that premise that it's impossible.
So, we've only experienced life, being created only happened once on this planet. We're related to the grass outside, right?
I don't think we know that. We actually don't know how many times life arose on this planet, because if life arose right now, say somebody was in the Galapagos and life arose, you'd never know it. It would just mix in with the already stuff that was alive.
It's a pretty shared. So there, we all have a shared history. That's a pretty well accepted scientific understanding.
Sure.
Is that there was a single origin of life, and that we have yet to ever see life that didn't start from that single origin, right?
Well, I don't.
The
think
reason that happened.
I don't think that's
that
the claim.
occurred.
I don't think that's the claim. I don't
You
think
can look it up, but
that
I don't have.
I have looked it up. I don't believe that original life researchers are suggesting that abiogenesis has only ever happened once.
They might not say it only happened once, but they might say they've only observed it once. They can only prove that's only happened once.
Well, they've never observed it either.
Be the distinction. Yeah, so it's pretty well scientifically thought of that we, single origin of life. it happened about, so we had primordial soup, right? On Earth about, how old's the Earth? I can't remember. Is it 4.3 billion
It's
years
like
old?
I
Is that
thought it was like
correct?
4.7. I think evolution
Yeah.
started about 4.3, right?
It's yes, you're correct. Yeah. So from the research I've done is primordial soup was about within the first million years of Earth's formation, right? And we continue to have areas on Earth that mimic that same environment. So life started, they say, when primordial soup took over as a dominant environment of the Earth. Life started within that first 200 million years, right? Uh, so if it started within the first 200 million years and we haven't seen it in the 4 billion years since, it has to be
I actually already addressed
insane.
that. Were you listening?
No, probably not. Did you address it? Go ahead.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, if life arose after the initial instance of life, we would have no way to distinguish that from the other instance of life. It would just be another form of life on the planet that would blend in with the rest of it. We lose him?
Son of a gun.
You there?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure what happened there. So I'll have to look up. Apparently, I can't pull up a browser here. I would have to look up how they've determined that idea, because science didn't just, that idea, which is the prevalent, prevailing idea, is generally accepted by science. And I would have to look up
What idea?
if you're wanting the single origin of life. That is the dominant narrative, and it's widely accepted. If you're wanting to get into the details of that, I'd have to Google it, unfortunately. But
I mean, if you want to go to what's widely accepted in the origin of life study, then that would eliminate your God.
How so?
Because they believe it happened without any God. So, like,
Are you talking about scientists?
You don't actually care what scientists think.
I do care what scientists think. They just describe what it is. They don't describe, how. It's just an observation.
No,
That's all
abiogenesis.
Is observing.
The theory of abiogenesis doesn't include any God hypothesis whatsoever. None.
And that's not what we'd be asking for. They describe the mechanics of it. We're not describing the intent behind it.
There is no intent.
So I wouldn't say. Well, yeah, I understand that's your idea on that, and that's the whole point of this.
That's
YouTube
what scientists
channel,
say.
But, they can't say that.
The origin of life scientists
they can only
don't have God in their model at all.
They can't rule out anything that they have not directly observed. That's not
it doesn't matter.
So
the science has an explanation for the origin of life without a God included.
It doesn't explain. We don't even know how it even got started as a single origin. My point being,
we have a pretty good idea.
It's only happened once. We don't see it ever occurring again on this planet, which is the ripest planet.
You can say it all you want. I've already addressed it twice now.
So you're saying that life, it can just happen?
What I'm saying is the claim that life never.
What are the odds?
The claim that life never arose again after the first instance is unsupported, in that you have no methodology of knowing whether or not it was a new instance of life or whether or not it was part of the older instance of life. You have no measuring stick for knowing the difference. If life arose right now in my backyard, there would be no way of knowing if that was new life or old life. None.
So I'll have to look up how they determined that, because they didn't just, it's not scientifically and widely agreed upon just because they said, oh, that's our best guess. There is a methodology behind it. I'll have to do some more research on it. I appreciate you. That's the whole reason why I called in. I was like, I want to hear the, critical counterpoints to this. So I'll look up the methodology for how they determined single origin life. So I do appreciate that.
Sure, fair enough. Anything else?
No, that was pretty much it.
Okay.
single origin life, it's definitely possible with multiple universes. There really is only one God that is praised on earth, and that is the Abrahamic God.
Well, that's certainly not even remotely the case. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat yourself. It certainly isn't the case. Apparently, you're aware of all the other gods, or you're unaware of all of them. You know that the Babylonians don't worship your God, right? The ancient Babylonians worship the pantheon of gods that didn't include Yahweh.
Has there have any of these gods ever, gone outside of their geographic space, more or less? I mean, you got the Indian subcontinent.
Yep.
And that's pretty much it. The Abrahamic God has conquered the earth.
The Abrahamic God hasn't conquered anything.
How can you say that? It's
the Abrahamic God got his ass kicked by Marduk in 605 to 687 or 587. Marduk fucked him up hard.
Who's Marduk?
Marduk is the god of the Babylonians.
Marduk. Babylonians?
Mm-hmm.
The Babylonian, the tower?
No,
that's Babylon. They're wrong.
No,
I'm wrong there.
The tower was in Babylon. What I'm saying is the tower story is fake. They're not known for that tower story.
Sure. Okay. I'll have to do a little more research. I appreciate your counterpoints. I'll do my best to continue my research, make it a little more headache. Okay. That's what I was going to get from this conversation. So I appreciate it, sir.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, you have a good one.
Cheers. That was something. Okay. We'll grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Zen, thank you for the follow-up super chat. Appreciate it. I believe Kyle's next, by the way, so hang tight, Kyle. Says, you're my first Justin, and John Cohen is my new Justin. I'll call him my second Justin. Poor John. He's not going to know what's happening if people start calling him Justin too. I apologize now, John, if you're watching. And Nightman says, what up, Justin? Was wondering if you could get your thoughts, or if I can get your thoughts on the Episcopal Church. Before deconstructing, I went from evangelical to Episcopal and actually kind of enjoyed how they do things. I agree. In fact, I still watch. There's an Episcopal priest, actually a bishop, Bishop Jonathan, I watch on TikTok. The Episcopals have really done a good job of like saying, we're not really going to attach our church to this weird dogmatic shit anymore. We're going to kind of do our own thing. So I do like that about the Episcopals. They're open and affirming. They're not all identical. You can go from one to another and get like different flavors. So I'm a big fan, actually. In fact, if I remember correctly, a guy I used to like reading, John Shelby Sponge, was an Episcopal priest, if I remember correctly. The Episcopal Church is actually full of a lot of like really cool religious people still. But I think if you press hard enough, you'll find a lot of the religious leaders in the Episcopal movement are like either Unitarians or agnostics. And Ben says Psalm 110, how curious equals ha curios was you were doing a joke on curious and ha curios. I'm sorry, Ben. I didn't grasp it, but now it clicks in my head now, and I can appreciate it for you. And Martin, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hey, what is your best speculation about who wrote the Gospels? Were they Jews? Since they were Greek educated, why did they reject Paul's claim that the law was abolished? Love the channel, Rock Hard for Doug. So my read on the Gospels is that they're written by Greeks. In fact, I think especially the Gospel of John is filled to the brim with anti-Semitic nonsense. The amount of anti-Semitism within the Gospels lead me to believe that obviously these were not Jewish people writing. In fact, just go to like Bible Gateway and go to the book of John and just type in the phrase "the Jews," and there's like 60 or 70 instances where the phrase "the Jews" show up, and just see what John says every time. Every time John says "the Jews," what comes after? It's crazy. It's a crazy thing to do. And you'll quickly realize, I'll double check how many times it's in there. 60. The phrase "the Jews" is in the book of John 60 fucking times. Because John is an anti-Semitic POS who is, pretending to know something about the Jews when he clearly isn't one. I don't know who would have wrote these Gospels. I do know There might be some evidence that Luke was dependent on maybe Luke was dependent on both Evangeline and also on Josephus. On this, I would definitely tell you, go check out Christ Before Jesus. He's done a lot of really cool work on this particular topic. I think you'll like his take on it for sure. Maximilian, thank you for the 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that. That is monumental. And fuck you, TikTok. Just restricted my live for harassment. It says your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason, harassment and bullying. Who the fuck did I harass, TikTok? TikTok is an absolute fucking waste of space. Why do we keep you around? You're entirely useless. Okay. Well, it says the live stream is only going to be restricted for 10 minutes. Okay. Well, I guess maybe in 10 minutes we'll get a guest on TikTok. Herbie, thank you for the super chat. Says, FYI, Forrest Erica have challenged Jim Bob to a live debate on the line during Cause I Wanna. Are you fucking serious? On Friday, they emailed him and are waiting to hear back. I've never seen Jim Bob, but looked at his content. Well, I don't watch any of these apologist channels, but I would 1,000,000% tune into the line to watch them get cooked. That's for sure something that I'd be interested in doing. Hey, RM, thank you for the super chat. Says, is it more scripturally consistent to say Jesus was or was not depicted as being co-equal with or literally God? What do you make John 1:1-3? Okay, so this is granting Jesus divinity, but I don't think it's granting him identicalness with the Godhead. What it seems to be that Jesus is doing is he's taking on the responsibility of the divine name. The divine name has been given to Jesus, and because the divine name has been given to Jesus, he is now God's emissary and does God's work. He's like God's hands and feet here on the planet. And I think even some of the Pauline epistles lend credence to this, like Colossians chapter 1, verse 15, I think would lend credence to this, stating that Jesus was the visible image of the invisible God, or that it says that in the same book in Colossians, it says that the fullness of the God was pleased to dwell within Jesus, meaning they're separate, they're distinct, but God put himself like inside of Jesus somehow. But it's not saying that Jesus is God. It's more like Jesus is a vessel or a conduit for God is a better way I would put it. Hope that helps. And Sean says, do scholars have a consensus as to whether the Genesis account of creation was intended to be literal? So most of the scholars I've known in the Hebrew Bible would say, no, originally it wasn't meant to be taken literally, but it did shortly after become taken literally. Now, there are some scholars that I really like and respect that would tell you that no, it was intended to be taken literally. And that's fine too. You can get to that point. In fact, John Walton does in this commentary series here. John Walton does the commentary on Genesis. There we go. John Walton did Genesis, and he said that Genesis acted as a scientific text to the ancient Hebrews, meaning they believed that this was a scientific account, and that's fine. I definitely think that there's room for debate on this topic. Did some of them think it was a scientific, accurate representation, or did some of them think that was mythology? Probably a little bit of both. Amazing Bro says, what's your take on the tag argument? Well, it's bullshit. I reject presuppositionalism, as you should, because it's fucking bullshit. But I keep getting asked, how do we justify knowing anything is true under atheism? Because, again, first of all, they can't justify anything under theism, right? In theism, they only justify what's knowing true by stating that God has to reveal it to you. But if God has to reveal it to you and you have to rely on your own fucking brain and senses to get that revelation, then you still don't know. So it's a nonsensical framework. Also, asking how do we know anything? So knowing something in atheism is just having a justified belief, right? It's knowledge of something being true, and we come to that knowledge by experimentation, by testing, by having independent verification. Now, when you talk to a dumb Philbro about this, they'll probably try to walk you down the path of hard solipsism. Well, you can't know anything for sure. You can't know. You're not a brain in a vat. Well, that might be true, but neither fucking can you. Neither of our worldviews has an answer for hard solipsism. So, but yeah, I know this. If I was a fucking brain in a vat trying to make up my own reality, I wouldn't make up these intolerable Philbros. They're the worst. And Fanix says, my opposition against capital punishment is that even a fraction of a % of wrongful convictions is a chance I would be willing to I wouldn't be willing to take. I agree. Yes. So this is the one topic that flipped me. When I was a young person, I was a little bit more conservative, and I got flipped. Also, by the way, Mark Bauman, sorry I didn't see this till an hour later. Mark Bauman, thank you so much for the $250 on Cash App. Let's get some W's in the chat for Mark Bauman. Holy shit. So yeah, the idea that human beings can be placed on Skid Row, or they'll be placed on death row, and then they could be wrongfully convicted and killed. To me, if we've even killed one person wrongfully, that's enough for me to say we don't need to be in the business of killing human beings. I don't think that we should be in this business, especially because we know there's a percentage of people that are going to get capped by the government that didn't actually do the crime. And that's just not a risk I want. I don't think that's a risk that we should take. I just don't think it's good. Nevertheless, good question. And Clever Moniker, thank you for the super chat. One of my favorite things is how you don't get any jokes ever. LOL, we love you. Guys, listen, I can get some jokes as long as they don't have like pop culture references or like jokes that are like rhymey. I can get rhymey jokes, but it has to rhyme good. Like it has to click. If it's vaguely familiar in sound, I'm probably not going to catch it. But thanks for being here, friend. And John says, as a measure of weight, how many stones is Doug? Also, is Doug a trinity like igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary? So Doug is in a quadrinity with Sharon and Rocky and Pebbles. And Doug is only one stone, but he is in a pantheon of other stones. And Game Guy says, any debating 101 type book recommendations, I promise to read the whole book, or at least the first 2/3. The other guy can finish the rest for me. Great joke. Okay, so are there any books on debate that you should know about? I have no idea. None. I didn't do debate in school. I learned to debate on my own. When I was in school, I learned logic. I went to school initially for engineering. And so I learned how to think logically. You might want to take like an introduction to logic in terms of like philosophical logic. That might be helpful. That being said, I didn't read one. Like if you know how logic works, like if you can think logically, you don't really need. If you could think logically and you can be on your toes, meaning you don't get clammed up when somebody asks you a difficult question, you don't get all sweaty and nervous. If you can do those two things, you'll be fine. Just dive in. Just dive into the debate. Right into the deep end, you'll be fine. Not a problem at all. I got 2 more super chats. Demonzo says, Erica and Forrest are on the line right now. Maybe Andrew should call them about this. Fuck, I forgot it's Monday. They are live. I should have had Andrew call in. Damn it. All right, listen, if any of you are jumping back and forth between my channel and the line, when you get over there, make sure I said hi. Fucking love that pairing. Last super chat from Jay says, irony, coming off a mountain with tablets saying thou shalt not murder, and then the first thing you do is murder 3,000 people. Exodus 32. Yes, it's an amazing irony. Although, again, as we've said, like in the Bible, every time you kill somebody, there's always a justification for it. Therefore, it's not technically murder because God's like, well, go do it, right? But, you know. Okay, let's get Kyle in here. And also Dalton. Hold on, let me get Dalton and Kyle. What's up, good buddy?
I see you got reprimanded by TikTok for bullying Yahweh.
Dude, Yahweh's such a punk ass bitch that he reported me.
Love that. Is this the Andrew? By the way, is this the Andrew that was on with me and John?
No, I don't think so. Actually, this is a different Andrew.
Okay, just making sure.
All right, well, come hang out with me for a little while. I'm going to bring in Kyle from the YouTube queue, and we'll see where we can get with Kyle.
Hey, what up?
Yeah, how you doing, Kyle?
I'm doing good. I binge watch your stuff while I'm at work because I'm able to do so.
Oh, thanks for watching.
Well, I would kind of classify agnostic, I guess, Christian, just because I'm surrounded by it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And a claim you make that I have never heard anyone like double down on you about is the Jesus was a liar.
Oh yeah, he's a liar and a fraud.
So what if I was to just try to challenge you a little bit that we can agree that Jesus said nothing himself that is written in the Bible? So how could he be a liar if he didn't technically say any of it?
Well, to me, I think this is like just semantic bullshit, right? When I say Jesus is a liar, I'm obviously talking about the Jesus in the book, because we don't know what Jesus, the human being, ever said. We have no information from that Jesus. So I'm just saying the Jesus that Christians believe in was a liar and a fraud.
Fair. I'm not trying to get you a gotcha. And I heard you say that Hebrew doesn't contain any vowels.
I didn't say that.
Like the Hebrew language doesn't contain vowels?
Nope. Certainly does.
They were
it
not
does.
originally written. They were there orally. They're just not written. They weren't written down for the longest time.
So
okay, because I was like, that's complicated.
Yeah. So the oldest editions of Hebrew didn't have written vowels. They had spoken vowels, but the vowels were like implied. Like if you knew the language and you were reading it, you could imply the vowels. Like even in modern Hebrew, you'll find a lot of modern Hebrew doesn't have vowels unless it's like a print. In fact, a lot of people are just writing script. And I've seen a lot of script writing without vowels. In fact, Dalton, what percentage of script writing have you seen that has vowels added to it?
In Hebrew, barely any. Like
yeah.
In Israel, anywhere in Israel, most of the signs, most of the newspapers, they're not going to have the nikudot, the vowel points. It's generally going to be only in like very specific like instances, like in synagogues or in yeshivas when you're reading the Talmud or the Tanakh, that you'll see like the vowel pointing system.
Right. Yeah.
Now, is Hebrew still a pretty solid thing to learn about, or is it kind of useless?
I mean, if you want to read the Bible, yeah, you got to learn it.
For sure. And do you think it's ever okay to like lie as far as being surrounded by Christians that, I mean, you can literally tell them that you're a believer and they'll shut up about it. Would you find it justifiable to lie just to make them happy, or would you still stand firm on your unbelief?
I don't think it's a problem if you're trying to lie just so you can keep the peace. That's fine. I
live with my mom, and that's all she knows is how she wants to know how to please God. Her whole entire life is absorbed around that, so I'm trying to work around that.
I get it. I have one family member that I refuse to let her find out that I'm an atheist now, because I know it would like cause her immense grief to find out.
Yeah.
But that's it. Other than that one person, like if somebody asked me, I'm like, yeah, I don't believe in that sky carcass anymore.
All right.
So
now about the flood, the whole God caused the flood. I asked my friend. I'm not too familiar with the whole Freemason thing, but he claims he's like a 30-degree whatever the hell it is. And I said, how can God be good yet do this, the flood? And he's like, Kyle, you got to realize if you have a child, you're only worried about dealing with one person. You got to remember that if God is the father of all, he's dealing with it on a much bigger scale. And sometimes our consequences do put others in harm's way. What would you say to that response?
I'm not sure I understood you correctly.
Like I said, how can God be good and yet flood the whole entire fucking earth,
right?
Including children and all this? He's like, well, yeah, actually, he can, and I can only get him when he's drunk to talk on these subjects. So, but he makes sense sometimes. He's like, Kyle, you got to remember, if you are disciplining someone, you're dealing with one person. You got to think if God is dealing with the whole entire world. So, basically, it would only make sense that him dealing with everyone would result in the harm of innocent as well as guilty.
I gotta be honest, Kyle. That was so wordy. I keep losing track in the middle of it. Listen, you're trying to touch on the problem of evil. Any God that would murder babies in a flood is just evil, plain and simple.
I agree.
It seems like what he's saying is that the severity of the punishment is like greater because of the number of people who's having to be punished.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
what Christians are going to tell you, though, Christians are going to say, well, every human being on the earth was evil, right? Because that's what the book says. It says all of them were evil, right? So that's
yeah,
what they're going to come back with. They're going to say, well, God had to wipe them all out because they were completely without hope. They were completely gone. And if he allowed the babies to live, they would have been evil when they grew up. That's what they're going to say to that one. That's why I actually don't bring up the flood. I talk about the problem of evil a lot. I will never bring up the flood in the problem of evil, just because from a Christian standpoint, if you believe that the Bible is true, well, then you're inclined to believe that the babies shouldn't have lived anyways, because God knew they would grow up to be evil.
right.
I don't think it's a slam dunk for a debate. Now in real life, like if you're with somebody reasonable who has a brain, yeah, I would definitely bring it up. But like in the debate world, I don't think it's a strong talking point.
Okay, and now you can cut me off at any time and go to the next person. But I was trying to walk through Isaiah 53 with my mom, and she said, "Well, Kyle, it says pierced, and it says this and it says that. Therefore, it is about Jesus." But I'm trying to tell her that from what I've heard, that pierced was never in the original. Is that right?
Well, I think you're confusing Psalm 22 with Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 doesn't say pierced. Psalm 22 is the one where people are debating what the original text says. My favorite rendering of the text is like a lion. That's because I think ka'ari is a word that would readily lend itself to being scribally mistakenly copied as ka'aru. Ka'aru isn't a real word. It just happened if the yod at the end of the letter got accidentally elongated, the tail got too long, somebody could interpret it as a vav, and then you get a corrupted manuscript with what we've got in the Nekha Hever scroll 5-6. Right. So the reality is...
There is a word in Isaiah 53 that sometimes gets translated as pierced, which is mecholal. But that word actually just means wounded. He was wounded for our transgressions. And some Bible translations say he was pierced, but it doesn't say pierced, just like Psalm 22 doesn't say pierced.
Now
they're reaching for anything they can to say, look, it sounds like Jesus.
Give up at some point to trying to bring the light to their eyes, or...
I mean, listen, here's my stance, and I've been pretty public about this. I don't go around trying to deconvert people in real life. I think it's a waste of time. I think if somebody wants to have an honest discussion, they'll have an honest discussion with you, but I don't go out of my way to try to deconvert people.
Well, all right. I work at a factory, and it's like I am the go-to guy whenever Christians have a goal to try to hit. So they're like, "You used to be on fire. You got a Bible verse tatted on your head. How did you change?" And I don't want to say because I started listening to atheists, but
critical thinking.
But hey, I guess that's all I got. Because all I got is questions, and I couldn't get on last night. But I'll let you get to cooking.
All right, cheers, buddy. Best of luck.
All right, thanks, man. Bye.
Hey, friends. Thanks for being here. The Q&A was last night, and we are doing debates tonight. So please don't come up if you just want to ask questions. We are doing actual debates tonight. Hey, Zen, thank you for...
I saw that you had a run-in with that Constantine ass
guy.
He
was a clown, huh?
Yeah, he was on my live too. It seems like he likes Greek grammar, but doesn't seem to like talking about anything else.
Yeah, so I got the impression, I don't know much about him, I got the impression he might be in Bible college or have already completed Bible college. I couldn't tell. But he definitely knew enough to kind of make me believe he had some level of education. I just don't know how much. But yeah, he's kind of a douche. He came in really upset. Was he upset when he got in your live stream?
Oh yeah, he was a total ass and very disrespectful right off the bat.
Oh yeah, very, very disrespectful. Actually, yeah, that was my experience. Not a pleasant person. Definitely not winning souls for Jesus. Zen, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hey, did you say on yesterday's Unapologetic that you were working on doing a show with Justin too, John Cohen? Hope I heard right. I am Zen. John Cohen and I, we have to pound out some details, but yes, we are going to get together and do a live stream together. It's not going to be a repeated live stream. It's just going to be, we're just want to have a little bit of time to cross over. But yeah, John Cohen and I are definitely going to do some work together. He's amazing. And Bender, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, Justin, I love your channel and your intelligence. Well, thank you, Bender. I appreciate the kind words. I don't mean to pick on you. It's okay. I'm sure whatever you're about to say is how I mispronounced something, which is fine. Interlocutor is pronounced interlocutor, not interlocular. Yeah, I'm sure I pronounced that wrong every time. Yeah, it is what it is, friends. I don't know what to tell you. Listen, I didn't go to school for English. I went to school and learned Bible and engineering. You'll have to take up my my English, take up my complaints about English via super chat, I suppose. And last one for now from Double. What's that, buddy?
I often say to people, like, all that space that was meant for like English, proper English grammar, that's where all the like little Hebrew rules and syntax and stuff were. That's where all that got filed away. So
exactly.
No more room.
Double Donkey, my friend, thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, I know the debate with Mormon Logic was a few weeks ago now, but Jimmy was amazing. I wish you had more Mormons on for him. He's M's for LDS. Dims, I agree. Listen, that was amazing. In fact, we didn't clip that yet, but I'm excited to clip it. I think it's going to go very well. I do love watching Mormons come up and get cooked on their own stuff because I feel like a lot of them are coming up and not really being honest. Not completely honest. So when you have someone who's really knowledgeable about the church, it makes the conversation go much better. Welcome in, Zach.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for having me up.
Not a problem. Zach, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am, and I do. Although probably not I'm my sort of my background faith is Jewish, and I think that Judaism has maybe the most truth to offer, but I have a sort of my own conception of God.
Okay, so you've got a general belief in a quasi-Abrahamic deity?
I think that whatever deity it is that created us is more likely a demiurge than the one, if you're familiar with like a Neoplatonic structure.
Do you believe in just one deity or multiples?
I mean, I would say probably on the demiurge level, multiple, on the one level, just one. So there is a ground of being.
Okay.
Right? And that one, I think, probably satisfies most of the God questions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what is the best evidence or argument for any of these deified entities existing?
Well, again, deified. So my general belief is that we're in a simulation. We were created by whoever is on the level above us, and that person would fit the sort of semantic requirements for a god. And they could be as involved or not involved as.
Is that person in a simulation?
Is that person in a simulation? Most likely, yes.
Yeah. Is the person above that person in a simulation?
Again, turtles all the way down.
Gotcha. So it's just an infinite regress of,
not infinite. Not infinite.
Well,
I really do think there's a ground of being. I think that ground of being, what's really compelling about
how many layers are in this Russian nesting doll of simulations?
Infinite.
Well, you just said it's not infinite. Okay, so we've got an infinite number of nested simulations.
Like I guess a practically infinite number.
Well, if it's infinite, then that's fine. If it's not infinite, I'm trying to figure out where it stops. Where does it stop at?
So I would say again, I think that there is a ground of being. I think that there is sort of.
What do you think? What do you think a ground of being is?
I would say the sort of indescribable, unknowable, everything and nothing. The sort of maybe like a Buddhist conception of the oneness, right? Like the reason is maybe the best word I've come up for.
Do you know anything about this grounding?
I think that's what I'm interested in about this setup is that I don't think you have to know, nor should you really do much searching for knowing of that element. The important thing to know is who created us. Why did they create us?
Could the grounding be a naturalistic phenomenon?
By naturalistic, you mean what?
Not a
What means
god.
naturalistic? Well, describe a god. I mean, because I would say a god being that like a mind that created intentionally. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I would say so.
And so I don't know if I think it's almost that the ground of being sort of has to create by like that's
Why?
because if you were all alone in a room with unlimited power, you would create something.
Who said anything about unlimited power? I didn't say anything about unlimited power.
I mean, I think that's what we sort of assume, right? For
Nope.
a first mover for the ground of being.
Nope. I'm asking you, why couldn't the ground of being be a naturalistic cause that is not a god?
And that, so what would exist? I mean, what would qualify?
Anything can qualify as long as it's not a god.
Did it create the universe?
See what you've done is you've said, listen, we need like a grounding of being, and I'm going to insert a god there. Well, I could just insert a non-god there. Like just saying that there's a need for something doesn't actually get you to a god.
But I actually don't think the ground of being is like when what you're talking about when you say your God is imaginary. You're not really talking about the ground of being. You're talking about the demiurge. You're talking about
Again,
whoever created us.
Right now, I'm talking about the ground of being. So
sure, but why the point of the ground of being is that they are unknowable.
Okay, so you don't know if the ground of being is a deity then?
Yeah, I don't think it really matters, and I think that again, describing it sort of goes against.
I think it kind of does matter. I think it's actually kind of really important. So either the ground of being is a deity or it's not.
But by saying that you're trying to describe it, you get away from the point, which is
no, I'm not getting away from the point. In fact, this is precisely the point I'm trying to make. So again, either the ground of all being is a god or it's not.
So if I told you to sort of describe the phenomena of, quantum gravity, would you be able to describe it?
I would tell you that it's a diversion, and I'm still waiting for you to answer whether or not the ground of all being is a deity or not.
What I mean is that it's outside of your frame of conception.
I actually don't really care what you mean. I'm asking, is the ground of all being a deity or not? It's yes or no.
Define deity.
A deity you already defined for us.
A thinking mind.
Does the ground of agency have mind being an agency?
Sure. I don't know. Okay. Again, it's really not interesting to me.
And how do you know that?
Because it is so many levels away from us that it means nothing to us.
That doesn't give you any information about how you know that the ground of being is a god.
Again, I think I've said it now multiple times, is that I don't think you have.
Listen,
nor do I
Zach,
want to.
These sounds like really bad shower thoughts. Like you should not be coming on people's live streams like spewing these bad shower thoughts. This is not a good look for you, man. You can do better.
Sounds like an argument. Sounds like an argument from ignorance. Like you just don't know. You don't understand like the ultimate like ends of the universe, and therefore you're just slapping the title of God on it.
I think that the point of searching,
God loses its meaning.
Why is it that we talk about the Abrahamic gods?
Doesn't matter. You don't believe in it.
Because
no, I do believe in it. I do believe in it. Again, I think I do.
No, you
in the same way that like I believe in anything that has an effect on the real world, and it certainly has an effect on the real world, and so I believe in it.
Oh, so then you believe in Brahma and Vishnu and Shiva and all the other gods?
In a way, yeah.
What do you mean in a way? Are they real or are they not?
They are not the end of truth, meaning like this idea that
I didn't ask if they're the end of truth. I said, do they exist?
No, listen, I don't take the traditions literally.
Oh, but you do take the Abrahamic God literally.
No, I don't. I take it with a grain of salt. I take it
does
with
the Abrahamic God exist?
I think there's a creator of this world.
Does the Abrahamic God exist? Yes or no?
Meaning, did they write on some plaque? Did they write on?
I'm asking you yes or no. I just need a yes or no. Does the Abrahamic God exist?
Which Abrahamic God? The God of the Jews or your fan fiction?
Okay. Yeah, we're done here. All right. Go back to your shower thoughts. We're not doing this anymore. My goodness, imagine. Could you imagine having that brain? That's crazy.
Oh God. Hey Justin, if you want to make, you know what the most important ingredient to make a cosmic burrito is?
Oh, tell me more.
Grounded bean.
Obviously grounded bean. Yeah. Fair. Okay, that's good. All right, friends, I'm just grab just a couple of super chats. We're gonna Jared's back. Jared, why do you keep coming back? You're a waste of space every time I talk to you. Hold on. When's the last time I talked to you? We talked in June. It was the last time we talked. Oh no, one more time after that. It looks like we talked about science, and then I cooked you on the King James Bible, and then you came back. Just in July. Not July, I'm sorry, January. In January, you came back on 1-4, and my notes were total clown deploys the nuh-uh argument and doesn't understand English.
He's a masochist, obviously.
I know, right? I have no idea why Jared thinks he should be on anyone's live stream. Okay, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll hopefully get a better guest than Jared. Stan Sensibility says, I hope Andrew remembers to turn on the fan while doing his research. Spray when you're done, please. Poo-pourri, yes. Actually, that advice would go to Zach as well. You cannot convince me that Zach wasn't live streaming from his toilet. There's no way that guy was not in the bathroom while he's on the live stream. Verulian says, why is it the Abrahamic God and not the Adamic God? Adam got done dirty. Well, that's who the real covenant was with. So, like, that's the way I'm reading it. It's the Abrahamic God because that's whose God's covenant to all people was originally created with. I could be wrong, but
yeah,
magic.
I mean, it's
right?
They're an ethnic group, so they're like, we're all supposed to be children of Adam, but the Israelites were specifically children of Abraham. That's why he's the Abrahamic God.
Right. Magic says, a book of John, more like book of Alex Jones. Don't Google Alex Jones Jew. Oh my gosh. Listen, if you know anything about Alex Jones, you know that's not if you type in that into your web browser, some shit's going to pop up, y'all. It's not going to be, you're not going to like it. Antimatter says, a whole Lord said to my Lord is the OG who's on first. Shit. That's really good, Antimatter. That's really good. I appreciate that. People in the know will get it. And Sand Sensibility says, Mormons take biblical creation completely literally. They perform temple rituals around the story. I know. And I learned about the magic underwear and the ceiling and everything. Like, it's really wild. The whole thing's really wild. I got an interview with an ex-Mormon that I haven't published yet. I got to do some editing and publish it. But yeah, the Exmo is pretty crazy. And Peter says, hey, Justin, researching Catholicism for a novel and read book about written before Vatican II. Liberal Catholics aren't perfect, but way better than medieval. Yes. Actually, of the modern variants of Christianity, I typically get along pretty well with the Catholics. They're actually okay. And Egorp says, shout out to my Sarah, tapping up your new Oxford Annotated Bible, augmented 3rd edition, motherfucker. That's what I'm talking about. Loving the show. On theme, keep cooking rock hard for Doug. Well, Eek, glad to hear you got yourself a quality Bible, got it all tabbed up, and you're ready to rock and roll. Last super chat from our friend Herbie says, for Duncan's appearance on the line on Wednesday, Dillahunty and Son, the two Dillahunties, the two Bible guys. I bet it was phenomenal. You guys have a good time on Wednesday? I haven't been able to watch it because I've been live streaming, but tomorrow I'm off and I'm going to be watching it.
Yeah, it's tomorrow's when we do the show, and it'll be too much bald head for the Christians to be able to handle,
Right? Yeah. So that's right. Tomorrow is the show. It wasn't this past Wednesday. It's this coming Wednesday.
Oh wait, not tomorrow. Sorry, Wednesday.
Or Wednesday.
So the 11th.
Right. Okay. Very good, guys. Make sure on Wednesday the 11th, support our boy Bible guy. All right, let's get T in here, and then looks like Scientific Snitch came out to hang out. We'll get Snitch as well. Welcome in, T.
Hello, hello.
Oh, hey. How's it going?
Hey, Scientific. Good to see you.
Hey, girl.
How
So,
is everyone
T,
tonight?
I can't complain. How are you?
Same here. I'm working. Can't
Oh,
complain
all right.
though.
Well, try not to get fired. T, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I'm 26. I don't believe in God. If you need to kick me, that's fine. But
We
I'm
we are.
actually an ex-Mormon. That's
Oh, fucking
mostly
A.
the reason why I came on,
Okay.
because I heard you talking about that. So,
Well, congrats. Thanks for leaving the call. But we are looking for debates.
okay, cool. Well, you guys are awesome. I am a fan. I've been watching you guys for a
Hey,
while.
thanks.
Just wanted to come on and
If we
talk
get
about
in,
Mormonism, maybe.
yeah, if we get a Mormon guest, pop back into the guest box. And we'll bring in so we can have some ex-Mormon chit chat.
Sounds good, guys. Cheers. Thanks for all you do.
Absolutely. Cheers. That goes for anyone ex-Mormon. If you're ex-Mormon and you were really deep in it, and we get a Mormon guest, jump into the guest box. I'd love to hear some more ex-Mormon, Mormon on ex-Mormon debate. All right, well, we're gonna bring in Jared because he's the only one left in the queue. All the other Christians apparently were afraid. They had to send brain rot to come debate God. Welcome back, Jared.
Yeah, what's up?
Not too much. What's up with you?
Not much. Just dealing with people in the comment section.
Yeah, I'm sure that's been a really good time. So, Jared, you know the rule here.
Yeah,
You got to be
people
at
are
least
hilarious.
18, and we know that you're at least 18, and you have to believe in a God. We know you believe in a God, specifically the Christian God of the King James Bible. So, we'll ask the same question we ask every guest, and even you, which is, what's the best evidence or argument for your God being real?
Well, let's say the best evidence or arguments of God being real. Well, for starters, everybody knows that God exists. Because
Nope.
God made humanity, and He
We
also
certainly
planted
don't
into
know
the
that.
knowledge in us.
We don't know any of that.
And also,
I'm
we
not
have
aware of
creation
that.
in the Bible in Christ.
I don't believe any of that's
So
true.
there's plenty of stuff that points to God. Why is that?
There's not, because I don't believe God is real. So obviously, I'm not going to believe that He put knowledge inside of us,
Why don't you believe He's real?
because there's no evidence for it. Bro, are you okay? Dalton, where are these people
He's
coming
really
from
struggling
today?
tonight.
Is God run out of soldiers?
That's been my experience for the past month,
Apparently.
for sure.
Imagine being an apologist and the biggest battle you fight all day is how to figure out how to work your phone.
I wonder if Jared's figured out whether or not you can how to get brass out of the earth.
Oh, yeah, thou mayst dig us up brass. That's a good one. Now, some people will say that brass could be used interchangeably for copper, but I did look it up in the ancient English lexicons, and they actually had a word for copper. It was surprisingly almost identical to the modern word for copper, and it was used abundantly, which means if they meant copper, they could have just fucking said copper in the King James Bible. They screwed the pooch and they said
Shocker.
brass. Yeah. Okay, well, Jared dropped. I don't know if Jared's coming back. So we'll give him a minute. If he comes back, we'll take him. If he doesn't come back, I guess we'll hope for another guest. Friends, if you want to call in and tell us about your God, we'd love to hear about it. The link on the screen is for anyone watching on non-TikTok platforms. It's tiny.cc/DZ live. And if you're watching on TikTok, obviously you already know how to be a guest at the show. And now's a great time to do it because I'll say it every time I go live. If you wait till the end of the show to get into the guest box, you'll get missed. So don't wait until like 10 o'clock to get into the guest box. Now is the time to get in. Tutored says, biblical literacy, what is the apologetic for why Jesus didn't just write his own gospel? Was he illiterate? He couldn't even read Caesar's name on that coin, could he? So if there's a real historical Jesus, I assume he could read. The Jesus of the Gospels, though, they position him as being able to read, but every time it seems like he's reading something, he's quoting it from a non-Hebrew source, which would lead me to believe that maybe if he could read, he really only just knew how to read Greek. He couldn't most likely read Hebrew. But was he illiterate? I don't think so.
obviously, Justin, there was just like a little Greek settlement within Nazareth, and there was like a little Greek synagogue, and that's where Jesus went. Little Athens, they called it.
Naturally. He was a fool, whether he could read or not. I know that much. And Dr. Fudge, thank you for the super, says, if you really need books to learn debate, Graham Priest's Logic and Aristotle's On Rhetoric, second one's not needed, to be honest. Just practice and listen. I agree, actually. There probably are a lot of good books like these ones mentioned, but also just watching enough debates, you'll pick up a lot of debate tactics just watching the debates for sure. And Evan says, it's crazy to me that people bet their entire afterlife on a book that they don't read. Imagine getting a letter from God and only reading the last paragraph. Listen, Evan, I've said this. I agree with you. I've said this a million times. It's crazy to me. It's preposterous. It's outlandish that Christians believe I have a book literally fucking sent by the God of the universe and then they don't read it. Why? How does that even happen? It's crazy. I know Dalton was like I was when we were Christians. Like we're reading the book every damn day. It was like next to my pillow at bedtime. Like it was a fixture in my life. Crazy.
I was reading it in class after finishing my schoolwork. Like I was like so glued to it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, House. Hey, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says is Revelation 8:1 proof that men make it to heaven before women? Just joking. I'll show myself out. Oh boy. I mean, obviously we know that you're joking, but Revelation 8. Let me see exactly the wording that would lead you to believe that. It says when the Lamb broke the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because there was silence in heaven for half an hour. The men got there first. That's crazy. That's some sexist bullshit right there, House, by the way. That's pretty crazy, actually. What are you saying there, Scientific? I didn't catch you.
Oh, I was just saying that's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, it really is. Tired. Thank you. Tired of liars, to be specific. Thank you for the super chat. Suggested entertainment reading suggestions. Midnight at the Well of Souls by Jack L. Talker. Hey, thank you. And the Incarnations of Immortality series by Pierce Anthony Sci-Fi. And I think you'll enjoy it. Listen, I'm sure I would. I actually really like reading. That being said, my reading list is a mile long right now. So any reading suggestions going to get placed pretty far back on the list. But all right, I'm going to get one more super chat, and then looks like we might have a guest ready to pop in. Flogan Fire. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, just love you, Justin. Thanks for doing what you do. Keep on cooking rock hard for Doug. Infinity forever. Well, thank you, Flogan. I really appreciate that. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna keep cooking as much as we can and try to make some progress out here. All right, let's get Yukmin in from the queue. Did I say your name right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Yukmin, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 18 and I'm on the fence.
Okay. What's
I'm waiting for somebody to kick me over.
What's keeping you in?
I've always been going to church my whole entire life. There we go.
Right,
That's
but
it.
like, what's what is it that's causing you to still believe there might be something true about it?
Your show.
My show is making you think that the God might exist?
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
it's all a lie.
Right, I think it is all a lie. But my question is, what is what's the thing that's keeping you from saying that it's all bullshit and walking away?
Man, that's a tough one.
Right?
I don't know. It's just, I guess, lineage. You know, my whole family has always gone to church and taken me to church, and we've all been part of of church. So, I've been watching your show for almost, I can't get my phone right, over a year. And that's what put me on the fence, I'll have to say. Can't get my phone right. So I'm just looking for, anything that might push me over the edge,
Well,
You,
let's take an assessment of where you're at. So it sounds like, do you still believe in a specific God, or is it kind of more generic now?
Well, after all the rabbit holes, I've been going down since the Black Mirror has been introduced, I've been getting farther and farther away from believing in the Bible.
Okay.
per
So,
se.
you all right, let's talk about the generic God. What do you think about the generic God? Is it good? Is it evil? How much power does it have?
Well, right now, I don't believe. After watching your shows for a year, I'm starting to think that the book was just written to keep us all under control and under thumb.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I think there's quite a bit of the book that was written basically for propaganda purposes.
Yeah, I started, getting into reading, the Giants and uh, what all the uncanonized versions of the Bible,
Yeah,
that they don't
like
want us
Enoch.
to read, and that has a lot to do with me waffling as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, what can we do for you here today? What do you come here for?
Well, like I said, I just been watching your show for a long time now, and uh, oh God, I was just hoping that there was something you could say to push me over the fence, you know?
Well, I mean, what is it that your brain is thinking about God that would make God required for anything? Like, what's God doing in your worldview?
Well, right now, things have gotten pretty bad. They've gone downhill for a long time now, for many years, and I'm starting to lose my faith. Um,
But I guess
and
what I'm saying is, in your particular worldview, what is the
Mhm.
function of God? What's God there to do?
Mm. Well, I don't. I'm starting to not believe in a God, um, along with all the atrocities that are happening.
Well, yeah, especially with like even just the natural disasters, like the amount of people that die every year in natural disasters. Why would we think
Right.
that there's like this God out there that created the earth, but also created the earth so that it would murder its inhabitants at an incredibly high rate?
Right. Right. Yeah, see that those points I'd never really understood until I started watching your show. And especially the parts about the babies really hit me hard today, about you talking about the flood and the babies,
Yeah.
and what kind of a God would do that to his children, that he claims to love so much.
Mm-hmm.
And how did we all become, if Moses took only his family with him, how did we all restart from just, family? That's incest, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of things that just don't add up
Right.
for me.
Well, it
So I guess,
sounds like you're on the way out. Just stick around for, a couple more months. Here in another 6 more months, you'll be out of this cult. Don't even worry about it. You'll be fine.
all right. Well, thank you. Thank you,
All right, cheers,
Justin.
buddy. Best of luck on your journey.
All right.
It's hard being in mid journey. You know what I mean? Like trying to figure it out.
It's always nice when you get to hear from people, though, that basically, you know, debating is fun and all, but it's always nice to know that the work we do is actually affecting people positively.
Yes. Yes, that is the case. I do like to know that. All right, let's get Marishi in here from the TikTok queue, and then we'll get Tavo from the YouTube queue. Welcome in, Marishi.
Yeah, hello, Justin. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. I don't know if I'm gonna get a chance to speak, but I know that it's a debate date. Yesterday, I tried to get in, but I just want to just to thank you and Dalton. Just you've helped me a lot on my journey of the constructor. The community you've created has been really awesome to me, and I don't know how I can thank you, but you are among my goats now. One of the people that I
Appreciate
take
it.
these people really made some change on my life, and I'm really grateful. And thank you for everything. I joined the community on Discord, and I've got
Awesome.
many resources there, and I love the people there. And thank you so much for this. I didn't know that I was gonna fund this community when I was trying to start my deconstruction, and it was not easy, but you really got me through all these. I came from a cult. There's a cult called The Message. It was created by this guy called William Branham. He's a false prophet. And my whole family is still into it, and it's really crazy. Most people are not aware of it, but he really made some big change, like in the gospel world, and it's really crazy, but it was a false prophet. He predicted a lot of things, the end of the world. It never happened, but my family is still into it. And in Africa, some people even consider him a god. He's even a god there. People worship him. They baptize in his name. It's really crazy in Africa. Yeah,
Well, do me
because
a favor. Send me an email, and
sure.
I'd love to sit down and chat with you sometime offline about this cult.
Thank you so much.
I love learning about cults from ex-cult members. I'd love to sit down and get a recording of like what your experience was like inside the cult.
Thank you. Can I just ask one question in the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So about in I think it's in Mark when Jesus lies about about Abiathar being the priest when he was Ahimelech.
Yeah.
I try to show this problem to my dad because my dad is a pastor and we talk. He's open even though he's still in this call. He's open to it. We talk. That's the thing that I like about him. But I try to show him that problem. Then he told me, no, maybe there's another place that shows that Abiathar was the father of Ahimelech. But I told him maybe in like Second Chronicles, in 2nd Samuel also, but maybe the ones in the Second Samuel they was trying to change it because I told him like maybe they made a mistake, a scribe made a mistake because I was trying to explain to him that this is not univocal and it's not written by one single person.
Yeah, it's also
So what's your solution on that?
Well, if you look at the genealogies, it seems to be a contradiction that Abiathar's father was Ahimelech. That seems to be a contradiction. Now, also, we know though that the question of high priesthood was when Ahimelech if Ahimelech was his father, it's presumed that he would be dead already, because so tending the temple where he was, typically somebody who was qualified to take care of the showbread and do everything that he was doing, you would expect that of the high priest, not the son of the high priest. Not that they couldn't do it. It'd just be highly unlikely that Abiathar wasn't the high priest when he was the one managing the day-to-day affairs,
Oh, okay. So that means, so when they say that Abiathar was the father of Ahimelech, it's just like a misspelling, or maybe what do you think they was trying to
Actually,
do there?
see, most scholars I've seen on this topic are saying that it was actually just is a mistake. It's a copyist error. That wasn't the actual father.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much for the clarification. I just want just to know because he was trying to challenge me on there. I was like, he was trying to tell me most of the times in the Bible, sometimes the father might be having the same name with the son, so the same name. So maybe that's the confusion that's there. And I told him, I don't think so. I believe what he says. You know, words means words, as you always say.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I think it's a good case that it might be a scribal error or something of that nature is in First Chronicles 24, when the priests are divided by household. It says, the scribe Shemaiah, son of Nathaniel, a Levite, recorded them in the presence of the king and the officers, and Zadok the priest, and Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, and the heads of the ancestral houses of priests of the Levites, one ancestral house being chosen for Eleazar, so on and so forth. So what we find here in Chronicles is that the head of the ancestral house for Abiathar was Abiathar.
Oh, okay.
And this was
Oh,
when
I get it. I get
this
it.
was when King David was alive.
Mm,
This would have been roughly the same time
wow.
period.
Thank you so much thank you for the clarification. And today morning I was reading also in Luke 2, and this comes to people who think that Jesus is God. Like I was like, how can he? Because he was presented in the temple, just like how they were told to do in Leviticus. Like when you have a male child, you have to
On the
present
8th
them in the
day.
temple, and you have to offer to make an offering. So I was like, if Jesus is God, is he presenting himself to himself in the temple?
Yeah.
Like this just another part where the Trinity does not make any sense.
Yeah,
You
the
know.
Trinity is absolute brain rot. It's nonsense.
And this just shows that even Jesus then he was not sinless. Even if you say that he can be God, because they even offered us, and even Mary, even if you say, how can Mary give birth to a God and still be sinful? Because that was for your sin, the sacrifice that you gave us for your sin, so for the cleaning, it's a cleaning sacrifice. So if you give birth to a human who's who's sinless, why is she doing all of this, So those are some of the things that shows all of that. But thank you so much. I appreciate you again. Thank you to you. Thank you to Dalton. Thank you to everybody. I follow you guys. You just like my new guys. This year you was my number one on the YouTube people that I was watching the most. Everybody, he was number one. The Bible guy was number 3. Number 2, I had Dr. Blitz. I had Ian. I'm really in the community, and I really appreciate you so much. I'm gonna shoot you an email.
Yeah.
And thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I follow you. On the line, everywhere. I'm always like
Thank you.
watching, and I thank you for everything.
I appreciate it, friend.
All right, guys. Have
Best
a
of
good
luck.
evening, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Sure. Cheers.
Now I know I'm in competition with Dr. Blitz. That's what I got from that.
We're not in the competition, y'all. we're in this together.
It's interesting though. I never really thought about it until he just said it though. That it's weird. Jesus is supposed to be like sinless, and he touches people, he makes them clean, and yet he rendered Mary unclean just by coming out of her canal. Wild thought. But I gotta go walk. I gotta go walk my dogs, and I'm gonna try to get an edit in today. Okay. Also, make sure at the end of the stream you check. I messaged you.
I did. I during this stream I messaged you back and got everything taken care of.
Oh, okay, cool beans. All right.
We're good.
I'll talk
Thank
to you later,
though.
bud.
Appreciate it, buddy. Cheers. W. Dalton. Yeah, Dalton's. Oh fuck! Scientific. Come back. Dalton dropped when I was right as I was trying to bring Dalton down, he dropped, and then you popped up, and you got accidentally dropped. Scientific. Sorry about that. Come on back, friend. Mike, thank you so much for the super. It says you're amazing. You're one of my favorite atheists, right up there with Richard Dawkins and Carl Sagan. Rock harder for Doug. Well, fuck. Those are some pretty high praises. I really appreciate that, Mike. Although, as we've learned, Richard Dawkins is a fucking pervert. So, Lawrence Krauss and Richard Dawkins are now off my list. Hey, welcome back. House coming in again with another super chat. We appreciate that. It says losing faith equals losing chains. Respect for those on the fence. Also, Reverend Joke the previous joke was just that. Respect all. I know we were just playing house. We know that it was just a joke. We know that you're not a misogynist. It was funny too, by the way. It was funny. All right, I got two more. Randy. Hey, Randy's in the house tonight, and Randy is gifting out Deconstruction Zone memberships, not just 20, but 40 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend. Huge W. Thank you so much for sending out so many Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. And congratulations to everyone who received a free Deconstruction Zone membership just now because of Randy's generosity. Big W. I said I was going to get is it Tapo or Tavo next? Hopefully we'll figure it out before the end of the conversation. Welcome in, Tavo.
Hey, how's it going? I'm not used to this platform, so let me know if I need to do anything differently. Are you hearing my voice?
Yeah, works great.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah. So is your name Tavo or Tavo? How do I pronounce that?
Tavo is fine, but really
Tavo.
either one is totally okay.
Okay. Tavo, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I'm pretty sure that there is a God, probably not in the way that we traditionally conceive of God. And I'm an adult, so.
Okay, so what's your conception of God?
So you and I have actually had some comments a little bit back and forth in your comment section. And by the way, I just want to say I'd be remiss if I didn't say big fan. You're doing great stuff. Your channel is very persuasive. Your videos are really great, and I've checked out a lot of them. You know what we've talked about in the chats. I hope it's okay if I bring this up. Is my CTF argument, which is a comparative theological argument. So that's kind of what I was hoping to talk to you about, and I was wondering if you'd be up for doing an entire chat on that. I can introduce a little bit now.
I guess I don't really know what you're asking.
Well, my contention is not so much that there is a God as we would conceive of God, but my contention is rather that if you look at all of the religions across the 17 different religions that I looked at, the evidence is the evidence that suggests that the religion is most plausible quantifiably is Christianity. So there's more quantifiable evidence for Jesus than there is for almost any of the other 17 religions that I looked at. So that's what the CTF argument is based on.
Muhammad? How is Jesus more likely than Muhammad?
Okay, well, several reasons. Number one, and by the way, I should apologize. I'm a little bit under the weather, so I may not be as articulate as I would normally be. But number one, I looked at all the attestations and witnesses in the first 50 years, the first 100 years, the first 150 years, and the first 200 years. And Christianity absolutely beats out Islam during each and every time frame in terms of witness attestations. So that's one of the reasons.
Wait.
Reason number
witnesses of Jesus?
Yeah, attestations behind Christianity in general. So I
vehemently disagree with that.
It's comparative to Islam. So to disagree, you're saying that Islam has more quantified witnesses in the first 50 years, the first 100 years, the first 150 years, and the first 200 years?
I don't think there are any witnesses to Jesus.
Well, so there's 5 different arguments. So we could stick with that one, or I could just kind of run through the rest of the arguments.
So I mean, this is the most interesting one so far. Like, name a witness that wrote about Jesus.
Well, why don't I go through the other 5 arguments, if that's okay, and then you can say, well, let's stick with this one.
We're gonna do this whether you name the next 4 or not.
I'm okay with that, but let me. Why don't I name the next 4, and then we can come back to this one, if that's okay.
Sure.
If you want to stay, it's your channel, so I respect whatever you want to do. All right. So the other arguments are like sort of looking at the time gap between the miracle attestations and the first time that they were written down. And they're actually earliest for Christianity among any ancient religion. And comparing Christianity to Islam, it's sort of an order of magnitude difference, meaning that Christianity, the time gap between the actual miracle events and the first attestation of those miracle events is much earlier by, on the order of decades rather than on the order of, many decades and centuries for Islam. So what I did for that part of the analysis is, again, I looked at 17 different religions, 3 miracle accounts for each religion. And then I looked at the first 3 witness attestations for each of those miracle accounts. And so that gave me about 153 data points. And again, Christianity has the most robust attestations, the most quickly repeated attestations, and the most the most consistent attestations among any of those 153 sets of data points.
Sure. I don't really care about your data sets. Give me one attestation of a witness.
Well, I mean, it depends on, well, we could talk, I mean, the witnesses who authored books in the New Testament would include Paul. Well, like Paul.
Jesus was dead when Paul wrote. And it seems pretty clear from Paul's writing that he had a mystical experience with Jesus, not that he ever knew the physical Jesus.
Well, I don't know if I would use the word mystical. I'm okay using the word visionary, but I'll agree with you that Paul it wasn't within that first 40 days of the appearances of the resurrected Jesus.
Well, I don't think he knew Jesus at all. Which is why his teachings contradicts Jesus. Why Paul said that the law was abolished, and Jesus said the law is not abolished.
When did Jesus say the law is not abolished?
Matthew 5:17-19. I
think there he says, I came to fulfill the law.
He said, I did not come to abolish the law.
Yeah, I came to fulfill the law.
But fulfill doesn't mean abolish. Words have meanings, my man.
They're two different things.
They are two different things, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why if they were the same thing, he wouldn't have had to say it.
Well, I think what Paul is saying is that Jesus has fulfilled the laws, so we don't necessarily need to require that Gentiles.
He didn't say that. He said abolish the law.
Well, I understand, but I think in the context, what the point is that Jesus says, I came to fulfill the laws, and then Paul is saying, okay, so these laws are no longer necessary for Gentile populations.
Paul had no idea what Jesus said. Which is why I don't think Paul knew Jesus, because if he had known Jesus, he would know that Jesus told his followers to follow the law. Because whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Did Jesus want you to follow the law or not?
I think Jesus wanted you to follow the Noahide laws if you're not within Judaism.
He didn't. Did he say Noahide laws?
Jesus didn't use the word Noahide.
Then how would you separate? Why would you separate a special list of laws then?
Well, to say that Jesus said the Gentiles had to live by Noahide laws would be an anachronistic statement.
Are you whoever?
Noahide. What's that?
Are you whoever? Are you included in the phrase whoever?
I think by Gentiles, yes.
Yeah, so when Jesus says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same, whoever includes you.
Yeah.
Okay, but so what that means then is that Jesus expected those coming to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to follow this law just like he did, which is why he says in Matthew 28, when he sends his disciples out, he says, go make disciples of all the nations and teach them to observe all the commands that I've given you. That includes the commands in Matthew 5.
Here's my first question. So you actually believe that was a veridical quote from Jesus?
No, I don't think Jesus said any of this bullshit. But the problem that you have is you're using the Bible as a witness, which means in your worldview, you think that this is an actual witness of what Jesus said. And I'm showing to you that either Paul was a witness or these gospel authors were a witness, but they can't both be witnesses because they disagree with each other.
Well, I would disagree with that framing. Like, I would say that, first of all, if you're saying Jesus said this and therefore it's inconsistent with what Paul says, then
that's exactly what I'm saying.
I think, well, then you're asserting that quote from Jesus is veridical.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that words have meanings. That within your book, your book, you have competing views. You've got a guy named Paul who said, Jesus told me X, Y, and Z, and here's my theology based on what Jesus told me. And then you've got the writings in the Gospels. In the Gospels, Jesus says the exact opposite. He says that whoever doesn't follow these commandments will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, and whoever does them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. And then in Matthew 28:20, he tells his disciples to go say this to the nations.
Yeah. So here's my overarching point about this, which is that the point of the CTF argument is to look at quantifiable data.
We don't have any quantifiable data yet.
Well, what I did is I weighed all the quantification across religions.
Yeah, and I'm showing you that your data points are bullshit.
How many people wrote about the religion in the first 50, 100, 150?
No one cares how many people wrote about it.
And then second of all,
nobody cares how many people wrote about it. I care who wrote about the actual events that are recorded in the book.
Well, here's why we should care about this.
No, I don't care one bit.
Well, I mean, so what this
It
framework
means
is,
nothing to me if somebody else who
you can
wrote about
personally,
the fact that early Christians existed wrote about it. That's meaningless to whether or not the religion is true. If a million
here's the
people
reason.
wrote about Joseph Smith, would that mean that Joseph Smith's religion is true?
Well, I actually do go into LDS in my comparative analysis, and I show that, you know,
Yeah, maybe you should
what
answer the question then. If a million people wrote about Joseph Smith, would that make Joseph Smith's religion true?
Yeah, that's one of the specific things in the CTF argument that I addressed
I'm
specifically.
still waiting for
And
an
the reason-
answer. The answer is
Yeah.
either yes or no. If a million
Yeah,
people wrote
and I've
about
actually-
Joseph Smith, would that make
I've
Joseph
actually-
Smith's religion more true?
Well, can I answer it by not all
No,
questions are yes
you can
or no.
answer it with a yes or no.
I actually do have a really solid explanation if you let me.
It
get
needs
out.
to be a yes or no.
Well, it's your channel, so I'll happily defer to you. But you're saying if Joseph Smith had a million witnesses that attested to an event, would it make that event true?
No,
Is that
his
the question?
religion. Would it make his religion true?
I don't know that it would broadly make the religion true, but if a
Okay,
million
so
people
then
said a certain thing about Joseph Smith,
the
it would
number
make
of
that
people
thing that they're
writing
saying
about
more
it
likely to
doesn't
be true.
do dick for whether or not what he said was true.
But you asked me a question. The answer is if a million people attest to a certain point.
I didn't
is a
say
fact
that.
point.
It's like your ears are broken.
No.
I said if there were a million people that wrote about Joseph Smith, would that make his religion true? That's the question.
No. Okay. The answer
There
to
we
that
go.
question is no.
Okay, so the number
Because-
of people who
because-
write
because
about
you're saying
somebody
they just
has
wrote
no
about
bearing
Joseph
on whether or not their religion is true.
Well, but your counterfactual is what if a million people wrote about Joseph Smith? So a million people could write Joseph Smith is wrong, Joseph Smith is a false prophet,
Go
and
on.
that would
But
then we wouldn't
pretend they all
Yeah.
agree with them. Does it make his religion true?
What do they agree with him about? And again, I do have a.
It's crazy
have
that
a
you,
re-
that you
I do have
can't
a-
grasp like the basic concept of my questions. The
Well, I do
amount of
have a really
times you
important
have to
point.
like backpedal rather than just giving me a
Well,
straight
it's not a
answer tells
backpedal.
me
I-
that
I-
whatever bullshit calculation you did was on like a napkin at like a Denny's at like 12 o'clock at night, and now you think you've got like a rock hard case for God.
Well, I mean, I do have a really great explanation for Joseph Smith that puts it in context with the CTF argument.
I actually
and
don't think
I'd
you
love
do.
to get it out.
I actually
What's
don't
that?
care about it.
Well, I mean, but it's an important part of the. I mean, then
It's actually
then
not.
why should I
brought
not
up,
say that I don't
I
care
brought
about
up
your
Joseph
question?
Smith for a really
You're asking-
really easy reason, which is to demonstrate
Yeah,
that
and-
somebody writing about somebody else will never validate their religious claims. If somebody
can I just
wrote
give you-
about
can I give
L.
you at
Ron
least one-
Hubbard and said, yes, everything L. Ron Hubbard is true, and then 10,000 other people said, yeah, L. Ron Hubbard, whatever he said is true, does that make L. Ron Hubbard's stories true?
It depends on what the story is and what they are attesting to.
No, it doesn't.
It does, and I can explain.
No, it doesn't.
Why.
A thousand people saying that L. Ron Hubbard told me a story has no bearing on whether or not that story is true.
Well, I can explain why, because there's 8 witnesses in early LDS tradition that attest to the fact.
I just said L. Ron Hubbard. You're so lost.
No, I know.
Right
I'm
now.
going
You're
back to
so
your original question.
you're so desperate to get out your LDS talking point that you can't grasp what's actually being said
No,
right
okay,
now.
we can switch
What's
these to
actually
L. Ron
being
Hubbard.
said right now? No, it doesn't matter who you insert into the fucking blank. Any religious leader you want, insert into the goddamn blank. What I'm saying is a million people saying, yes, he said this thing. Does it make what he said true?
No, but it makes it more likely that he said that thing.
I don't give a fuck.
But that's the question you just asked.
I
You said
care
a
if
million
it's
people said
I
that he
care if
said
it's
it.
true.
Well, what you just said is if a million people said that he said a thing, does that make it true? I would say if there's a million witnesses saying that L. Ron Hubbard said this, then that makes it more likely that he actually said that thing.
I didn't ask you if it was more likely that he said it. I said it is more likely
That's
that what
you
he said
just
is true.
That's literally what you just said.
That's literally not what I said. I said, does it make what he said true?
It makes it true that he said that thing.
Again, that's not my fucking question. Does it make what he said true?
It depends on what the claim is.
Let it leave your fucking mouth. The answer is no. Is the claim of the individual true just because a lot of people heard him say it? Yes or no?
You know as well as I do that some questions are not yes or no questions.
You're
right?
gonna give me the answer. I will fucking pry it out of your mouth. That's what's gonna happen right now. And now you're muted. No one can even hear your ass. So again, we're going to try this for the last time. I won't do this another time. If the word no or yes doesn't leave your mouth, we're done. I'll never entertain this conversation ever again. If 1 million people heard L. Ron Hubbard or Joseph Smith or Muhammad or any other motherfucker that started religion, if they attested that we heard him say this, does that make what that person said true? Yes or no?
No.
There we go. Okay, so I don't care how many people wrote about early Christianity. That has nothing to do with whether or not the claims of the Bible, when it talks about God, are true.
Well, but your position that you just raised is antithetical to everything we know about historical scholarship.
No, it's not.
We have written attestations for event, and then we accept those events because of the attestations.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I looked at 32 different events between 10 CE and 60 CE.
We're not talking about events. We're talking about religious claims. It's like you're in a different conversation. It's like you're not even listening. This is why I apologize. This is why I'm eating you right now. I'm literally fucking chewing you out right now because you won't listen to my words, and you're making having a conversation fucking impossible. You keep inserting into my argument words I did not say.
Okay, all right. I apologize. You can go ahead and unmute me, and I'll let you finish your point. Go ahead.
You're not muted.
Okay, well, go ahead and finish your point, and then I'll
my point was finished. I'm waiting for you to actually listen to it.
Yeah, your point is it doesn't matter to you how many attestations there are behind a religious claim because you dismiss a religious claim outright based on the fact that it's a religious claim.
There you go. If somebody's saying that they are hearing from God or God told them this or God told them that, I don't care how many people are attesting to it. It's meaningless to me. It will never make the claim true unless all those people heard God, but they didn't.
Okay, I understand that's your argument, but I would argue that where do you draw the line between a religious claim and a historical claim?
A religious claim is a claim about some sort of deified concept that is typically unfalsifiable. So if I said Zeus threw lightning at my house, that's a religious claim.
Okay, can I ask you like a counterfactual?
You can ask me anything you want to. Do you think Zeus threw lightning at my house?
No, it was going to be a different counterfactual.
Do you think that Zeus threw lightning at my house?
Probably not, no.
What if 1 million people saw the lightning?
Then I would say it's more likely the lightning struck your house.
Is it more likely that Zeus threw the lightning?
Not necessarily, no.
Nah, so you see the problem, don't you?
Well, I mean, can I ask you a question now as a counterfactual?
I mean, I would prefer yes or no, but that's fine.
Oh, all right. Well, I can answer that. I'll say no because I feel like it's your channel. You have the right to ask me to give specific answers. I would lean towards no.
Okay, so you don't see the problem. Gotcha.
What's that?
You don't see the problem in saying that Zeus is responsible for the lightning because a lot of people said it?
No, I'm sorry. What I'm saying is no, I wouldn't agree that that's evidence that Zeus is responsible for the lightning.
There we go. So we finally found a point of agreement.
Yeah. I mean, let me ask you a different counterfactual in a different setting, and I don't want to draw this out too much longer. I know you probably have a lot of people who want to chat with you, but I really appreciate your pushing back and you're making very like persuasive points. And but okay, so here's a counterfactual. Is the parting of the Red Sea a religious event, or was that a naturalistic event?
It's claimed to be a naturalistic event. I have no reason to believe it ever happened, though.
Okay, now if I have 1,000 attestations from people who were at that site who said that the Red Sea parted, you would agree that the Red Sea parted, right?
I would say it definitely increases the likelihood of it parting, or it would lead one to believe that there must be a reason why A, it could have happened, or B, people are lying about it happening, one of the two.
So it sounds like what you're saying is the difference between a naturalistic claim and a religious claim is specifically the attribution of the etiology of that claim.
No.
Okay, well, what's the difference between a religious and a naturalistic claim?
A religious claim and a naturalistic claim differ because a naturalistic claim is something that's based on nature and typically is falsifiable, whereas a religious claim is typically entirely unfalsifiable. It's just religious in nature.
Well, I mean, I think if you're, I don't agree with that set of definitions, but I would say that, you know, if there's a naturalistic claim versus a religious claim, there's, you know, you look at the attestation. Like, for instance, if you look at the death of Herod Agrippa, which I think was in like 44 CE, right? That was a natural event. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people witnessed it. But everyone who wrote about it wrote, you know, with a theological motivation for it, or a theological overlay. I still think that wouldn't be
another good reason why attestation's bullshit.
Well, but here's my point: is that the attestation
do you believe
is not,
that? Do you believe that Vespasian healed a blind man by spitting in his eyes?
I would say probably no.
But like lots of people saw it. A multitude of witnesses saw it, according to Tacitus and Suetonius.
Yeah, I don't know that much about it, but offhand, my first answer to you is no, because I wanted to give you
no
a
what?
question.
I didn't ask you a question.
You said, do you believe in it? And I said no.
Believe in what?
That Vespasius healed somebody.
Oh, Vespasian.
Vespasian, sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know that much about that
there
situation.
You go. Do you believe that there's a guy named Aristeas that rose from the dead?
Again, I don't know that much about that particular situation. There's all sorts of situations.
It's actually kind of important because we've got lots of attestation for Aristeas rising from the dead. So it seems like if you believe that ancient attestation is all you need to validate something being likely or most likely to be true, it seems like you should believe that Aristeas rose from the dead. Herodotus wrote in Book 4, says, "What follows I know happened to the people of Metapontion in Italy 240 years after the second disappearance of Aristeas. And I found by putting together the evidence of the Proconnesans and the Metapontians." So according to Herodotus, he went and visited these people groups that saw the resurrected Aristeas and collected their evidence and wrote about it. Same thing with Pliny the Elder, same thing with Apollonius, same thing with Diodorus, same with Plutarch. All of them say that this motherfucker got up and rose from the dead after being dead for multiple days, body disappeared, and then has been making appearances to individuals for the next 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, and again, the argument that I'm making in the CTF model is qualitatively different. And the reason why is because I'm weighing the claims against other theological claims. So it's a comparative theological framework.
I'm making one right now.
Yeah, and I'm saying I don't know enough about that situation. I think if there's that much attestation,
I thought you compared all the models. Didn't you compare all the religions to see which one is most likely?
17 different religious traditions.
Okay, so how likely it is that Aristeas rose from the dead?
I don't know because I don't have the information. I'd have to do research on it.
It sounds like you need to do some research.
I can tell you it's not shocking to me that there are reports of other people who were raised from the dead. And the reason why it's not shocking to me is because there was this sort of sense that the death was within the first couple of days, sort of a transient thing. And there's Talmudic and Midrashic teachings on that sort of idea. And probably the reason why that is because, you know, people would fall into a coma, and then if they didn't come out of it for 3 days. But there was this sort of understanding that the spirit lingers outside of the body for the first few days. And that's the time period in which the spirit can sort of re-enter the body. And this is also in other ancient mythological traditions. So I would say a more likely explanation for those historical observations, if there are indeed a number of separate independent attestations for that series of events, is this person probably had like a near death or a life-threatening experience, or they went into a coma and they came out of it.
No, that's not true.
Well, you've been really great, and you've entertained a lot of questions from me. I don't want to hog all the time on this, but I would love to have a more thorough conversation with you about the CTF argument, in which we both have like time allotments. And I've brought it up to you in your comment section. I'd love to have the conversation. I'm a big fan of your channel. I'm subscribed, and I like all the videos that I've seen. So if you'd ever be
you watch them.
Yeah. If you'd ever be interested, I would love to like lay out the CTF model, lay out all 5 quantitative arguments, because the beauty of the argument is a lot of the stuff you're raising is evidentially very layered, but it can also be subjectively interpreted, right? You're saying, this is the criteria I care about, this is the criteria I don't care about. And the beauty of the CTF argument is it removes those subjective qualifications, and it makes all of the argumentation very quantitative.
I think the problem is all of your data points are bad data points. That's the problem.
But I think the way you're perceiving it is they're bad data points compared to naturalistic events, right? And
No, they're just bad data points. You're giving credence to data points where I wouldn't.
I don't know that I can.
The CTF argument, whatever it is, only works if you're incredibly generous, and I'm not.
Well, I don't know that you can say that because you haven't seen all the data points.
The ones I've seen have been bullshit so far. Why do I want to see the rest of them?
There's 5 different arguments, and we haven't gotten into them, and you haven't looked at the data. You've just taken.
Are the other ones better than this?
I would say they're all pretty strong, especially convergently. But the point that they make
convergently, yeah, 5 mediocre arguments makes one good argument, I'm sure.
The point that they make is that a theology based on Jesus is more plausible than any of the other theologies that I weighed out of the.
Well, again, I would disagree on the face of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I'd love to like make a more extended case saying that you should agree. Your disagreement.
The theology of Jesus is dead out of the gate, being that the Trinity is logically incoherent.
So that is a subjective conclusion, right? You subjectively don't like the Trinity. Some people subjectively do like it.
Nope, it's just logically valid that my claim is true. The Trinity breaks the laws of logic, so either you believe in something that's illogical or you don't believe in the Trinity. One of the two.
Well, I mean, I'm personally not like a rigid Trinitarian. I think there's a lot of there's a spectrum of Trinitarian beliefs among Christians. I don't necessarily believe in the most rigid formulations of the argument, but I would argue
100% God.
What's that?
Is Jesus 100% God?
Yeah, so that's the part that I don't necessarily believe in personally.
Okay, so you're a partialist.
I wouldn't say that I'm a partialist. I would say that, like, I think that, I mean, look, I can analogize it in a different way and explain my belief on the Trinity.
It's crazy. You use so many words to not answer my questions. Are you a partialist, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that Jesus is a secondary God? Like there's God the Father, and then there's also God the Jesus?
The honest answer is I don't know. So you're saying, is Jesus separate from God the Father?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, because if he is, you believe in multiple gods.
Well, my belief is that Jesus has a good claim for having divine authority.
I don't know. Do you believe in multiple gods?
No.
Okay, so you believe in one God then?
Yes.
Okay, so then how is Jesus God?
The same way when you I can explain how, and I can explain the method, and the method is as follows: if you're sitting down and you're playing a video game, there's an avatar on the screen, there's a character that you control, and you might even look at the screen and say, "Yeah, that's me." And if that character were able to talk, they would probably communicate that, everything that I'm doing is because of this person who's controlling me. Right. And you might say, well, I've sort of incarnated into the universe of this video.
So then Jesus is not God.
Relationship can be very similar to that.
Jesus is not God. He's an avatar. Is that what you're saying?
Honestly, personally, I don't know the answer to that. My contention is that Jesus has the strongest claim.
How could you literally possibly determine which religion is most likely without answering the question of whether or not a religion breaks the laws of logic? But you got the cart before the horse. You got it back assward.
Well, because what you're asking me is a question of what my subjective preference is.
No, I'm not asking about your preference whatsoever. Not even remotely true. I'm asking for you to determine whether or not your view of God is within the laws of logic or not within the laws of logic.
It's within the laws of logic.
It's that's what we're trying to determine.
Yeah. But let me tell you, like,
you don't know. Hold on, you don't know if your God is within the laws of logic until you answer my questions. You just told me you don't know if Jesus is even God. So either Jesus is an avatar or he's God. Which is it?
Yeah, and can I clarify one separate thing that might help guide the conversation? I know you really want me to answer a yes or no question, but can I just clarify something that this is so the point is that my argumentation is not argumentation for the dogmatic view of Christianity. and many Christians would say that they disagree with me on several points. So in other words, I wouldn't expect my answers to necessarily be lockstep with all of the other answers.
I'm not asking you to answer for Christianity. I'm asking you to answer for
Just
you.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you think that Jesus is God?
I don't know personally. I'm being honest with you. I really don't know.
Then how could you possibly know if your God concept breaks the laws of logic or not? If you don't even know what you believe.
Well, because I'm uncertain. Just like, I mean, I think that's okay, right? People
No,
have
it's
like,
not okay. If you're uncertain about your God concept, then what that means is you don't know if your God breaks logic or not. That's what it means. So when you said that my God doesn't break the laws of logic, that's a statement that you should not have made because that's an untrue statement.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't have a definition for certain features of Jesus and certain features of God yet.
Which means you're not capable of making the claim that your God doesn't break the laws of logic because you don't know what your God is like.
I mean, look, like I said at the beginning of the conversation, I don't even know that there is a God. I'm inclined to think that way. I have a proclivity to being a theist.
Sure, because it's
that
your
doesn't
favorite.
necessarily. What's that?
Because it's your favorite, I'm sure.
What do you mean?
That's your favorite religion. That's the one you want to prop up. That's why you made this whole bullshit CTE argument.
Well, I have a proclivity towards theism, but I have a stronger belief that if the universe is theistic, in other words, if there is a God, that Jesus has the strongest claim of having divine authority.
No, I think he's a liar and a fraud. I think that's quite provable. You want me to prove it?
Which part?
That Jesus was a liar and a fraud?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think Jesus was the Messiah?
Probably, yeah.
What qualifies him as a Messiah?
An act of atonement for all the sins of all humankind.
Nope. Find me that in the Hebrew Bible. I'd love to see it.
Okay, well, what are your criteria for being a Messiah?
Well, the Messiah is going to gather all the Israelites, the north and the south, reunite them. He's going to be king in the land of Israel, and then
So
his dominion. His dominion is going to go from. I'm quoting from a handful of texts. Do you want me to actually finish, or did you want to just interrupt me midstream?
I would say that the best thing for you to do is
I'll just give you the qualifications. So the qualifications are you have to reunite northern and southern Israel into one group. You have to be king over them. You'll be sitting on King David's throne, and you're going to reestablish the Levitical priesthood forever. Those are the basic qualifications of the Messiah. You want to see where all that comes from?
Yeah, I think those all come from separate passages.
Clearly, they all come from independent passages. And all of them speak about this time when God is going to bring an individual from the line of Jesse or from the line of David, and he's going to sit on the throne. That's what the Messiah does.
Sure, and there are a lot of reconciliations for why Jesus may or may not have done those things in his lifetime, but it's really important to know.
He didn't do anything.
But there is a really important point here, which is a point that is widely endorsed by many different historical scholars, which is that after the year 30, and probably at some point between the year 100 CE, the Jewish rabbinical sources did markedly narrow and make more stringent all of the criteria for how they read the Messianic.
I'm not using rabbinic sources.
Well, but they interpret those parts of the Bible that you're reading.
I don't care at all about the rabbinic interpretation. I'm not appealing to the rabbis.
Well, here's why it's important to do that.
It's not important to do that. I don't care what rabbis said 600 years after Isaiah. That doesn't mean anything to me. I care about what the Bible actually says. I don't care what somebody came hundreds later has to say.
Well, okay, but then you're ignoring a very important context from all historical scholars who have studied this particular point.
Nope.
Scholars disagree on whether or not the messianic fulfillment passages are meant to be taken as literally and as narrowly as they are taken.
I disagree.
But what scholars do agree on.
Find me a scholar that has read Jeremiah 33, 14 through 18 and said that this is not about the Messiah. Find me one.
It's not. It's not whether or not these
I'll
passages.
Venmo you $100 on the spot. You find me one.
So it's not about whether or not these passages specifically refer to the Messiah.
They clearly do.
Point. Well, here's the more salient point, though, is we don't actually know what the precise wording of the Old Testament was, the Tanakh that Jesus was working on.
Well, but irrelevant. We have
here's why it's relevant.
We have manuscripts that predate Jesus. We have manuscripts of Jeremiah that predate Jesus. It's a pretty good fucking chance that when Jesus was reading Jeremiah, he's reading the same thing we have. And if it's changed, then all that means is we have no fucking idea what's in this book and we shouldn't trust it.
Well, I think to me, the more salient point is that we do have widespread historical consensus that the Jews, in response to at least something that happened in the first century, changed what the criteria were for messianic fulfillment.
Don't give a fuck, as I'm not appealing to the rabbis. I don't care what they changed. I'm not appealing to them. They have nothing to do with my argument.
Well, why don't you read the relevant passages to me?
I was about to. You said you didn't want to read it. You want to read it now?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. What was that promise, do you think, huh?
I don't know. I mean,
the promise is to restore the two houses under a king. It says, in those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David. And he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called: the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. This is in direct contradiction of what the New Testament says. The New Testament says that Jesus was the final sacrifice, and that there won't be any more Levitical sacrifices. Jeremiah says, no. When the king comes and sits on the throne and rules and reigns forever, we're going to have sacrifices and offerings from the Levites forever.
Okay, but in order to accept that, you have to state that this was a vertical passage, which I don't know. Sorry?
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, and I've said it twice now, the text of the Hebrew Bible we have no reason to believe was fundamentally different during Jesus' time period than what we have today, being that we've got pretty good witnesses of what was around prior to Jesus. I have no reason to believe, and again, even if they were fucking different, all it would mean is that this book shouldn't be fucking trusted.
Well, I don't know that I would agree with that. If you found a discrepancy in one passage, that doesn't mean you throw out the whole book.
Okay, so then should we trust that this verse was here?
I don't know. I'd have to look up that
you don't know a whole lot about the Bible, it seems like. Every time I ask you a question, you just don't know. How is it that you've got a CTE argument or some bullshit that proves that Christianity is more likely, but you haven't bothered to look at the Bible to see if the Bible even makes sense?
Because the arguments that you're bringing up, while rhetorically and logically persuasive, are probably uniquely appealing to you and your audience. That makes them, at least to some degree, somewhat subjective. My whole point with the CTF
my argument is not subjective. Whether or not I like it is subjective. Whether or not the argument is functionally sound and valid is different. That's not subjective.
Again, my point, though, is is that a cat or a dog? It's like a cat. Okay. Cute cat. I mean, I actually have to go in a few, but I would love to have a longer conversation about this if you'd be up for that.
Well,
and the invitation is open.
Come on back and we'll do it again.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to like schedule a time to have a real debate with you about the CTF argument.
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean schedule a time for a real debate? You know when I'm live.
Yeah, I mean, but the only reason I'm on live with you right now, I was actually supposed to be at work today, but I've been pretty sick for like 3 days. I haven't even eaten anything like 3 days, which is again what I apologize for, my lack of articulacy. But I think if we put something on the calendar, I would really love that. I'd love to have like a dedicated show that we do together. And the offer's always open if you want to discuss
come back
CTF.
when you're feeling good and I'm live, and we'll do it.
Okay, but if you ever wanted to schedule like a collaboration between our channels, I would also really love that.
I don't think I do.
Okay, well, the offer is always open if you change your mind.
Sure thing.
And I appreciate this conversation. I'll relook at it when you put this video up, and when I do, I'll look up those passages specifically and see what year they date to and such, and how they've been interpreted and reinterpreted.
Sure.
And your channel's really great. I love your videos. I've checked out a lot of your stuff. It's a really wonderful channel. So thanks so much for having me on. Thanks for the conversation.
Appreciate it. Cheers, man.
All right.
I don't care how fucking nice you are. If you evade questions and can't stay on task, you're not going to get treated with gloves here. Y'all, all you got to do to get treated well here is answer questions and not talk over me. The minute you start talking over me and stop answering questions, I'm just going to steamroll you. I don't know what else to tell you. It's not hard. It really isn't hard. Anyways, Psych, hey, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, question, hey, Justin, what's the difference between Northern Baptist and Southern Baptist? A Northern Baptist said there ain't no hell, and a Southern Baptist said the hell there ain't. That's pretty good. I didn't realize that a joke was coming when I started reading that, but now that I got through it, I do appreciate the joke. We have a lot of Baptists in the South where my family's from, and I'm shocked by how many of those Baptists just refuse to get along with other Baptists. It's crazy to me. It's like they have all got their own little sect of Baptistisms, and they just refuse to get along. But I guess I'm not shocked. Christians gonna Christian. Luke, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you send friend requests to people through Deconstruction Junction Discord? I don't. I mean, you can. Yes, you can friend request anyone you want to. But I typically don't, unless it's someone I need to talk to. Otherwise, I just go into the chat. I'll chat them up in the chat. I received one from someone using your face as their icon, but wanted to verify. Well, Luke, if you received a friend request from someone with my face, probably not me, actually. I don't typically go through friend requesting people that I don't know. Please do send me a screenshot of that profile so I can go in and ban them. This is not the first time people have been impersonating me. It happens on YouTube. It happens quite a few different places, actually. So if you see someone that is trying to be me and something's off, the screen name looks weird or they're saying something strange, just report them to the mods and we'll get it taken care of. Thank you for the update or the information. And Chodicus Maximus, my friend, good to see you. Said blah blah blah. I have a theory and you have to accept it as science because I said so. I know it was so bad. I really didn't even want to entertain the conversation, but I'm like, fuck, he's already here. And Chodicus says, but most likely equals true every time without fail. I know. It doesn't matter how bad the data points are. You have to emphasize that you have a lot of them. And if you have a lot of them, then the argument becomes more gooder. Chodicus says, forget Noahide. Let's go with Francis Dolorahide laws. I don't know who Francis Dolorahide is, but it's got to be better than the Noahide laws. I would think. I could be wrong. And Chodicus again says, I think he means CTE argument. It's funny. I think he was saying CTF, but I was saying CTE just to be kind of funny, kind of rib him a little bit. I don't know if he got it, but Chodicus also says, guest am having good points. Wait, guest. Oh, this is a cat meme. Guest am having good points. He are make me smart. That's some classic internet meme shit right there. Like straight out of 1999. I love it. Thank you for bringing back some classics. And Urs, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the 666. Helen yours says, thanks for the info and the religious trauma counseling. These Christian lies flip over so many rocks from my upbringing. Keep cooking them, Justin. Well, thank you, Ursma. I'm sorry that you have to relive some of these memories, but we're doing what we can here, you know? And Hank says, do hobby apologists practice being obtuse in a mirror? Yes. Yes, Hank. Apologists like that, they are not here to converse. They're here to either run a script or to evade. And do they think that they're clever when misusing terms like counterfactual? You know what? He misused so many words in that conversation. I was like, I'm not even going to fucking I'm not even going to take my time to fix all of them. It's not even worth it. I don't want to spend the whole time doing dictionary. But you're right. Yeah, I don't think he actually understood most of those words. And Chip, my friend, thank you for the $9.99. Good to see you. Says, I'm so glad Pavo called in. His claims are so irritatingly useless, and none of them have anything to do with whether or not something is true. I fucking couldn't agree more, Chip. I don't care how many data points you have or how many people mentioned your religion. It will never make the claims of that religion true. Also, Aaron, my good friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Justin, you just don't understand that I'm weighing one Santa Clausology versus another. Checkmate. Fair. You know what? I didn't even get around to asking him, like, why do we give a fuck about which religion is more plausible? Just because one is more plausible than the other doesn't mean it's true, right? It's meaningless to me. If I gave you 3 fictional stories and said which one is more likely to be true, it's a meaningless endeavor because they could all be fake. In fact, they are fake in my analogy. And Chodicus, with the additional super chat, thank you, friend, says, Justin, the Trinity is real. God has dissociative identity disorder. Yes. I got what's the word I'm going to, I got disavowed by Ian and Blitz for saying that God has schizophrenia. Apparently I'm not supposed to say that. I have to say dissociative identity disorder, which I could say. It is a mouthful. But yes, the God of the Christian religion he's got some problems. Last super chat for now from our friend Kohodo. Good to see your friend. Says, I was hauling in a blizzard. I hope you're doing okay. I stopped for a lizard. I hit it like a wizard. Now there's a burning in my gizzard. Bumping rocks for Doug and dripping with diesel for Sharon. Big W. I like the rhyme. I hope you're doing well. Are you a truck driver, Kohodo? I don't think I know that about you, actually. That might be new information, but thanks for watching and supporting the channel, friend. All right, I don't know who was in here next because we had someone come in and then they dropped. So I think next in is going to be Barista. Welcome in, Barista.
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Good. I was watching this crazy story about a North Korean defect who escaped. He was a mathematic like Olympiad, and he escaped through a Hong Kong like tournament. It was a pretty impressive story. Anyways, how are you?
Not too bad. Barista, are you at least 18?
Yeah, adult, 25.
Okay. And do you believe in God?
I believe in mine. Yes.
Okay, which God do you believe in?
So I'm not sure if you're aware of this one, but I guess we call it the Hall of Supreme Nubian.
Sorry, the what?
Like a quantum. It's like a Hall of Supreme Nubian. It's like a quantum awareness. Love it being pretty much. And also we tend to believe in numerous deities or gods, not just our own. But for now, I argue from my own standpoint. For now.
Is this a real group? I'm looking on the internet. I don't see anything about it.
Yeah, it's a real group. We're out in California.
So I typed in Hall of Supreme Nubian. I don't see anything.
We're a small group, but we are a religious group in California.
The internet doesn't even know about you yet.
Oh, hopefully they change that.
Do you go by another name?
I mean, we're a small group, but I still believe in God, regardless, or gods.
Okay. Well, I guess I ask you the same question I ask everybody. What is the best evidence or argument for your God existing?
Okay. Let's see. The best evidence I have. So I think that's very carbon-based thinking of you. So the proof of the most high cosmic nuclear source entity is simple. You're breathing right now without a charging cable. So explain that with chemistry. You can't, right? It's like an auto divine.
We actually can. What do we need a cable for?
So you're asking that, right? So that's because you still think charging is physical.
What do we need a cable for?
The cable is symbolic. Like phones use wires because they are. Yeah, so phones use wires because they are silicon based.
Symbolic for what?
Excuse me.
Symbolic for what?
Well, yeah, I was explaining just now. I was trying to explain. So Now you want clarity, and that's the left brain Babylon, interrogation energy creeping in again.
Well,
So the
what the
cable is
fuck
symbolic
are you
for
talking? I'm just asking you, what does the cable symbolize?
it symbolizes dependency on external power sources. So machines need plugs, right? They're
Why
built
do
from
you,
dead
why do
matter.
you think we need an external power source?
I mean, listen here, linear battery citizen. The whole idea that we need an external power source is industrial age mythology, right? This is like factory philosophy.
As
And it's like
somebody who is an actual fucking engineer that made robots and industrial equipment, I call bullshit. Why do I need a power source external of my body that I'm connected to?
all right, certified Babylon gear priest, right? So energy, I got it. So you're thinking in machine metaphors?
That's amazing. You
right?
said a whole truckload of words that had no meaning.
So robots need power because they are closed systems, right? Humans are open source, like existing events.
Yeah, and we're not doing that. All right, don't just please don't come back. That's crazy. I'm ready to never let you back up here with that insane, incoherent rambling. Okay. We've got some other guests to bring in, so maybe we'll get somebody with all of their screws actually screwed in. So we'll see. I think David meant to come back or meant to chat on our last stream, and we crossed paths. We'll see if we can chat this time. The shame Scientific Snitch wasn't here for that one. Welcome in, David.
Hey, brother, how are you?
No, I can't complain. How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. I'd just like to ask a question or make a comment. Not previous guy, but I think it was guy before was banging on about the Trinity. You understand that the Trinity is not biblical, right?
I don't give a fuck if it's biblical. And not a single fuck. I only care if you believe in the Trinity.
Why
That's
would
it.
you? No, of course, no. I'm a Christian, so of course not. So,
Sure.
but
Do you
I'm
believe in the
curious then,
Trinity?
why would you have?
Do you believe
No,
in the
of course
Trinity?
not.
Okay, then I don't
It's
give a shit. I only care if you do believe in the Trinity. If you don't believe in it, then it's not a talking point anymore.
oh, okay, all right. No worries. Well, just curious why you would. It was just kind of. I find it very difficult to listen to people like that who are trying to push um, patently nonsensical extra biblical ideas as being Christian. I'm kind of curious why you would waste time having conversations about that kind of thing. I mean, the guy said,
Is Jesus God?
Came up in conversation, how do you? No,
Is
of
Jesus
course not.
God? There we go.
And
That's
the
all we need to
Bible's
know.
100%.
We agree that Jesus is not
No,
God. Next talking point. What is the evidence
yeah.
or the argument that would lead one to believe that the God you do actually believe in is real?
I'd have to say Bible prophecy.
Sure.
At a
Give me
very
a
simplistic, yeah.
give me some. I'd love to hear them.
An example.
Yep.
Perfect. So I'd have to say, like, at a very simplistic level, I'd have to say the first half of Book of Daniel. So Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 4.
Not gonna like this one.
But I guess.
When was Daniel 2 written?
But I'd guess like as a when.
Yep.
Did you say when?
Yep.
Well, look, I go from the internal evidence. So I'd say I think I had a look last night. I think it's like roughly 580 BC.
Well, you'd be wrong. The internal evidence disagrees because it's written in a language that they wouldn't have had then, and it fucks up like information from that time period. Most scholars agree that it was written probably towards the 2nd century.
Yeah, no, I've heard that argument, and I've also heard the counter argument. I don't agree with the counter argument. I understand why people used to hold the counter argument. I don't agree with it, but I would say, like from a much stronger piece of evidence, I look to the prophetic section of the Book of Revelation. So
literally, the entire
don't
book of
know
Revelation
if you would
failed.
disagree. Sorry.
Everything in Revelation is a prediction for the first century, and
In
all of
what
it
way?
failed. All of it, everything in there. Nero is the beast in
Well,
Revelation 13. If Nero is the beast in Revelation 13, then all the stuff that's surrounding that is for the first century. None of it came true because Nero is not the Antichrist, and because the book of Revelation is bullshit for the first century. It's just failed propaganda.
No, well, can I point out why I think you're incorrect about that? Like, firstly,
About
I'd have
what?
to say that Revelation 12 is
I said
got nothing to
13.
do with Nero at all.
I said 13.
Oh, sorry, 12. Yeah, 12 and 13. Revelation 13's got nothing to do with Nero either. I mean,
Well,
when
you'd
did
be wrong.
John, as far as we know, John wrote that book towards the. Well, I have to say, I'm pretty. Look, I hate to say it, but you're. I think you're probably relying on mainstream so-called Christianity to
No, I'm
develop
relying
your
on
arguments
scholarship.
from.
Nope.
The book.
I'm relying on what scholars tell me.
Okay. Well, my scholarship. Okay. Well, my scholarship tells me that you're wrong, and
Nope.
they're wrong.
Name the
If they
scholar.
have the same
Name the scholar that says
position
that the Revelation 13 isn't about Nero. Name them.
I'm right here, brother. I take
Name the
personal
scholar.
responsibility for my. Well, my name's David.
You're not a scholar, David.
Yeah. No. Okay. Well, in the same way that you
name the
choose
scholar
not to
that thinks
be
Revelation
bothered with the
13 isn't about Nero.
I'm right here, buddy.
You're not a scholar.
Okay.
Name a real scholar.
In what sense am I not a scholar?
Because every real scholar would know
A
the
real
inherent
scholar.
problem with
Oh,
saying
okay.
Daniel 2 was written during Daniel's theoretical lifetime and that
Yeah.
Revelation 13 isn't about Nero. These are two
Yep.
opinions that are almost universally held in the biblical scholarship. This is not something that is
Yep.
debated at all.
Yep.
What's your credentials? Where do you
That's
get your PhD
debated by
from?
me.
Where do you get your
Buddy?
PhD from?
Life.
Where do you get your
Do I
master's
need
degree
a
from?
PhD to read? Do I need a master's degree to read?
You need a master's degree to be competent and to
do
call
I
yourself
need to go
you call yourself a scholar. You need a PhD. So
the only
to be
reason
clear,
I'm
you're definitely not a
giving you
scholar. You
my
have
na-
no
na-
education
I'm
and
not
no
co-
credentials in this field of study.
No.
Even something as basic as my
No, I
simple
don't pretend-
Catholic study Bible will tell you exactly what I just told you. It's just a basic study Bible. It's not even one
and
that's
that's what-
like trying to do apologetics or trying to do anti-apologetics. Just a basic study Bible will
and
tell
this-
you
this
everything
is
that I
where you-
just told you, which means
No.
to me,
Yeah,
you not only are you not a scholar,
and-
you've never read
yeah,
a
and
single
this is-
lick of scholarship on any of these topics. You've been going to websites thinking doing
Well, you
website
can-
research is scholarship, and going to websites is not scholarship.
Okay, well, you can think that, but in the same sense.
No, I
that,
know it.
You quite no. Well, in the same way that you quite correctly understand that the Trinity
Here's
is
the
not biblical.
here's what the third
I'm
edition
putting
of the Catholic Study Bible
let me-
says about the 666. It says
Look, I don't really.
many possible
I don't
combinations
really
of the letters will
Yeah,
add
it's
up to
wrong.
666,
It's
and many
wrong.
candidates have been nominated
wrong.
for this infamous number. The most likely is the Emperor
Yeah.
Caesar Nero. See the note on
Yeah.
Revelation 13:3, the Greek form
Yeah.
of the name whose Hebrews letter give us required
No.
sum,
Yeah.
so on and so forth. The Latin
Yeah.
name adds
Heard
up
it
to
before, buddy.
616. And are you aware that the
No,
Latin
I've heard this
manuscripts say
before.
616? Yeah. I'm sorry. The scholars are all
Yeah,
wrong.
I've also-
and you, with zero education and zero credentials, you got it right. You're the one.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question then. Let's see how smart these
The fucking pivots are
educated
wild.
people are. No, let's no.
This is fucking brutal, man.
Let's walk down that road.
Imagine had this level of confidence with
road.
zero education. It's crazy to me.
Yep. I know it's fucking wild, isn't it?
It is fucking wild. It's like this, is like people talking about like vaccines and conspiracy theories. You're at that level right now.
No, I'm arguing a different. I think it's completely nonsensical to argue that the prophetic section of the Book of Revelation related to the past at the time that it's generally agreed that John wrote it. It's not patently claiming.
It's actually not generally agreed that John wrote it. In fact, I just open up the commentary on Revelation.
Yep, go.
So that one's downstairs if you're really interested. But what it says, it's the one by Josephine Ford.
No,
and what that commentary states is that scholars generally agree that the Book of Revelation had multiple authors. It wasn't written all at one time period. It was written in probably 3 or even 4 different sections over a period of time. And the section specifically referring to Nero is part of a large unit that is dated to the 1st century CE and is specifically talking about Nero. And the John who wrote it, nobody knows who the John is because it's got multiple authors. So you can't identify John because you don't know who John is. Typically, the John that was associated with the Book of Revelation was called John the Elder, not John the Apostle.
Yep. No, I get that. Let me ask you a question then. So how then would that make it more sensible to be applicable to Nero? I mean, Revelation 1 verse 1, right? Show to my servants the things that are going to come to pass with speed, right? Now,
soon,
My understanding, I mean, look, I'm not a Greek
come to pass
scholar.
soon.
Go. Yeah. And that's right. And the Greek is like it's a very look, I'm not a Greek scholar, but my understanding is the Greek is very emphatic about that this is going to happen instantly, right?
No, that's not the case. Where do you keep getting this information from? Where are you getting this nonsense from?
Well, why do you disagree with that?
Because it's just not true. You're making definitive claims about the Greek language, and those claims aren't true.
So how do you disagree
being that you don't know Greek, based on your own admission, I'm asking you, where did you get the information from? If you don't know Greek, where did you get the info? You do know Greek.
Well,
interesting.
To a certain degree.
What's an aorist verb?
To a certain degree.
Do you know any verbal conjugations, even one?
Look. Not off the top of my head.
So you don't know Greek then? If you can't conjugate verbs, if you can't conjugate verbs and decline nouns, you don't know the language.
Yeah. No. So does that mean I can't? Does that mean I can't have an opinion based on Greek on using people who are other than you, using people who are educated in Greek and using
I don't think they are.
I mean, because I've got.
I asked you for where you got your information from, and you couldn't tell me. So
Gesenius.
Driver was a Hebrew lexicographer, and Gesenius was another Hebrew lexicographer. Have nothing to do with Greek. Try again.
No, I've got a stack of books that I use. That's where I use. That's what I do to. So I'm going based on, if I go, so for instance, I read Revelation 1 verse 1, and it seemed to me that we can both agree that it's talking about the future, the things that are going to come to pass, right? You didn't have an objection to that. You nodded your head and you're like, yeah, I agree with
that.
Right?
Things that are soon going to come to pass. So by soon, I mean in the immediate future, not 2,000 years later. And that means that these are all failed predictions unless you can find something to tie them to. And the reality is it seems to be predicting that the Roman Empire is going to fall probably during the reign of Nero.
Which it did.
It didn't.
No, this is fallacious. Revelation chapter 12.
I guess you're
Revelation
confused
chapter
about what
12 is
happened to
about
the Romans. The
Constantine.
Romans fucked up the Jews so bad in 136 that literally there were more Jewish slaves than people that could actually take slaves. There was literally a fucking surplus of Jewish slaves. They got devastated by the Romans. The Romans didn't get destroyed.
Really? So the Roman Empire is still here today? Well, no, it's not. I mean,
I said immediate future. I know listening's hard for you. Like words are difficult for you. I said the immediate future, not thousands of years later.
Yes, no, really good point, Justin. But here's the thing: does that mean that the scroll of Revelation starts to unfold?
It's also crazy that he thinks that the Roman Empire doesn't exist anymore. It's crazy that you think the Romans don't exist.
As a group of people,
bro, you can go to Rome right now.
Why is that crazy?
People live in Rome this very day.
It's not an empire.
So what? It's part of it. It's part of a country, Italy, and it was part of an empire for about 1700 years after that. It was an empire up until like the late medieval period.
Well, I'd have to disagree with that as well. I mean,
it was literally called the Holy Roman Empire. Do you not know about the Holy Roman Empire?
Yeah.
And when did that go out?
And where was that centered? In Germany.
In Rome.
Germany. It's not Italian at all.
And you'd be wrong.
Right?
The Holy Roman Empire was not in Germany.
So Charlemagne was...
I think you're entirely confused. Italian. The Holy Roman Empire was not centered in Germany. The Holy Roman Empire was centered still in Rome.
Okay.
There was a time period where the Pope was in France. There was a time period where the Pope was ruling out of France. That wasn't long-lived. There was an anti-Pope for a little bit of time. Right. But no, the Holy Roman Empire wasn't based out of Germany.
I don't agree with that. The Pope
then you'd be wrong.
Been in Rome. Okay, well, I'm gonna disagree with you on that.
Well, you're not disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with literally all of history. There has never been a Holy Roman Empire that was based in Germany. That's why it's called the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah, no, I get that. But where was the seat of power? It wasn't in Rome.
It was.
Clovis was the...
Do you not know where the fucking Vatican is? Have you never heard of the Vatican?
Right.
Do you not know where the Vatican is?
That's not a serious question. You're trying to make a point.
It is a serious question. Do you know where the Vatican is?
Well, yeah, of course I do.
Where is it?
Well, it's in I think it's called the I don't know. I think it's called the Holy See, which is
it's in Rome. It's a country of its own. It's in Rome. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so the Vatican, the center of the Holy Roman Empire, is literally in Rome. And that was the seat of power until roughly the 1600s.
Well, I would put it later than that.
David, you need to stop learning what you know through email forwards. Like, I know that like somebody sent you a really cool email forward and you read it and you thought this was really, really cool stuff. That's not how scholarship in history is done. Like, you need to actually go on the internet and buy some actual books by actual scholars.
I don't know what a email board is, son. I don't know what
email
that is.
forward, you certainly do.
An email what, sorry? Email forward.
Email forward.
Email, you lost me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
email.
I'm not shocked.
I know what email is. I don't know what a forwarded email is. No. Okay. No worries. That's fine.
Hey, David.
So look, I have to
David.
disagree with you. I think
Wait,
as
David.
much as
David, I got
you
a quick
find it
question
quite
for you.
easy to dismiss the Catholic idea of the Trinity,
David.
yeah.
Holy
Hello.
shit. Hello. Hey, I just got a
How are
quick
you?
question for you. So, like a couple of years ago, I was actually in Italy, like specifically Rome, and I literally touched walls that were first around, like in the Roman city. Like I literally touched those walls that were standing there, like before Christianity formed. So, like, I'm just kind of curious as to what your explanation is for that. And it wasn't just one wall. I saw whole like remnants of temples that existed way before. Like we even walked right past where fucking Caesar was stabbed 42 times or whatever in the fuck. So like what's your explanation for that if it was based in Germany?
David, do you know you're muted right now, David? I think you accidentally muted yourself, David. He's really confused here tonight, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it. I mean, I thought I was in a fever dream listening to the bullshit that he was saying a second ago. I mean, I've tagged him as a conspiracy theorist right from the get go. Also, he probably doesn't know how to work the mute button. Apparently, I bet you he's talking.
Let me send him an invite to unmute. See if that works.
Yeah, I haven't touched my screen, so I don't know what. Yeah. I honestly, I didn't touch my screen, so I don't know what the issue is. Look,
it happens.
I just want to make a point that you guys are.
Are you going to address what Godless Engineer just said?
The Catholic.
No, we're not. Are you going to address what Godless Engineer just said?
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said?
There are. Yes. I mean, I've kind of lost my train of thought because for some reason I was muted. But no. Look, I don't think it has any relevance. Look, the capital of Australia is fucking Canberra.
So wait a second. You're telling me that archaeological evidence of the Roman Empire existing prior to whatever in the fuck you're talking about has no bearing? It doesn't matter?
When have I said that?
I'm sorry.
Are you seriously of the opinion that I'm denying the existence of the Roman Empire? Are you seriously?
Well, what I heard was that you were
getting?
denying that the Roman Empire was based in Rome or in Italy.
Course not. No, of course not.
Okay.
No, of course not. But after, let me give you an example. So after the barbarian predations against the Roman Empire, after Constantine, the papal authority was looking to rulers in Europe to cement their authority and to basically to help them survive in post 8300 Europe. So after the crisis of the 3rd century and all that kind of stuff, right? So who did they go to? They went first guy they go to is a guy called Clovis, who's regarded as the first king of France, right? So I think it's perfect.
Does this matter?
It had nothing to do with what Godless Engineer said. You're literally concussed right now. You're so fucking lost. It's like you walked into a cave and saw a sleeping bear wake up. You are not in the conversation. Do you need Godless Engineer to restate what he said so you can actually address it?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I did address it.
You did not.
And the way I've answered him is that, of course, look, well, let me say it again. It would be, as far as I'm concerned, it would be nonsensical for someone to deny the existence of the Roman Empire. And it would also be nonsensical of someone to deny that for a significant period of
David
time.
Did either of us deny the existence of the Holy Roman Empire?
I don't have No, you haven't.
Okay, so that's a useless talking point.
The power base. No, okay. So why were you having a conversation about it?
Because you're saying untrue things. The seat of power of the Roman Empire was
example.
in Rome.
Really? So,
Yeah.
what about Justinian in Constantinople?
What about him?
So there's two. There's a split in the Roman. There's a split.
Wait, hold on, David. Are you confusing like governorships with like the seat of power of Rome?
Apparently,
because like there's a central authority that was in Rome.
Well, I'm separating the, let's just call it the theosophical aspect from the temporal aspect.
The fuck does that mean?
Well, I understand. Well,
if I just make up words, we can baffle them with bullshit.
Yeah, let's do that. So the Roman Empire used to be militarily and politically and religiously centered in Rome. When it was a pagan Roman Empire, there was no confusion about the center of authority
David, I feel like the next thing that you're going to tell us is that aliens actually came down and landed on the Holy Roman Empire or some kind of shit. Like, I feel like I'm watching like the History Channel or something right now.
Yeah. Where's the guy with the hair?
Well, is the History Channel wrong? The guy with the hair.
Yes, the History Channel is wrong all the time. They claim no, David. Look, Ancient Aliens claims that mountains were shaved off for landing strips for UFOs. Yes, they're fucking wrong all the goddamn time.
Right. Okay. No worries. That's fine. I don't watch History Channel.
It's because you are the History Channel.
That's perfect. So my bone of contention is that the standard Catholic, Protestant, explanation for how the Book of Revelation works is just fucking wrong. Right? That's all I'm trying to say.
That's not what we're giving you.
I think it's.
I didn't give you that explanation. Again, you're arguing against a straw man. My explanation of the Book of Revelation is not what's readily accepted in mainstream Christianity. Mainstream Christianity thinks that the Book of Revelation is still yet to be fulfilled. I disagree with that. I think the Book of Revelation is a failed set of prophecies for mostly the first century, and that's not what Christians believe. That's what scholars believe, but that's not what mainline Christianity believes. You are literally drowning in a teaspoon of water. You should never go around ever for even 5 seconds calling yourself a scholar. You haven't done even 5 minutes of real, actual fucking research.
Okay, no worries. Well, can I ask you a question then? If these guys are so smart, so Revelation 16:16, right? Supposedly at some point there's going to be a gathering together of nations to some kind of battle, right? And we're told in the Book of Revelation that it's called the Battle of Armageddon. Can you give me an explanation of what that word means?
Yeah, it's the hill of Megiddo. Har is an actual Semitic abbreviation for hill or mountain, and it's specifically the one in Megiddo. Although when you add the Greek nominative endings to it, it has an N on the end of it. So it's not Megiddo, it's Mageddon. But I bet you knew that since you were a scholar, huh?
Think of any reason why that... Yeah, of course. I've heard that 100,000 times. But could you give me any explanation of why that might be incorrect?
It's not incorrect.
And look, let's be clear about it. Probably every Bible dictionary I've got gives that same explanation.
You're right. Every Bible dictionary you have says exactly what I just told you, because you're right. All the scholars disagree with you, and you're a walking clown show, David.
Can you imagine walking around being like, God damn it, all these books say I'm wrong, but I know I'm right, so I'm going to find the one book that says I'm right.
Okay,
that's crazy.
Let me ask you a question then. Okay, so the rest of the entire rest of the Bible, when it talks
I think we're probably done here.
Yeah.
I think you've said enough.
All right.
Okay. Bye. Can you imagine being that concussed, man?
No, I really can't. Like, I mean, I've never been in a situation where I'm like, I know I'm right about this, and you have literally heard it thousands and thousands of times that you're wrong, and you're like, nope, I'm still right.
It's crazy. It's crazy. All the scholars disagree with me, but as it turned out, I'm still right because all the scholars are wrong. I don't know Greek or Hebrew, but I know that the fucking scholars who do know it are wrong. Crazy to me, the hubris of these people. Zen, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says you deserve another super chat for suffering through CTF Fool and David the Dub. Thank you so much. And it's getting late at night. I'm a little bit tired. I'm starting to like lose my patience with the idiocy. Says your patience amazes me. Hello, John. I like you too, and listen to your godless musings. We all like John, don't we?
Thank you. I appreciate that, Zana. I suck at pronouncing names.
It could be difficult up in here. I just say Zen. I try to make it as streamlined as possible. And Chip, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat. Says I've made some short response videos to Tavo. Every one of his arguments is subjective. As you said, none of them have anything to do with determining truth. I know. Isn't that crazy, Chip? Listen, Chip, I know he's probably active in the comments. I don't debate people in the comments. I think at one point I probably told him that if he wants to debate his silly theory, he has to come up here. But now that he's done it, I don't fucking want to hear from him again. That was batshit insane. I mean, he's going to come back. I'm sure he is because he's really thinks he's got a special argument. But Penelope, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says last night you said some people like you because you're a white male. Well, I think that is the case. I think it's because you have creds and kick ass. Prosecutorial style. Well, thank you, Penelope. I appreciate that. Who don't love Liz Warren? Oh, man. Liz Warren grilling Ben Bernanke in 2023 or 2013. Same spirit. Thank you for that. I love Elizabeth Warren. I wanted her so bad to be the Democratic nominee so I can put my vote on her, but it didn't pan out. Could you imagine a ticket, Bernie Warren? Holy fuck. The Bernie Warren ticket would be unbelievable. I don't even care which one is president and which one's vice president. Just get those two fuckers in the White House. Let's make it happen. We got to find a way to make it happen. Medicare for all, y'all. And Ancient Warrior, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Says Tavo has a video on his channel called How to Talk to an Atheist. Well, I think we just learned he can't talk to atheists. If you're a Christian, advice from a professor and a former atheist. He almost put me to sleep while talking with you, so I don't think it works. So he's saying that he's a professor and a former atheist. I'd love to know what he's a professor of. He's certainly not a professor of anything related to biblical studies or history. It's probably some like some bullshit thing, like he's got a degree in like applied mathematics or something. Listen, like there's nothing wrong with getting degrees. Everyone knows I have a high value on education, but like if you get a degree in one field, that doesn't qualify you for another field. Like even my degree, I do electrical engineering. My background's in robotics and electrical engineering, but like my degree did not empower me to become a mechanical engineer. And while it might sound like they're related, they're fucking not. I'm not prepared to become a mechanical engineer just because I've got an engineering degree. So it's just one of those things. Like education's super important, but just because you got an education doesn't mean that you can go popping off on topics you have no clue about.
No, I mean typically you want to reference like the actual experts in the field in order to like it. I mean, just like what the thing that you've been harping on this entire time of using scholars and everything like that. Like that's what you would do. That's what an educated person would do, at least.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Like if I was a Dan McClellan, I would just say, listen, this is what I'm saying as a scholar. Now, listen, I'm no schlub. I got a bachelor's and a master's degree in biblical studies. So like I know some things, but like I wouldn't even call myself a scholar. To me, a scholar in a particular field is when you've actually completed your PhD. Once you complete your PhD, then I would be comfortable with that title. But yeah, I don't know. It's baffling to me how many people that they think they're armchair scholars because they they got a subscription to Biblical Archaeology Review. So now.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, it's the first thing that I always stipulate. Like, look, I'm not a scholar, but I'm using scholars, kind of thing is what I typically say, and I always cite scholarships. It's crazy to me that people won't do that. I do need to head out here in a second. I can't stay really, but I did want to ask you if you've ever been confronted with like the appeal to miracles sort of argument. Have you ever tried to get them to actually distinguish between magic and miracles?
That's a fair question because, like, what would be the functional difference? It seems like the functional difference is one, like magic could be a naturalistic phenomenon, whereas miracles specifically require a god.
Well, yeah. So so the way I came up with a really quick and dirty sort of general definition for what I mean by magic that also applies to the whole God thing, and that would be some thinking agent that arbitrarily influences nature to like prevent the natural order of reality, to like suspend the natural laws and everything that we have and make something happen, but it has to be done in an arbitrary manner that's at the whim of the thinking agent. And it's like I feel because most theists out there are going to define their god as some kind of thinking agent, right? And so I just figured that that covers both wizards and god, and it's like you can't really discern between the two.
That sounds like it would be a really fun talking point. Is I would say, listen, there are people that are doing miracles. We know, like we'll say, like John of God or these other miracle workers, and say, listen, we know other miracles are happening, which means magic is real, and we can give identical arguments for magic the same way they give arguments for God, and just see which one wins. I'd be curious to see where it would end up. I feel like we'd be bouncing the same arguments back and forth. Like we've got witnesses, we've got testimony. It'd be fun. I think we could do it.
Yeah, totally. All right, well, I'm gonna hop down now. I hope you can get some rest soon, and I'll talk to you later. Oh, we got to do that quiz day one day soon. You just hit me up and let me know whenever you're free to do that.
For sure. All right,
All
cheers,
right,
buddy.
I'll see
Thanks
you
for
later.
stopping in.
Sure, no problem. Bye.
I got 2 more super chats, y'all, and we'll get just some guy in here. Ocean says, after Rome was sacked, looted, and burned by the Visigoths, the Roman citizens, many of them fled to Romania. Visigoths moved in. Population dropped to about 200. The HRE was much later. Well, a lot of them did. And so, for example, the early seat of power when it comes to not religion, but the non-religious seat, did move pretty early up, like closer to Turkey. So that's a real thing. But the religious seat of power always remained in Rome, and that's where the division was. There's like a kingly, a kingly seat of power and a religious seat of power. The religious seat of power always remained in Rome. The kingly seat of power did move around a little bit, right? So it's one of those things. Is the power has always been divided between like the Pope and the King, essentially, right? And so the Pope obviously is in the Vatican, and the King was in multiple locations. And last one from Zen. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat, Zen. That is very generous. Says one last super chat for your son. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds like you are as great a dad as you are a Bible guru. Well, thank you, Zen. And if you've watched my channel for any amount of time, you guys know that I love my son. So I really appreciate that. I also just really love like babies in general. If y'all having like new babies in the family, always feel free to send me a picture. I love babies. Babies, puppies, and kittens are fucking phenomenal. I don't know if I want any more babies at my age, but I love other people's babies a lot. So big W. Congratulations to anyone out here having a baby in the near future. Super, super pumped for you. Let's get some guy up in here. Welcome in, some guy.
Hi, Justin. How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Good.
Some guy, are you at least 18?
Go ahead. I am 49.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
No, but I want you to plumb your biblical expertise on something real quick.
Okay.
And I apologize. I've been waiting for a while. When I joined, I was a little more sober, and I had not yet qualified for AARP before
Sure.
that last caller. No, my big thing is Earlier, you had somebody on that was talking about the CTE argument that I thought was hilarious, and he had said that there was more evidence for Christianity than Islam, which the Quran was written by a contemporary of Muhammad.
Actually, it seems like the Islamic faith has way more contemporary evidence than Christianity, like by a large margin.
Yeah, well, Abu Bakr compiled the Quran right after Muhammad's death,
Right.
and the Bible wasn't compiled until sometime in the 2nd century to 3rd, like in its current form, and all of the letters and gospels weren't written until between 20 to 100 years after Jesus's death. So it seems it's highly, like, comparing the two mathematically, just it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
But the big question that I have for you, which is the reason why I was staying on, which is total fan of yours, total fan of your channel.
Thanks for watching.
Long time listener, first time caller. My thing about the Trinity is I think that it is an attempt to reconcile 1st century Judaism with Platonic Greek thought, and
Sure.
And it seems like it was you have the idea of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost all being all ascribing to the same Platonic ideal, and that was kind of what the Arian controversy was, where you had the Trinitarians arguing that God could be 3 entities in one and could all have 100% of godhood in them because they were all basically projections of the same Platonic ideal of God, which Plato's allegory of the cave. It's the thing in itself is casting the shadows on the cave wall, and God, the Son, and the Holy Spook would be the shadows cast on the cave. And I think that this is how the early Greeks conceptualized Jewish theology when they were subjected to it. And I kind of wanted to get your opinion on whether or not that makes sense to you from a historical perspective, because I know you know a lot more about this than I do.
So the conception of Jesus as God, I agree, was influenced by not Plato. I mean, Plato was an influence for Philo. Philo is the biggest influence on this idea that Jesus could be God somehow without challenging monotheism. The problem that you have is after Jesus died, after his disciple died, the church came back and said, no, it's not good enough that you say that he's divine. It's not good enough to say that he's got like a nature that was given to him, like he's part of God. You must say that Jesus as an individual is 100% God. And then you come up with like these really weird things. Well, if he's 100% God, and then God, the Father's 100% God, and the Spirit's 100% God, then you've got 3 gods. That's 300%. So the Catholic Church that started these heresies against partialism and also against modalism, those are the ones that made the Trinity logically, not logically incoherent, but I mean, basically, yeah, they pushed it into logical incoherency. To be fair, the ancient conception that Philo's tapping into, I'm familiar with. This idea that a god could separate himself or itself into multiple locations was not unheard of. In fact, in the ancient literature from the Hittites, we've got one incantation for bringing the goddess of the night into a new temple. And it's pretty explicit that it's into a secondary temple, meaning there's already more than one temple. And so the god will, if you do the ritual right, the god will come and dwell in both temples and also inhabit the idol that is in the temple. So this idea that God is like this immaterial force, and the presence can be multiplied in multiple locations, but the idol itself where the God is living inside of is not God. And that's the problem with Jesus is if we use the ancient form of, well, the God can dwell in anything it wants to dwell in, the problem that you have is Jesus really is just a vessel. Jesus is not 100% God. He's just vessel with 100% God in it. And so we get these really weird notions. But if you say that, an Orthodox or a Catholic or a Christian would say, no, that can't be true because then God has disposable parts. Jesus's body is disposable parts, which means God has parts. Now you're in partialism again. So I think if the Catholic Church never addressed it, if they would have just shut their mouth, I don't think we'd be arguing about it today, you know?
Well, I agree with that perspective. My problem is that the Hittite conceptualization is a pre-Greek innovation. It's like an ancient innovation of like the partialism argument is that is founded on the idea that like in order for there to be like and also in Aristotelian logic, if you have one God that's divided between three entities, you must have three 1/3 gods, which is something that kind of what Arian argued. I think that when it transitioned from the 1st century BC and 1st century AD Judaic concepts of God to the kind of Hellenistic concept of Plato's theory of the forms, you have the idea that God as the form, as the thing in itself, can project himself into different modalities and be fully present in all three modalities.
Modalism
and
is
I'm
a
not
heresy,
saying, well, sure, modalism is a heresy because it wasn't accepted. But
that's what I'm saying is the problem with the Trinity is not the conception within philosophy of the Trinity. The problem is what the Catholic Church did with it. So again, I'm not really sure where this conversation is going either. To be fair, what are we doing here?
No, my question is whether or not that you thought that whether or not that you agreed with the idea or thought that it made sense that the concept of the Trinity was an appeal to a Platonic ideal as opposed to a pre-Hellenistic conceptualization of God.
I think the Trinity as laid out in the Bible, if you would call it the Trinity, is a Platonic notion that was further refined by Philo. I think Philo's understanding of the Logos and his philosophical background is where we get this idea in the New Testament that Jesus could be God, but also be distinct from God. But I don't think that philosophy has anything to do with the modern concept of the Trinity that we got through the church.
Okay. And now, is the Trinity spelled out in the Bible, or is it just alluded to, and is that an apologetic for it?
I don't even think it's in the Bible, to be honest.
Yeah, neither do I. So when you said that, okay, so I just want to make sure I understood the argument properly.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay.
Well,
I appreciate your thoughts on that. All right, thanks a lot.
Cheers. Friends, I love you. Please, this is a debate stage. Everyone's here to watch debate. I do love a good back and forth, little Q&A. I just did a Q&A yesterday. But please reserve your questions for Q&A nights so that we don't waste the viewers' times by not having actual debates, because everyone's here for debates. Side says, sending you my money again. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. It's money well spent. Don't let this go to your butt. Well, it might go to my butt. You have literally allowed me to find happiness. I think what you meant to say is don't let it go to your head, but well, I love that for you. I love that I'm able to do something that brings meaning and happiness to other people's lives. It makes my life more meaningful and happy. And Adam, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the Holy Roman Empire was based in Germany. Except it wasn't. It borrowed the name Rome for legitimacy. Oh, there it is. But it had no relation to ancient Rome. I say this with love and respect. I'm a huge fan of your stream. I don't know what you mean. The Roman Empire, the religious seat of power, was in Rome. Those are just the facts. You can talk all you want about where the king was located or where they had some administrative officials located. where they held, their meetings. All those conversations could be had, but the reality was the Holy Roman Empire, the most powerful part of the Holy Roman Empire, being the church, was located in the Vatican, in the middle of the Holy Roman Empire. The crown, where the crown was, is not the quote unquote seat of power. And again, my man Adam, I am aware. I think most of us are aware that the Roman Empire, when we're talking about the king, like the actual king and the people who met together that made rules and decrees, we get that actually shifted around from different locations. It first was in Turkey, and then it moved to other locations. At one point, it did actually move into different parts of Europe, like late in the like the 10th and the 11th century. But I mean, obviously, like if you don't think that the Pope and the Catholic Church if you think that that's not the seat of power in the Holy Roman Empire, I think you and I got different conceptions of what the Holy Roman Empire was. All right, Trendy. Get Trendy Tales. Welcome in,
Hello?
Trendy.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. I was scrolling, I see that you said God is imaginary. Just wanted to
Yep.
get your stance on why you feel that God is imaginary.
Well, which God do you believe in?
I just want to get on your stance for now, right? Because the question is about God.
No, about your God.
So are we talking about my God or God in general?
It literally says your God.
So that's what I'm asking you. What is your stance on God?
Again, I'll tell you when you tell me what your God is.
I'm a Christian, sir.
There you go. Now, the reason why your God isn't real is because Jesus fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies. I have no reason to believe that he rose from the dead. I don't think there are any actual eyewitnesses that wrote anything for us. And the Jesus of the book is a liar and a fraud.
Okay. I'm not a Bible scholar, but what I can debate you on is the idea of God and why you don't believe in it.
Okay, so you can't defend the Christian God. You just want to defend a different, like a generic God?
Okay, give an argument about Christianity. What don't you believe?
I just told you Jesus fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies, and he's a liar and a fraud. So if he's not the Messiah, Christianity is not true.
Okay, like what?
What do you mean, like what? I just said 0 prophecies.
Exactly. You said 0 prophecies, but you haven't stated anything.
Yeah, 0 means 0. There are 0 prophecies that he fulfilled. If you ask me which ones did he fulfill, I would say 0.
That's a lie.
Prove it.
There's
Name
many.
one he fulfilled.
For example, when Jesus was riding on the donkey's ass,
Oh yeah.
that's a prophecy.
You sure?
Also
Where can I find said prophecy of the donkey? Do you know about this one?
Yeah, sure, I got you. It's actually, let me pull it up for you. But let's not get too deep into the text. I just want to understand.
We're definitely getting deep in the text because, as it turns out, riding the donkey didn't fulfill anything.
It did fulfill something because it's
No, it
fulfilling
didn't.
the Old Testament.
Nope, you'd be
It's
wrong.
How am I wrong?
Because I've read it and you haven't. Want to read it with me?
Sure, let's go.
All right. Zechariah 9 isn't about a guy riding a donkey. About a king, a victorious king who defeats the Israel's enemies. It says, "Rejoice, O greatly daughter Zion, shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off. And he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." Now, it's adorable that he rode a donkey. As it turns out, I've ridden a donkey as well. But that's not what the prophecy is about. The prophecy is about an actual king who's going to ride on in and defeat the enemies, which Jesus was never a king, and he certainly didn't defeat the enemies of Israel.
Actually, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. What makes you believe that he didn't?
No, he didn't. The Romans fucked him up.
Actually, what you're speaking about is a physical attack. You're not speaking spiritually, and I feel like
It
that's
says
exactly
a
what.
physical attack. The text says the chariots from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem and the battle bow. These are physical, actual things in the real world. Did Jesus cut off the chariots from Ephraim?
Do you understand that the Bible doesn't
Did
always speak
Jesus
in?
cut off the chariots from Ephraim?
Listen, brother. Let me speak, okay?
Did Jesus cut off the chariots from Ephraim? I want you to speak, but what needs to come out of your mouth is a yes or a no.
The Bible speaks in parables.
This is not a
So
parable. This is a prediction. A parable is a story meant to illustrate something. That's not what this is. Try again.
that is a parable.
No, it's not. A
And so
parable
you,
is a story. This is not a story.
okay, show me one scholar, right, that
This
agrees with
is
what you say.
literally all of them that study the Hebrew Bible will tell you that he didn't fulfill this prophecy. If you read a Christian commentary on this, he'll say that this is a partially fulfilled prophecy because he rode the donkey, but he didn't do anything else. Well, newsflash, I don't think partially fulfilled prophecies are fulfilled prophecies. If you didn't fulfill every point in the prophecy, then you didn't fulfill it. So the fact that he didn't actually fulfill all of this prophecy means it's unfulfilled.
Okay, it's good that you said that. Are you aware of Jesus' second coming?
Jesus failed his second coming. He said it was going to happen before his disciples were all dead. Matthew 16 says that. Matthew 24 says that. Matthew 10 says that. And he lied.
So show me that verse right now, actually. Let's
Yep,
read it
I'll show it
together.
to him. I'd love to read it with you. Yep. We're going to go to Matthew 10:23 first. Then we're going to go to 16:27 through 28. And then we're going to go to chapter 24, verses 29 through 34. And I'm going to read the Bible with you, and I'm assuming it's your first time ever reading it. When he sends the disciples out to preach to the villages, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. Now, this is very important. What do you think it means when the Son of Man comes?
When Jesus comes.
From where?
From heaven.
There we go. We agree on that. Okay, the coming of the Son of Man is when Jesus comes from heaven. And when does he say this is going to happen? In Matthew 10:23. It's on the screen.
Son of Man comes. So it says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. Okay?
Did the Son of Man come?
Yes, he did come. That was his first coming, but he's also coming.
He did not. You said that the Son of Man coming is his second coming. He certainly isn't predicting
Yes.
his first coming.
What are you talking about?
Jesus is not predicting his first coming yet to happen. He's predicting his second coming.
Okay.
Okay, did his second coming happen while his disciples were still alive?
No.
Okay, that means this has failed. He says to his disciples, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes, meaning I'm sending you out to the villages. Before you reach all of them, I'm coming back.
Actually, do you know what that means?
I know exactly what it means. I'm waiting for you to catch up.
Do you know what Jesus means by that passage? He's
I know
actually
exactly
talking
what he
about the whole.
means. I'm waiting for you to catch up. He sent his disciples into the villages of Israel and told them to teach the Israelites, to preach to the Israelites about the kingdom. Do you want me to go back in the paragraph and show you?
I'm pulling up my own Bible.
Yeah, that's going to fix it. Get a different translation. That'll make it go away. He comes out with the King James Bible, I swear.
You said Matthew's 23?
Matthew 10:23.
What does it say? To the Son.
You need help finding
Okay, I
Matthew?
don't know too much. I see. I don't know too much about this verse, but
But you're going
yeah.
to tell me what it means anyways, huh? This is your first time reading it, huh?
Now I read Matthew 10:23 before, but it wasn't in
Apparently
my
not this
mind like
time.
that. Um, so what is your stance on this? Like, what are you trying to say?
It's a failed prediction. Jesus said he was coming back within his disciples' lifetime, then he didn't. He repeats it in Matthew 16. He says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father. Then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. They're all dead.
Okay. So are you aware that Jesus rose from the dead?
I'm aware that it has nothing to do with this prophecy. Also, I
No, but you're
disagree,
aware
but this prophecy is not about rising from the dead. This prophecy is about Daniel chapter 7 coming on the clouds and dishing out justice to the whole world.
Yeah, but you're aware that Jesus rose from the dead, right?
I'm aware that the Bible claims he does. It doesn't satisfy the requirements of this prediction.
Bro, listen. You are aware that the Bible claims that Jesus rose from the dead. What I'm
Buddy,
trying to
everybody's
tell
aware that the Bible makes the claim. What I'm saying is that his resurrection doesn't fulfill the qualifications for this prophecy. Is your first time reading Matthew 16?
So you're saying that the disciples died, and since they died, that means this prophecy is false.
Yes, because Jesus says that some of you standing here will not taste death before I come back. And they
Exactly.
all
Do you,
tasted death.
okay, but do you know what that truly means, though?
I do. This is the second coming, the coming of the Son of Man on the clouds from Daniel chapter 7.
Tasting death. That's what I'm asking. Do you know what that means?
Yes, it means to be physically, mortally wounded and died. It's certainly not talking about the second death because according to the book of Revelation, the second death happens after the judgment. The judgment has to happen before the second death. So that means
That's not true.
that's not what it's talking about.
People actively going to heaven and hell right now.
No, they're not.
Yes. Show me right now in the Bible where that isn't true.
Because you don't get to go to heaven until the judgment. And there is no location called heaven. Heaven is something that's just above your head. When Christ comes back, what he's doing is he's going to be bringing a new heaven and a new earth. There's not some mystical kingdom far away where people are going to. It says the dead will be raised from the ground, those that are asleep in the ground. That's 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. And this is like not even a controversial teaching. No Christian, if you're a Christian, you think that heaven is a kingdom far away that we're all going to go to when we die. You've not read a single word of this Bible. Paul says in Thessalonians, for this we declare to you by the word of the Lord that we who are alive, who are left until the coming of the Lord, will by no means precede those who have died. For the Lord himself, with a cry of command, with the archangel's call, and with the sound of God's trumpet, will descend from heaven, and the dead in Christ will rise first. You're dead. You're asleep in the ground. Trendy,
Okay.
let me give you some advice. I'm being real. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm being real here. It's very clear that you are a real Christian believer. You actually believe the stuff, but it's also becoming painfully evident that what you believe about Christianity didn't actually come from the Bible. It probably came from like a pastor or a relative that told you what to believe. I would really encourage you to actually read the book and then ask yourself if you still believe this stuff is true, because I don't actually think you've read it.
You're right. I am studying the Bible, and that's why I told you that I didn't want to have a debate about this because I am not fully educated on the Bible because I am still learning. Right?
Yeah. And that's not an insult against you. That's just painfully obvious. Like, I'm not saying that you're a bad person for having not read it. What I am saying is that if we're going to have a discussion on the Bible, you have to use a little bit of critical thinking and ask yourself, like, what do these verses mean? So when I say that Jesus was a failed apocalyptic prophet who said that his second coming was going to happen within a given time period, I mean, I can show you the passages where it says that. And I get that in real time, you're going to look at me and say, well, it seems like that really is the case, but I can't bring myself to admit that he's right, which happens a lot. But the reality is, the more you read these passages, the more you're going to be convinced that I am right.
I mean, I have to read it more and really study. But I feel like the apologists that really study this stuff, they could easily destroy you when it
Oh
comes to
no,
stuff like this.
not a chance. Not even remotely true. I would cook them into oblivion. Like
I don't believe.
9/10 of the apologists on the internet don't have any biblical education whatsoever.
Have you ever debated Sam Shamoun?
No, Sam Shamoun is never going to come to my live stream, not ever. And he's a joke. He's a clown.
How about God Logic? You ever debated him?
No, none of them will ever show up on my live stream. They're all too afraid.
Yeah, you got to debate them. I believe they will crush you because
Well, bring them over here, and you'll get the show you're hoping for.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, we could definitely debate on a different topic because as I humbly said, I'm not too educated on the Bible because I am still learning. But I really want to understand your point. Why don't you believe in God?
Well, I just
Because
told you.
there's plenty people, right, that got different religions and they believe in said religion, but you don't believe in no God at all. You're an atheist, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is why are you an atheist?
Because there's no evidence for God.
How so?
Because there is none.
So
Unless you have it. Do you have evidence?
yeah. Look at the world around us. Look at you as a human being. Do you know how much detail is in just your eye? You know how much detail is in there?
Yeah, thanks, evolution. I really appreciate that,
Evolution.
evolution, for making eyeballs for us. We love having eyeballs.
So you give the glory to evolution, but you don't give it to God.
That's what the evidence says. The evidence says that eyeballs evolved, not that God made them.
Satan told you, my friend. This is what they do. They come in this world and they deceive you,
Who are you
and they
talking
say
to?
these things. Talking to you.
Not talking to me. I've not been deceived. I've actually looked at the science and evidence. That's why I believe that evolution is true and that the Bible is not true.
Have you ever felt the spirit of God? Like
When I was a
anything like
when I was a Christian, I thought I did, but the reality is that I didn't, because there is no God and there's no spirit of God. Those are feelings that people are having, and people have them in every religion. They happen in Mormonism, especially in Mormonism. They happen in the Hindu faith. They happen in all kinds of other religions. Feeling a thing is never going to be evidence for the God.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm not talking about a particular feeling, right? What I'm talking about a full motion of God, like God coming onto you and you could feel his presence. Have you ever felt that ever?
Yes, again, I did. I thought that I felt that when I was a Christian. Now I know better. Now I know that that's something that my mind and my chemicals in my body were doing, had nothing to do with the God.
Okay. You saying thought, right? If you felt the spirit of God, you wouldn't think, or you wouldn't say, "Oh,
Yes,
was
you
that the spirit
would.
of?" No. What your? So, can you explain to me what you felt?
No, because it's useless to this conversation. It's not worth even the 5 seconds that we would spend on it. The reality is, your experience, my experience, are just experiences. They are not validation that God does or doesn't exist. It is validation that the mind is a very powerful tool that can convince you that things exist that don't exist, but it will never be proof that your God exists.
Exactly. And look at the mind, right?
Oh,
And
there you
see
go.
how the mind works.
Oh,
You
it's
you
easy.
really
Yeah,
think
exactly. I'm right. Yeah.
you see how the mind works, right? Do you actually think that a bang came and just made us all like this, where we're
Well,
conscious,
unfortunately,
we're
fortunately, that's not what evolution is saying. It doesn't say that there was just a giant bang and then poof humans. That's preposterous.
Mhm. So it was us coming from one stage and we're elevating to another, right?
Uh, you could say it that way.
Okay. So what I'm trying to understand is if you look at the world and you see how everything is, right? Especially us as human beings, how do
Yeah,
you think that we
it makes perfect sense with
elevate?
evolution. In fact,
It does
it makes
not.
perfect sense with evolution and zero sense with God. Evolution doesn't give a fuck about us. It doesn't care what happens to us, which is why babies are born with bone cancer. 97% of the water on the planet is undrinkable. Natural disasters take out 100,000 people a year. All of this is very parsimonious with the idea that we are evolved beings in a universe that doesn't give a shit about us. But it doesn't match a universe that was designed specifically for us by a God that is all loving and all powerful. An all loving, all powerful God would never create a habitation that purposely murders its inhabitants at a pretty high rate.
The reason why these things happen is because of sin. Sin into the
No,
world.
wrong
We
again.
have all these.
The reason why natural disasters happen is because your God decided that they would happen, which is incongruent with the properties that you're going to ascribe to him.
Actually, God gave us the ability to choose, so we chose
We
for these
we
things
did
to
not
happen.
choose natural disasters.
Of course, we didn't choose that, but that's our consequences.
Who created nature?
God created nature.
Okay, and when Adam and Eve ate the apple, it's not really an apple, when they ate the fruit, could God have made the consequence as such where everything was the same as it is now, but there were no natural disasters?
It's not for me to say what God can or can't do,
It is for
but
you to
it's
say
for us.
because you think that God is all powerful. Is God all powerful?
God is, God is all
Okay.
powerful, right?
So if God is all powerful, then the answer to the question is yes. God could make the world in such a way that everything was the same other than natural disasters, correct?
Yeah, but everything's not sunshines and
Okay.
rainbows, right?
So then I didn't
So
say it
if
was. Well, I'm talking about natural disasters. Just try to track. So if God's not required to make natural disasters as a response to what Adam and Eve did, then what that means is that natural disasters are unnecessary.
they're not unnecessary
What are
because
they
these
necessary for?
are natural disasters. These things happen because there's also, if you didn't know, demonic forces, demonic realms in this world that actively do
The
these things to
demons?
our.
The demons are
Yes,
creating natural disasters. Why does God let them do that?
because they have the ability of free will, just like
So
we have
what?
free will.
Why doesn't God fucking stop them?
Why would listen? If God is all
Why
loving,
why
right?
would
We're not.
God why would God grant demons the ability to go around and fuck everything up for humans? Why would he do that? Could you imagine like if you like I'm going to leave my kids with the babysitter, but also I know my babysitter is going to abuse all of my children, but that's fine because free will and stuff. You don't think that's logical, do you?
I understand where you're coming from, and these are the things that we look around our world. We're like, why does this happen? But you have to understand that God created this world perfectly initially.
He certainly
But when
didn't.
sin came into the world, what happens was the demons.
I'll never understand why they preach. Why did God allow the demons to change the earth?
Because they have free will. They can do
it
whatever
doesn't
they
matter.
want.
God enables them to have certain powers. Could God limit their power so that they don't create natural disasters?
And God does limit their powers. At times,
No,
God definitely
he doesn't. Could God limit their power so that they wouldn't cause any natural disasters? Yes or no?
Yes, God can. I just said that.
Okay,
Literally,
and why doesn't he do it?
God doesn't do it because, I mean, he does do it at times, right?
No. Why doesn't he do it all the time? Right now, why isn't it happening right now?
It's not happening because the demons have free will and God is still in control. Right?
Again, we'll try this again. I don't know how many times I have to bring you back to the same point. If God could limit their ability to create natural disasters, then the next question is, why isn't he doing it?
Because they have free will, and this is what you're not understanding. God is all love.
That doesn't answer the question. Free will has nothing to do with the powers that God imbues you with. God chose not to make human beings with the power to fly. He said, nope, these motherfuckers are going to be walkers. That's a power he chose to give us, the power of walking. When he designed these demons or whatever you think they're fallen angels, he had the ability to look forward in the future and say, okay, here's how much power they're going to have. Did he know that the power he gave them was going to enable them to do horrific shit?
100%. Because
then
these are the powers that.
Then why did he give them power?
God gave them power because they're their own being, right?
I'm aware. I'm asking about something he created. Why did he create it in a way in which it would cause havoc that he doesn't want to happen?
This is called a personal incredulity fallacy.
It's not called personal incredulity. This is called a dialectic, and this is the first time you've ever been in one because you can't stay on task.
Listen, you're not
Again, if God knew what the demons would do, then why did God give the demons the ability to do those things? For example, if I was going to take my children to a babysitter, I would not then give the babysitter the power to choke out my children. I would say, you're fucking not going to be choking out my children.
Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is that we have free will, and you're going to go back to the same point, or you're not answering my question because you're just saying we have free will when you're actually talking about powers that God gave us, right? And what I'm telling you is that, yes.
It's crazy that you know what I'm going to say, and you still won't address the topic.
But I am addressing the topic. And what I'm telling you is that, yes, there is a spiritual world, and there's spiritual powers that are way more powerful than us. And they have complete
Before Adam and Eve sinned, were the demons causing natural disasters?
Before Adam and Eve sinned, the demons were tormented.
Again, before Adam and Eve sinned, did the demons cause natural disasters?
100%. They caused disasters in heaven.
So there were natural disasters in the Garden of Eden?
If you're talking about earthly disasters, then no.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. So after Adam and Eve sinned, he gave the demons power to create natural disasters?
They always had a power. They always had those powers.
Well, what was preventing them from doing natural disasters prior to the fall?
Because God also has a will. You got to understand that.
What was preventing them from making natural disasters prior to the fall?
I just told you God.
No, you didn't.
Right?
Wrong again. Okay, so the reason why the demons didn't create natural disasters after or before the fall is because God didn't want them to.
Yes, at that particular time they didn't.
Okay, so then what that means then is after the fall, God wanted them to do it. So God wanted them to create natural disasters. This is the crazy merry-go-round that you have to be in. You're doing everything you can possibly do other than be honest right now. You're doing anything other than just taking a fucking deep breath and answering my question honestly. So what you've done is you walked yourself into a corner by suggesting that God wanted to make the demons do natural disasters. Is that really where you want to be right now?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay,
right?
so then does God want the demons to do natural disasters, yes or no?
God does not want the demons to do
Then
natural
why did
disasters.
he explicitly give them the ability to do natural disasters after the fall?
If you let me explain, the demons.
I don't need a whole explanation. Just give me a reason.
God did. What do you mean? Like God gave them the powers? Like God said, "Hey, demons, y'all can go right now and destroy the
Okay,
earth." No,
I can see you're struggling to track the conversation. I'm gonna get a notepad open. Hold on, I'm gonna get a notepad open because you're losing track of like what's actually happening. You have no idea where we're even at in this conversation right now.
Okay, let's see. I just answered all your points, by the way. You're not letting
You didn't answer anything. You're talking about topics that have nothing to do with my question. Okay, so are you on the horizontal or the vertical feed right now?
I don't know.
All right, it doesn't matter. Just look up. You'll see a chat notes. All right, so here's where we're at. Okay, so point number 1. Before the fall, demons could not create disasters. Yes or no?
Before the fall, demons could not create disasters. They definitely could have. Yes.
Why didn't they?
They didn't. They didn't because it wasn't in God's will at that time.
Okay, so then we'll do point number 1. That is before the fall, demons did not create disasters. Hold on, because God did not want them to. Yes or no?
It wasn't in the will at that.
That's what it means to will. A will is something you desire. So premise number 1, point number 1, is it true? Before the fall, demons did not create disasters because God did not want them to.
Yes, at that specific time.
There you go. All right. So then after the fall, they did create disasters because of what changed? What changed with God that he now allowed them to do disasters? Is it his will?
Because sin entered into the world.
Nope. Is it because of his will?
What do you mean? Is it because? Yes, it's because of God's will.
Okay. So after the fall, they did create natural disasters because God wanted them to do that.
No, God didn't want them to do that.
Okay, this is basic logic then. Okay, so they didn't create natural disasters because God didn't want them to do it. And then after the fall, they did create natural disasters even though God didn't want them to do it, which means your first point fails now. You no longer have a justification for why they weren't doing natural disasters prior to the fall.
Okay. All right. Are you going to let me answer now? And you're not going to interrupt me, right?
I'm hoping you're going to address the actual point rather than ramble.
You asked me a particular question, and I'm answering the perimeters of the questioning. You said to me, right, that do the demons have the power to create natural disasters because they just have the powers, or is it because of God's will? What I'm telling you is that they do have that power. It is not God's will for them to go and create those natural disasters. But since sin entered into the world, the evil forces of this world.
Trendy, listen, Trendy, stop. Every person here knows this story. Every goddamn person in this live stream knows about the fall. We've read the Bible dozens of times. Nothing out of your mouth about this story is ever going to make this argument work. We need you to address the points that I've actually made. We don't need to hear the story again. We all know the story. So again, if premise number 2, if point number 2 isn't that God wants them to happen, that means your first point doesn't work anymore. Your first point is that the reason why the demons didn't create disasters. Hold on, just stop it. Stop. I'm not going to go over this 1, 2, 3, 4-point notepad 10 times with you. We're only doing it once. Okay? Point number 1, you told me that God didn't want them to do natural disasters prior to the fall, and that is the reason why they didn't do natural disasters prior to the fall. Do you still believe that?
Yes, because it was
Okay, so
God will.
nope, stop it. I don't need a because. I need a yes or no. Okay, so it's God's will for them to not do natural disasters. That's what it means to want. He doesn't want them to do it. Now, number 2, does God's will change?
God will does not change. He still does not want them
Okay,
to do
so
it, but they,
so then after the fall, God still didn't want them to do natural disasters, yes or no?
God did not want them to do natural disasters, but they still had the power.
Well, we'll try this again. After the fall, did God desire them to do natural disasters, yes or no?
After the fall, yes.
Okay, so then what that means is God did desire them to do natural disasters after the fall.
No.
That's what do you think the word will means? Do you know what that word means? Have you bothered to pick up a dictionary?
Listen, right? Let me answer
No.
your question.
What does the word will mean?
No, because don't even do that. Because when I
What's
ask
the
you to
definition of
specify,
will?
bro,
What
I'm not
is
about to
the
be playing this.
definition of will?
I'm not about to be playing this game with you because when I ask you a question,
It's
you don't answer it.
crazy. It's crazy because you're lost. You're concussed. You're wandering
No,
around. You're on concussion protocol. You're in the locker room just fucking banging into stuff because you don't know where you're at right now. Put your helmet on, man. We're trying to actually get through a couple logical points on a notepad. You shouldn't be stumbling around in the fucking locker room right now. This is easy. All I'm asking is, do you know the definition of will? What does it mean when I say that I have a will to do something? What does it mean?
that means that it is your action. It is something that you want to do.
Want. There you fucking got it. Yes, if I have a will to do something, I have a want and a desire to do it. Can we agree then that when I put on my notepad that God wants something, that means it's in his will?
Yes, do you see will
There we
and
fucking
want?
go. Almost. No, I don't need any of your bad explanations. I need you to say yes or no to my questions. None of your explanations are going to fix any of these problems.
All
So
you're doing is using semantics. That's literally all
we're
you're doing.
using the meaning of words to try to get to an actual conclusion because you're contradicting yourself right now. You're saying that God's will was the thing that prevented them from causing the natural disasters. And then in the very same breath, you're saying that God's will didn't prevent them from doing the natural disasters. So what that means is I need you to clear up the contradiction that you created. Can God's will alone, can God's desires alone prevent the demons from doing natural disasters, yes or no?
And now please let me answer because
It's a
what you're
yes
trying to do,
or a no.
is this a debate, yes or no?
It's a dialectic. Dialectics require yes or no answers in order to reach a conclusion about questions. I need you to answer my questions because otherwise I can't engage in the point that you're trying to make because you've tried to make a point and your point has a contradiction. If your point has a contradiction, then I believe that you've made it in mistake. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt right now, believing that you just made a mistake rather than you're affirming an actual fucking direct contradiction. That's why I'm asking you a question in order to rehabilitate your fucking position, not mine. I'm asking you this question so that you can better defend your own goddamn position. Do you understand what's happening right now?
And I understand everything that you just said.
Okay, so now I'm trying to clear up the contradiction in your position so we can move forward and you can tell me your solution. You can't tell me your solution until we clear up this contradiction. So, yes or no, is God's desire alone enough to prevent the demons from doing natural disasters, yes or no?
No.
There we go. All right. So, is there anything that could prevent them? Because your first point is now no longer valid. Your first point was before the fall, demons did not create disasters because God didn't want them. That doesn't work anymore because you just told me that it can happen whether or not God wants it to happen or not.
Yeah. All right. Now you're gonna let me answer. You got all your points across. You know, you said everything. Now
If
can you
you
let me
don't
answer?
if you don't
All I'm
address if
asking
you do not address
is
point number 1, I will bring you right back to it.
Okay, so I can answer now.
Is your
So
answer
what do
going
we
to
read?
address point number 1?
Before the fall, demons did not create disasters because God did not want them to, right?
So,
Okay.
no, you just said that's wrong. You literally just said that that's not true. That God's desire alone will not prevent the demons from doing natural disasters. So that's not why they're not doing it before the fall. You keep contradicting yourself.
You're not even letting me explain myself. You're just
Because
saying
you're
everything.
contradicting yourself. You're directly contradicting yourself, and I'm stopping you every single time you do it. Every single time you contradict yourself, I'm going to stop you and show you that you've committed a contradiction.
Okay. So if I haven't gotten a point across at any time in this debate, what makes you think that I'm contradicting myself?
I just told you. Will you actually listen? This is the last time I'm doing it. I'm not doing it one more time.
I haven't even got a point across. You're not even letting me speak. You're just yelling
I
over the mic.
don't need
Not
your
letting me get a point.
point. You don't have a point until you clear up the contradiction. You can never move forward in this discussion until you make this contradiction go away. This contradiction will break your argument no matter how. I can let you talk for a goddamn hour and your argument will still come right back to this fucking point. I will bring you right back to this point and say, I don't care what you just said for that entire hour. None of it's valid because your argument broke way back here on point number 1. This is just logical consistency. You don't get to move forward in an argument until you've satisfied the requirements of that thing not being illogical. And the problem you have right now is that you don't actually have an argument. You're just stumbling around trying to avoid answering the question that would actually fucking help you. Again, Trendy, I'm trying to help you. I'm not the asshole here. I'm trying to help you get to a point where you're not contradicting yourself so you can move on to the next point. I don't want to do this anymore. I want you to move on to your next fucking point, but we can't do it until you finish this. Do you understand?
Okay. Before the fall, right? It was not God's will for these people or these demons to create natural disasters.
So did his will
But
change?
after the fall, it wasn't his will to begin with,
What
right? It is
changed?
never God's will. What
What
changed is
changed?
us. I
And
just
why
said
did
it.
we change?
We changed because sin came into the world. The
Why did
demons.
we? No, I'm not asking you about the fucking sin. What is the mechanism that caused the world to change in such a way that natural disasters would happen? What is it?
He handed the crown to Satan, and Satan became the
Okay,
ruler of
so
this.
God gave the reins over to Satan. Why did he do that?
Because Satan got it because, he took it rightfully. He didn't come and just steal it.
Satan took it?
He literally, yeah, he took it because
So
he deceived
God's
them.
powerless against Satan? God, he just let Satan take it? He's like, oh, fuck. So you just told me that God is the one that's allowing Satan to do the bullshit now.
Listen, yes, God is allowing Satan to
Why?
do his work because Satan has free will, but he's not going to be
Again,
doing.
doesn't fix it. Free will never help you here. It will never help you one bit in any of this conversation. Everybody knows that you think free will is a magic word. It doesn't help you here. I'm asking, why did God, knowing what Satan and the devils were going to do, why did he give them the fucking power? You just said he handed the reins over to him. Why would he do that knowing what's going to happen? If I knew that my babysitter was going to murder my child, I'm not handing over the reins to my babysitter. Why would God do something so irresponsible?
He didn't do something so irresponsible. It was out of our lack of understanding, right?
No, it
That these
wasn't.
things happen. Yes, it was.
No, it
Right?
wasn't.
We got
You literally just told me that it happened because God handed the reins over to Satan. Why did God hand the reins over to the evil one?
because I just said he deceived us. The demons, Satan, he came.
Did Satan deceive God?
Satan did not deceive God. He
Okay,
deceived
then it's basically irrelevant then. I'm asking you, when Adam and Eve sinned, why did God hand the reins of power over to Satan?
He didn't get handed. Satan
You
took
just
it.
said he did.
I just said that he didn't hand it, but Satan
No,
took it.
you did. You said that Satan took it. I said, oh, Satan's more powerful than God. And then you said, no, God handed reins over to him. You got to make up your mind again. You're a contradictory mess right now.
What I'm saying, you're not understanding what I'm saying, right?
I
What
know.
I'm saying is that
I understand what you're saying. You don't understand what you're saying. You're so concussed right now. You're just letting words fall out of your mouth without thinking what those words even mean. And then I have to regurgitate those words for you to show you how ridiculous they are.
listen, right? What you're doing is before I can even finish a sentence, I say just a couple words and you're like, oh, I got you right here. No, that's not how a debate works. A debate works when you have a mutual discourse. And what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to talk with you, right? So let me speak. Okay?
You're not.
So,
Wrong.
no, shut up.
We're not having a discourse. You're refusing to engage in the topic.
Oh, my brother, this is going to be hard to just make you be quiet. But what I'm trying to
I
say
don't know
is that,
why he
okay,
thinks I'm going to be quiet on my own live stream. What a crazy thing to think.
by birthright, right? We had that power. We had the dominion over the earth.
Who? Stop rambling and
Human.
answer my question. Who has power? To do what?
Yeah, I just proved it. I just proved it. You don't let me finish. You don't let me finish. What you try to do is you try to
Because you're using words without meaning. You're using words that are meaningless, and no one can follow you until you use words that are precise. Until you use a little bit of precision, we have to fucking stop you because you're using dumb words.
So you're not letting me finish my sentence, but you're
I
just
explained to you why I interrupted you because we all need clarification because you can't use words with precision. If you can't use words with precision, then we have to stop you midstream and ask you, what does that word mean? When you use that word, what does it mean to you? These are clarifications that are stopping before you can move forward. You don't do a debate by just bulldozing through and hoping that they're not going to double back and question you on everything. We're stopping every time you say something that is logically incoherent. Every time you say a word that you clearly don't know what it means, I'm going to stop you and ask for clarification.
How does clarification work? Clarifications work off context, right? Because if you read a book, right, and you see a book said just one thing, but when you keep reading down, it says something else. You're gonna be like, it didn't say this thing in the beginning. But what made me truly understand it was I kept reading it and I understood the full context. What you're doing is
You
you're reading
definitely
that
don't know the context. No way you know the context. You don't even know what's in the first book of the New Testament. You haven't even read Matthew. Talking to us about context is crazy.
And that's why I humbly said to you that I'm still learning about the Bible, and that's why we're on this particular topic. But what you're trying to do is you're not trying to say a single point. This whole time you've been rude. This whole time you've been interrupting me. So just let me speak and let me get my point across.
No one's going to let you ramble.
No one's going to let me ramble. Exactly what I'm saying. If you
want to engage in a conversation, you have to be able to put up with us stopping you and asking you for clarification when you say things that don't make sense. That's how conversations work. Listen, if I said something and you needed clarification on what I meant, you can stop me and say, what do you mean by that? That's how conversations fucking work. What you don't do is then plow ahead, hoping that I don't bring you back to the same point. I'm going to bring you back no matter how stubborn you are and no matter how much you want to plow ahead.
That's not how conversations work.
That's exactly how conversations work.
Conversations work off you listening to a person, then you responding to a person. Like, for example, I work in sales, right?
All right, well, I don't need a fucking example. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to demonstrate to you why I keep interrupting you. I'm going to let you ramble, and then I'm going to bring you right back to the same fucking point that I brought you back to 15 times, and I'm going to demonstrate to you that every word that left your mouth is a fucking wasted word, and nobody gives a shit that it left your mouth, because we're still back at point fucking number 1. I don't care if you've got 15 other points. You haven't fixed point number 1 yet. So say as many points as you want. When you're done, I'm bringing you back to point number 1 until you fucking fix point number 1. Do you understand?
Okay, now, are you going to let me finish my point?
I told you, ramble as long as you need. When you're done, I'm bringing you right back to where we left off so you can understand that every word that leaves your mouth is a wasted word. Go ahead, waste as many words as you want. The stage is yours. I guarantee you, when you're done wasting all your words, we'll be right back to where we started.
Thank you very much. So, guys, now I can finally speak since this guy that's been very rude to me. Obviously, he has no type of decor, he has no manners. I don't even know who raised this guy. So, what I'm trying to tell you guys is okay, in the beginning, initially, God, his will was for us to have dominion over the earth, right? But Satan, since he hates us so much, he came down, right? And he deceived us. And rightfully, Satan took that crown because why? We stepped out of that position that God initially put us in. It is not God's will for him to say, okay, Satan, go ahead and create natural disasters to these humans, because that was never going to happen. But when we let Satan came and deceive us, he had power in this world, and he started creating all these atrocities that we do see. And that's what I'm trying to say. It is not God's will initially for these things to happen, but since we did sin and Satan came into the world, these things have to happen. Because why? We have free will as beings. And since we have free will, if we choose to do said thing that's outside of God's will, that doesn't mean that God ordained that to happen.
Get all out?
Yeah, I'm done. You can
You feel
speak now.
better? Okay, back at the same point. What the fuck was preventing the natural disasters prior to the fall?
Huh? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Back at the
I got
same
AirPods.
point. What was preventing the natural disasters before the fall?
What was preventing the natural disasters before the fall? God did not allow that thing to happen at that time. Yes,
Okay,
God
so
will
the
at that.
natural disasters before the fall weren't happening because God didn't allow it, correct?
Yes, because it wasn't time. God has a time for everything.
Oh, so God did have a time where he did want to allow it, right?
Yes, because at that time it
Okay.
wasn't.
There we go.
This is what I'm. Yeah, I
No,
understand. Yeah,
just
it's
stop
really hard to do.
fucking talking so much. I just need a yes or no. This is why we're never going to make any progress, because you think rambling is answering my question. Rambling is not answering my question. I need yes or fucking no's to my questions. So we already got point number 1 done. Before the fall, demons did not create disasters because God did not allow it. Yes or no?
Because God did not allow it. Yes,
Okay.
at that.
Then number 2, after the fall, they did create natural disasters because God did allow it, right?
Yes, God did allow it.
Okay, so the thing that changed after the fall is God allowing it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, they're finally, okay. Agree or disagree, God could have chosen to still not allow them, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then the only thing that changed was God unnecessarily allowed them to create natural disasters, yes or no?
No.
Do you know what the word unnecessary means?
No, you tell me. You're
Apparently
my
not.
teacher. You're awesome.
It means it couldn't be any other way. It means it had to happen that way. Now, as it turns out, all powerful beings don't have to do anything. They choose to do whatever the fuck they want. So when I ask, could God have chosen to not allow them? The answer is obviously yes. God can choose to do anything he wants to. Now, if the answer to this question is yes, then what that means, the conclusion is that the disasters were not necessary. If they were necessary, that means God couldn't have chosen to allow or disallow. He was required, but God doesn't have requirements. So what that means is that there are unnecessary natural disasters that are of no doing of anyone other than God deciding that he's going to allow them. Do we follow?
Yes, 100%. And
Okay, so
these natural disasters were necessary because of our sin and because Satan took that
What about sin makes them necessary?
because we handed that power to Satan. So
No, we didn't. We
therefore,
didn't have the power.
we did hand that power to Satan.
No, we don't have
Because
the
it's not,
power. You just said that God did. The reason why natural disasters are being held at bay or not held at bay is only because God is allowing it to happen, which means God has the power, not humans. I've never
no.
seen someone contradict themselves so many times. The minute you walk through like a couple of logical premises and get to a conclusion, you immediately double back and then contradict what you said earlier. Listen, if the reason why natural disasters are happening or not happening is because God is allowing it or not allowing it, then what we do is meaningless.
Sir, what I'm saying is that we handed that power to Satan. We did not play any part, right? We didn't
We
play
never
any
had the
part.
power.
Listen, we didn't play any part in saying,
We
yes,
never
let's do
had
this.
the power.
We did have the power.
No, we didn't. You said we didn't.
What are you talking?
Out of your
What
lying
power?
lips, you said that the power to prevent these natural disasters is God allowing it. We don't have the power, God does. If
Yeah,
we
that's
had
what
the
I'm saying.
power, we could just choose to not do it. I could say, I choose to not allow natural disasters to happen. I don't have that power. God has that power.
That's what I'm saying. God gave us that power, right?
No,
But
he
when
didn't.
Satan, he did.
No, he didn't.
I literally, I've been saying this since the beginning, right? I hope somebody been recording this. I've been saying this since the beginning that God gave
No,
us that
God
power.
did
But
not give us the power to create natural disasters.
I never. What do you see? What are you saying? Now you're contradicting yourself. When did I ever
I'm
say that we
talking
had?
about the power to create natural disasters. It's like you're in an entirely different conversation. Where are you right now?
We're on the subject.
What conversation do you think you're having right now? I'm asking you, why does God allow natural disasters? You told me because he allowed it. That's the power. God has the power. When natural disasters do happen, it's because God allowed it to happen. But God doesn't have to allow it to happen. He chose to allow it to happen, which means the natural disasters are an unnecessary choice that God made. Let's fast forward this. Could God make it right now as we speak so that there's no natural disaster at all? Could he do that?
Yes, if that's
then that
God
means the
will.
power is with God. God has the power to get rid of natural disasters. If you had the power right now to get rid of natural disasters by pressing a button, would you press the button?
Sure. Why not?
And why would you do that?
Because I'm living in this world and I don't like to see others suffer.
Does God like to see people suffer?
No,
And keep in mind, the answer
definitely
is actually yes, according to Deuteronomy 28. But what's your opinion?
God does not like to see people suffer.
No, he delights in it.
It's
I'll never
unfortunate
understand why
reality.
people make definitive claims about their God without having read the Bible first. I'll never fucking understand it. He says in Deuteronomy 28, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. Trendy, why are you so confident in the stuff that leaves your mouth when you haven't spent 5 minutes studying your own religion or thinking through it?
That verse to say, and just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked out of. You should be plucked off the land that you are entering to possess.
Does God take delight in bringing people to destruction and ruin? Yes or no?
What that says, right? You
Does
gotta
God
read.
take delight in bringing people to destruction? Yes or no?
Yes, because of their sins and what they
There you
did.
go. And you just said that he doesn't. Fantastic. Another contradiction. It's amazing. I really need to get a contradiction counter for my live stream so I can count how many contradictions this guy specifically is willing to commit just within one conversation. And I know right now you think that if you talk while I talk, people can hear you, but I promise you no one can actually hear you. I guarantee you that my microphone is turned up just a little bit louder than yours so that when you try to interrupt me, it doesn't work. But when I interrupt you, it does work.
Yeah, I'm talking about God' initial will, right?
You
Everything
don't
that
know what his
happened
will
now
is.
after. Listen, what I'm telling you is that God' initial will was good, and God' initial will was for us to live in a
Wrong.
peaceful world.
Nope.
Yes, it was.
Not according to
But
the
it was
Bible.
our choice.
Wrong again.
So show me.
Wrong again.
Where in the Bible?
Ephesians chapter 1 says that the elect were chosen before the earth. In fact, Revelation chapter either 7 or 13, I think it's chapter 7, it's the same thing. It says that the elect were chosen before the foundation of the world, as was the lamb slain before the foundation of the world. So in Ephesians chapter 1, it says that verse 3, blessed be the God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who has blessed us in Christ with every spiritual blessing in heavenly places, just as he chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world. The elect in Christ were already chosen. They were already pre-planned before God even made the world. Everything that happened according to the way God wanted it. Nothing happens outside of God's will.
Exactly. But do you also know
So
that God can see this?
if nothing happens outside of God's will, that means natural disasters are part of God's will.
That is not God's initial will. No.
It is.
100% not.
God only has one will. He doesn't get two initial wills. If you know the future, you don't get two wills. You only have one.
No, that is not God's will.
It is God's will.
His will is
Nothing can happen apart from God's will. The only thing that ever happens is what God allows to happen.
Yes, and I'm agreeing with you.
And God allows to happen what he wants to happen, or else he wouldn't allow it to happen. He would stop it from happening.
I got a question, right? When you were younger and your mom
He never
told you,
gets
son,
it. Like he has no
I'm
idea what's
gonna
happening. I've never seen somebody so concussed in my entire life.
I'm gonna give you an analogy, right? When you were younger and your mom told you, "Hey, and what's your name, by the way? Your name?"
Johannes.
All right. When you were younger and your mom said, "Johannes, do not go inside of that drawer and take a pen, for example. Do not go out that drawer and take a pen. And if you go in that drawer and you take a pen, right? Is it your mom initial will to spank you, or she is telling you not to go in that drawer because she will spank you?
Is my mom all knowing?
Your mom is not all knowing.
Then it's not analogous. God's all knowing. Try again.
Huh?
It's not analogous. God is all knowing. He knows what's going to happen before it happens. Try another one.
Yes, God is all knowing, but what I'm saying is that these are the consequences from our actions.
It doesn't matter. The consequences are irrelevant. If God's all knowing, he knew it was going to happen before it happened, which means he only has one will. Whatever happens is his only one will. That's it. He doesn't have two different wills. He can't have an initial will and then a secondary will. If you know the entire future, you have one will.
Yes, and God does have one will, right? But what
You just said he had an initial will.
Yeah, but you got to understand what I mean by initial will.
I don't think even you know what you mean by initial will. I think you're just throwing out words, hoping that you're not going to get crushed on them, but I'm not going to let you get away with it.
When I say God initial will, right? God does not want to see human beings suffer. But from our actions and
can he stop it?
Right?
Can he stop the natural disasters?
He can stop it if he chooses to.
But he doesn't want to, does he?
I can't say that.
Well, he obviously doesn't want to, or else he would do it.
How do you know?
Because you do the things you want to do. He's God. Nothing is constraining God. You already said everything happens in accordance with God's will, which means if it happened, it's because God desired it to happen. If God desired natural disasters to not happen, they wouldn't happen.
100%.
Okay, what that means then is God wants the natural disasters to happen.
It's not God's desire, and
it's fucking crazy. All right, we're done. We're done here, Trendy. You're not smart enough for this conversation, okay? I'm not gonna double. Nope, shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna double back and do another contradiction with you. I'm not gonna let you contradict yourself one more time. We all literally just heard you fucking say that it only happened because God desires it to happen. And then when I said, well, God desires this to happen, the natural disasters, you said no. Listen, but if you can't be fucking honest, you don't get to stay up here. Plus, it's too late at night. I'm too tired for this bullshit. That's crazy. It's been a long time since I talked to someone so fucking dishonest. Crazy to me. Oh, well, at least we had fun. We didn't get any good spicy calls till the very end of the night, which is fine. I think we needed a good spicy call to mix things up, eh? It does help with the numbers, by the way. It's funny, you get one really good spicy call, and the viewership goes through the fucking roof. It's pretty wild. People love that kind of stuff. If it bleeds, it leads. You know what I mean? That's why sometimes you have to kind of push the buttons just a little bit. You just have to gas things up a little bit to keep it interesting, you know? If you don't get a little excited, the audience gets bored after a little while, which I totally understand. All right, friends, I think that's our last call for the night. I'm going to read through the super chats and try to get, my old ass in bed. Clever Moniker, thank you so much for the super chat. Says Justin deployed the bot to deepen the schism. You know what? I'm sorry about the night bot. I'll figure out how to use the software better, and then I'll work on getting it deployed better. Trendy, why the fuck are you in my guest box again? I just told you, you're not equipped for this. This is not your thing, bro. You're not good at debating. You're not even good at following logic. This is not the right space for you. If you contradict yourself 15 times in one conversation, you're in the wrong place. You got to hang it up. You're not made for the debate space, Trendy. If you can't recognize a contradiction, you can't have a conversation. Master says, guys, that's Nuberwang? I know this is in regards to an earlier conversation, but I don't get it, my friend. But Jennifer says, what current disclosures baby paste is with current disclosures, baby paste is passe. Actually, I don't fully understand how that definition works, passe. Hold on. I have to look that one up. What's the definition of passe? Oh, no longer fashionable. So is baby paste no longer fashionable? I don't know about that. I think baby paste is still in fashion. I think it's in vogue. Former Prophet says Nightbot has go to Nightbot has go to the Hague with you. And I think you mean has to go. Maybe I could be wrong. I did disable most of its capabilities, so maybe it's behaved for the rest of the stream. I have to find out though. Let me check Nightbot real quick. It looks like it calmed down a little bit. There's only 18 timeouts for the entire stream. And it looks like it was, I don't like these timeouts at all. Somebody wrote got him in all caps, got timed out. Don't love that. Somebody put Doug. Former Prophet, you did that. You put Doug in the chat and it timed you out. I don't like this at all. But after I changed the settings, it looks like at 6:02, it stopped doing all that bullshit. So I think it's okay right now. I turned off all the stuff. So I think after 6 o'clock, it's probably been okay. Bugat says, chat, we cut or uncut? Oh. I got the snip. I don't know about anyone else. That's why Jesus is no use to me, according to Galatians chapter 3. And Optimus says, Jesus, dude, take a fucking breath. I forget which guest that is you're talking about now, but it's a common problem. Dr. Fudge, this has nothing to do with the power of attorney. What? Power over Ethernet? I don't know what you're referring to, Doctor, but PoE is a pretty common abbreviation in my field. Beston says God is a supreme atheist. Just realized that yesterday. Wait a minute, God's an atheist? I've got some questions because I feel like if God is an atheist and he doesn't believe in himself, this is concerning. Fredgar, hey, I recognize your face, my friend. Good to see you. I know you are, Deconstruction Center. I just didn't recognize your YouTube handle. Good to see you. It says, is the internet unaliving Christianity? I mean, is the internet killing Christianity? I would say this. Information is killing Christianity. The internet is a good way to facilitate information, though. Nightman comes and says, Zach spent 2 hours last week embarrassing himself with Blitz and Ian. He was also in in the bath when he was talking with them as well. What a weirdo. Oh, so that guy. Let's see. I talked to him. It's a simulation idiot. He wasted, Dr. Blitz and Ian wasted 2 hours on him. That's fucking crazy. I'm glad I didn't. I don't want to talk to that guy for 2 hours. Amir, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, thanks, Justin. In response to gnashing texts, I gnash my teeth daily. I've wailed too. Life has torment. Those verses don't say it's constant. Oh. You think you're in hell right now, Amir? Is that what you're suggesting? Fuck. I might be with you, actually. Also, is gnashing for all unbelievers or mainly rebels and hypocrites? Many gnashing lines are parables aimed at insiders worth pressing. Please reply. I don't think so. Because like in Matthew chapter 5, hold on. Because I think in Matthew chapter 5, Jesus talks about people being thrown into the fire furnace with wailing and gnashing of teeth. And it's just referring to people that sin, essentially. Let's see, I'm going to grab that real quick. It's also in Matthew chapter 8 and 13. Let's do chapter 13. 1342, I think. And they will throw them. Okay. Son of Man will send his angels and will collect out of his kingdom all causes of sin and evildoers, and they will throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. So these basically the people who are weeping and gnashing of teeth are just the unrighteous ones, the non-believers. Alyssa, thank you for the super chat. Says, I've been out of the church for nearly a decade, but still got hell anxiety. Hearing you debunk the Bible has given me great tools to calm myself down. Alyssa, hell anxiety is real. I was lucky that I was never a huge believer in hell. I believed in purgatory, even as a Protestant Christian. But I get it. Like if you're really a firm hell believer as a Christian, the notion of going to hell now as an atheist is probably terrifying. And I hate that for you. I'm sorry that you have to go through that. It's terrible. But listen, the more we debunk the Bible, the more you realize that hell isn't real. And Adam says Christians don't have to read. They just have to feel their Bible. I don't have a Bible, but I got Bibles. I do enjoy that one. And Amir coming in again, my friend. You must have, I think you got a coupon for $5 super chats, right? Could a full frontal heaven-hell cross exam work as the main hook? Not a side note. Force believers to define their model in detail. I would actually like to do a live stream one time where I get to talk to Christians about what the fuck do you actually think is happening in the afterlife? Because like most Christians' conception of the afterlife has literally nothing to do with the Bible. Like it's completely unrelated to the Bible. And follow-up chat says, press specifics, memory, personality, identity, continuity, duration. Don't accept I don't know. If they claim certainty, would you try this format? I would. Actually, I would love to do a live stream of just asking Christians, like, what is hell? Who gets to go there? What happens there? I think it would be a fun live stream. I used to do the hell topic more often, but I default to this one so often just because it's easier to get guests. I get Muslim guests, I get agnostic guests, I get Christian guests. It's just easier to keep guests flowing. And there's a lot of competition right now in the TikTok debate space. There's a lot of people out there streaming, and I got to do what I can to actually get opposition. Just some guy says he's an atheist. He's just afraid to admit it. Yeah, we see that a lot, actually. Godless Doc said deconstructing caller, sorry. Should check out Recovering from a Religion. We help lots of folks daily. Indeed, Recovering from Religion is amazing. And we've got a thread in our Discord server now for RFR. There's 2 people from RFR that are participating in it, and highly recommend it. Daniel says, hey, Justin, what did you think of Satan's Guide to the Bible? I thought it was actually brilliant, but I wanted your take. I thought it was good. The only thing I would take issue with is the way the Satan's Guide to the Bible was worded was like, if your pastor went to seminary, he's for sure going to learn these things, and they're for sure going to lie to you about it. I think that's being heavy-handed. I think there's a pretty good diversity of seminaries. We can't say that everybody's going to learn the same thing. I mean, we all are going to have a core curriculum for sure, but also I don't think a lot of pastors go to seminary and they learn the higher critical level stuff, but a lot of them don't believe it, right? The ones that believe it deconstruct like me, but there's a lot of pastors that they're just like, yeah, this is bullshit. I don't believe the scholarship. I believe my fairy tales, right? And there are some pastors that were like, oh yeah, I learned the scholarship. I believe the scholarship, but now I'm stuck in this church. That does happen. That certainly is a thing. I just don't think it's fair to, I don't think it's fair to say that all pastors are kind of like that, you know? But either way, I mean, I agree with almost everything in the Satan's Guide to the Bible. I haven't found much in there that I really disliked. Foxy says, my job is through a church, so I read some Bibles in my downtime. How do you rate the NIV translation? Dalton and Justin. Good question, Foxy. The NIV is trash. I do, if you're going to pick an NIV, I'd pick the 2011 edition over the prior edition. I forget when the prior edition came out, 84, 85. But the 2011 NIV is certainly much better. Is it good? Nah, that's not good. Is it terrible? No. I mean, I'd take the NIV 2011 over the King James Bible probably. But you guys know me. I like the NABRE and the NRSV updated edition. Those are my two bangers. I like them both, actually, quite a bit. And General Viking says, a question for Catholics. If Mary was born sans original sin, would she get periods? If not, could she be considered mature? Or would she be nida? This is really interesting. This is a fair question, Gentleman Viking. Okay. So if Mary lacked all the stuff that would defile her as a woman, we would expect that her flow of blood wouldn't exist because you're ritually impure during your flow of blood, your monthly flow. So, but if Mary was never ritually impure ever, we would conclude that she never had a flow. If she never had a flow, how would someone know that she needed to be married off? Because even in the proto-evangelism of James, where we learn about her marrying Joseph, they recognize the fact that they have to get her out of the temple because her monthly menses is soon to come. We gotta get her fucking out of here. We can't have her defiling the temple. Very, very fucking good point. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good plot hole, actually. Clap says, Tavo is lying as much as last time. I love crashing out on these Philbros and shaming them like their dad when they're lying liars. I know, Tavo was a lying liar. He was pretending to be nice to me, but it was fake. It wasn't real. And Gentleman says, scientific snitch is rhetorically soaking. That's fucking crazy. I'm going to tell her y'all said that, by the way, that she's rhetorically soaking when she comes up and chill on my live stream. That's fucking crazy. Flaps says, about to test my motherfucking patience. Listen, that last guest tested my motherfucking patience. That was too much, too late at night for me. And Chodika says, this dude is desperate to be famous for his stupid theory. Yeah, the CTF theory. My gosh. Who would develop that theory and then be so proud of it that you want to shop it around to a whole bunch of people that are going to destroy it? Flap says, when I came into these spaces, I expected people to be smarter than me since they are willing to say things out loud or aloud recorded for eternity, but no morons. Yep. 100% Claps. In fact, I used to watch the debate space all the time. I used to love, even when I was like an agnostic, I used to love watching Matt Delahunty debate. And I always thought to myself, watching him debate, I was like, you know what? If I wanted to be a public figure, I feel like I could do that. I feel like I could do that for sure. I felt like the people that were already in the debate space weren't that trained or educated, not in my field at least. But like, to be fair, most of the people in this debate space aren't educated. That's just, I don't know why that is the case. I think most of the people I knew that in Bible college and seminary would probably agree with most of what I'm saying. So the only question is whether or not they stayed in the faith or whether or not they decided to leave for obvious reasons. PDX Geek says, this guy finally got it right when he said, I don't know, which is one of the best answers for claims of divinity. Probably not is the other one. Fucking agreed on every level, geek. Good to see you. And claps with the additional super chat says, watch Justin's forehead. You can tell how concussed he is by how many lines are on it when the caller answers. You mean how concussed the caller is? How concussed I'm at? I like to think I don't typically get concussed. Not that I don't. I'm sure I do. I'm sure there are moments. In fact, I guarantee there are moments, I'm sure, where I get concussed. Jay says, I wish I were capable of this much pretzeling. I would have joined Cirque du Soleil. What the fuck is that? Hold on, now I gotta look this up. I can't tell you how many words I've learned that are not in the English language just by reading super chats. It's pretty crazy. What is Cirque du? Okay, what is this thing? It's a show in Las Vegas. Okay, it's a circus of some nature in Las Vegas, is what I'm gathering. It's been going since 1984. No fucking way. Apparently it's French, and it means Circus of the Sun. Fuck, okay. Now I gotta learn French to read super chats. Thanks, Jay. And Evan says, BMF is greater than CTF. Couldn't agree more. Just a cold, hard fact. And Rexilla says, hey, Justin, if you were God, how would you handle the problem of evil different from the Christian God? Oh, easy. I would just make sure there was no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more pain. Revelation 21:8 comes to life. There's no reason for unnecessary suffering at all. I would make absolutely zero fucking suffering. I do like Ian's solution that he used at one point where he's like, listen, I'll leave free will intact, but when somebody tries to hurt somebody else, police step in, they stop them. You know, there's like a force field, right? You can leave free will intact and still have no suffering, for sure. Alyss says, I grew up in was a Baptist church. You mean I grew up in what was a Baptist church that offshoot of another church? They ultimately split over what started as a fight about carpet color? No. Your church split over the carpet color in the sanctuary. You know what? I'm not terribly shocked, actually. I had a friend who was Lutheran that stopped wearing a robe for the contemporary service, and people left the church over the pastor no longer wanting to wear a robe. That's fucking crazy. Crazy. Chodicus says Francis Dolorhide was the serial unaliver in the book Red Dragon. Well, I've never read the Red Dragon. Hold on. What's that? Is that a fiction? I don't really read any fiction, y'all. The only fiction I read is the Bible. Apparently they made it into a movie in 2022. Huh. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Chodicus. I don't really know the reference, my friend. Just one of those things. And Liquid says W Faraday. Fucking big W Faraday. Although I think Faraday gave me a hickey almost. I got a Faraday hickey down here. And Clap says, this troll has been here before. He's lame. I know. Is it Jared? Jared's got to be a troll. Jared's out of his mind. Just some guy says, imagine this being how you introduce your cult to the world. Oh, I know. It's so bad. There are a certain number of people, though, that really do think they're going to get on my live stream and jumpstart their career as a cult leader, you know? Spaghetti says, Hall of Supreme Noobs. Indeed. Yeah. In fact, I don't even know if I wrote that one down. Did I write that one down? The Hall of Supreme whatever? Yeah, the Hall of Supreme Nubian. That's barista. I don't know if we're going to clip that or not, but it's on the list. And some guy out there says, wanted to connect you with Colby Reddish, a top ex-Mormon author debater. I sent you his email with permission on Venmo, January 1st, rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, some guy out there. I really appreciate it. I would definitely, I took a picture of what you sent me. Let me double check and make sure I did take a picture of it. So I would have it for later after the live stream. I do see it now. I've got a Discord link and an email address for Colby. We'll definitely reach out and see if we can link up. I really appreciate that, some guy. And Eki, not Poo, Eki Po, thank you for the super chat, says, genuine question. How many of these callers do you suspect are actually atheists that are afraid to admit it? I'm going to go out and say 5% of my phone calls. It's a little bit of a guess, but I'm going to go with 5%. Hank says, I expect better from my fellow Australians. Hey, brother. But yeah, nah. That drongo was fucking cooked, eh? I don't even know what a drongo is. Now I got to learn Australian? Holy shit. Hey, thanks, Hank. Appreciate it, buddy. And Spaghetti, thank you for the additional super chat, says, I could have sworn the crocodile hunter died in 2006 and not 2026. Do you think the guest sounded that Australian? I thought it was like a mild Australian accent. I could be wrong. And Ocean, I hate that the caller is right, but the Holy Roman Empire wasn't in Rome. It was in Germany, except it fucking wasn't. There was no power in Germany until the early medieval period, and the Pope was never fucking there. It was a non-religious power. The seat of power from the Vatican had always been in the Vatican, except when the Pope went to France. Were there other non-religious leaders within the Holy Roman Empire that moved around to different locations? Yes. Yes, we've already covered this. They were in Constantinople. They were in Turkey. For some time, they were in Germany. But the actual seat of the Holy Roman Empire, where the actual authority came from, being the Pope and the Church, was in Rome. Oceana says, I love you, Justin, but you got to polish up on your history of Western Civ. I don't know if I do. I think y'all are really confused about my position here. My position has never been that every king of the Holy Roman Empire lived in Italy, or even that the government, like the governing seat, was in Italy. What I'm saying is that the root of power in the Holy Roman Empire was fucking in the Vatican. That's where the seat of authority comes from. It comes from the church. The church is rooted in the Vatican. This is all there is to it. You can talk all you want about how like the crown moved from country to country, about how the actual government moved around from place to place, but the Pope, the religion, was rooted in the Vatican. It's just the truth of the matter. I don't care what you think the king did. I have fucking Googled it, y'all. I had 12 years of Catholic school. You're not going to teach me anything new about the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church was always rooted in the Vatican. You're never going to change it. Except for there was a temporary period where the Pope was in France. And then there was an anti-Pope. It's a whole situation. Crispy says, this is on some mid-fossil university-ish. Crispy, I don't know what you're referring to, actually. Anyways, Mr. Sill says the Holy Roman Empire is not the same as the Roman Empire. Crazy, I know. That's my fucking point, Mr. Sill. No one's getting it. All the wannabe debaters in the comments don't understand that the Holy Roman Empire was not identical to just the kingship within the Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire was a union between a legal body and a religious body, and that religious body was rooted in the Vatican. Yesterday says the Holy Roman Empire was not the same as the Western Roman Empire. Yes! That's what I've been saying the entire time for people who can't grasp it. It was essentially centered in Germany. It was not centered in Germany. The Holy Roman Empire was centered in fucking the Vatican. Historical accuracy matters. I agree it does. The Holy Roman Empire is centered in the Vatican. That has never changed. Clever Moniker says, I really hate to do this, but you guys are wrong about the Holy Roman Empire. It's not the same as the Roman Empire. It was definitely German-based. The fucking Roman Empire, later in like the early medieval period, ruled from Germany. The Holy Roman Empire. The word holy tells you that there's another part of the empire and it's religious and it's based in the Vatican. That's where the Holy Roman Empire operated out of. Matthew says, CTE guy, why use one word when many words do trick? Oh, also ex-Mormon here, 35 years in it, would love to talk with some Mormons on here. Well, next time we get a Mormon up here, bring them up. Get in the request box and we'll get you up here. Zoidberg. I love people saying Google it. Motherfucker, I have Googled it. I'm telling you the answer. The Vatican has always been the seat of power for the church. Let me put it this way. The Holy Roman Empire had no rule in Rome. Yes, it fucking did. The church is the seat of power. They didn't collect taxes in Rome. I know, that's the civil authority. There's a civil and a religious authority of the Holy Roman Empire. The civil authority moved around. I've said it 10 times. The holy part, the religious part, was in the fucking Vatican. Anyways, they didn't collect taxes in Rome. Never said they did, nor made the laws for Rome. Never said they did. It was German throughout. It fucking wasn't. It didn't move to Germany until like the 9th century. And again, that's not the entire empire. It's literally just the governing civil body. It's just Kay says, when he do be riding on that donkey ass. Oof, that was a fucking mouthful. I mean, he did ride on the donkey's ass, that's for sure. That is for sure. And Marduk says, when you call in to debate the Bible, please have your Bible open already. Jeez. Listen, if I know one thing about the Christians that's calling in, is not only are they not going to have their Bibles open, I'm not counting on them owning a Bible. I think that's actually the case. I don't think that a lot of these people actually even own a Bible that they could go and read. That's how I'm taking it. And Matthew, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend, says, with love and respect, Voltaire quipped about the Holy Roman Empire was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. Original Captain Aachen, Germany, and never Rome, established by Charlemagne in 794, was always very German. Yeah, after it fucking moved to Germany 700 years later. I have no idea what I can tell you guys at this point. Listen, the Holy Roman Empire started in fucking Rome, and then it branched out. The Vatican has always been the center for the religious part of the Holy Roman Empire. I don't care what 10th century, what 9th century, what 15th century person you're quoting. They're talking about the Roman Empire in their era. Don't count on people being alive at that time knowing any history. Also, why do I care what Voltaire thinks? Rock Hardford, good to see you. Says, for a long time I wrestled with how or why Paul would have did what he did if he wasn't positive that what he said was true. I could have saved myself years if I just studied cult leaders. Yes. Yes, that is the case, actually. Because cult leaders really do, like, they say it with their full chest, and they'll believe anything. There's nothing that a cult leader won't say about themselves, and I think they honestly have deluded themselves into believing that, in fact, like, their claims are true. Like David Koresh. I think David Koresh actually believed in the bullshit that he was spewing. That's why as the Waco siege was coming down, all he wanted was like radio airtime to get his message out. Like he wasn't asking for money and nothing. So yeah. Rasta Man says, hey dude, how many innocent boys do you think King Herod murdered due to God's shitty timing? Way to go, God. Well, to be fair, I don't think Herod murdered any babies at all. Like the murder of the innocents, I don't think one baby died, according to the book of Matthew and the murdering of the innocents. I don't believe whatsoever that Herod had any babies killed. So I'm going to say 0, maybe. Game Guy says, why was Jesus so popular with the ladies? Holds arm out in Jesus pose because he was hung like this. Oh, like this. Arms, both arms. Yeah. He was hung like this. Fair joke. We've heard this one before, but you do get the rim shot. Definitely still get the rim shot. And Richard said, I believe the Holy Roman Empire was located in Constantinople. Well, the civil authority at one point was located in Constantinople, but the church was not. I don't know how many times we have to say this. The church was always based in Italy. Sorry, guys. That's just the facts. Alleles says, I think specificals, the Holy Roman Empire is German. Nope, not. Fucking, it's Italian. I don't know what to tell you. why they spoke Latin. That's why their documents are preserved in Latin. That's why most of the popes in the Common Era can fucking speak Italian and Latin, because it's based in fucking Rome. Why it's called the Holy Roman Empire. Matthew says the HRE was certainly never in Constantinople. The Eastern Roman, but by the way, you guys have to remember, you guys realize that the Roman Empire was like split in two factions at one point, right? Like, you guys understand that saying the Holy Roman Empire is typically referring to the Western faction. Like, you have to get that. Anyways, the Eastern Roman Empire, but fun fact, the German Holy Roman Empire, Russians, and even Ottomans claimed some of their legitimacy continuing the Roman Empire. I agree. Yes. The Roman Empire was large, and there were multiple factions that wanted to be, quote unquote, the true Roman Empire. But the true Holy Roman Empire started in Rome. Mike says, what do you think about humanism? Is there a book you would recommend for or against this topic? Looking forward to reading your book. Well, unfortunately, I don't read a lot of books on atheism. I don't really know any books on humanism, but I do know this. One popular book was by Sam Harris, and even it seems, even Matt Dillahunty seems to like that book. So it seems to come with good recommendations, and Matt Dillahunty is like really into the humanist movement. So that is one book I might be able to recommend, but I've not read it myself, so I wouldn't put a whole lot on it. And again, I don't read a ton of atheist books because I came to atheism on my own. I didn't read an atheist book and get convinced by the argument, Furious says, scientific fact, the further your head is up your ass, the easier it is to dance around questions. Fucking 100%. Also, P.S. There's no schism. Agreed. Actually, we haven't had a schism discussion in a while. Getting pretty good. Caller Pickles. Wait, hold on. This is fucking crazy. Caller Pickles. So there's a caller named Pickles. Justin, did you say Pickles? Caller, fuck you. I never said Pickles. Justin, okay, then what did you say? Caller Pickles. Oh, the caller's okay. Caller says Pickle. Justin says, did you just say Pickles? Caller, fuck you. I never said Pickles. Justin, okay, then what did you say? Caller said Pickles. That does sum up the last argument, or the last guest that we have on here. It was fucking wild, actually. It was a wild ride. And Drumcore says, Justin, you missed your true calling in dentistry. With all his teeth pulling you had to do. Love it when you go beast mode on these fools. You know what, Drumcore? I appreciate it. One thing that drives me in fucking sane is when you've talked somebody through a logical dialogue, you've gotten to the conclusion, and then what you do is you restate the conclusion in a way in which you hope they're going to let it leave their mouth, let the conclusion leave their mouth. So they've agreed with everything, agreed with the conclusion, and then when you reword it for them, like, oh no, that's not true. You just fucking said it was true. What are we doing right now? Oh well. McDubbin says, you're laughing? Justin was mid-gesturing when this moid Trendy came and spiked his cortisol levels, and you're laughing? I don't know who's laughing, but Trendy was out of his mind for sure. The dude was not bright. I could only take so much of that. Richard Cox, amazing name as always, thank you for the super chat, says, was Constantinople the head of the Eastern Orthodox Church? It fell. St. Sophia Cathedral changed to a mosque. Love you here on YouTube. Thanks. Well, big W. I actually don't know. This is a good one. This is one I gotta ask Google actually. Okay. Yeah, the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople is considered the spiritual leader of the Eastern Orthodox Church. So according to the Eastern Orthodox, the Orthodox Empire seems to have been headquartered in Constantinople, which is basically Turkey, not Germany, Turkey, which, to be fair, is the earliest seat of civil authority. after it was after they left Rome. Former Prophet Nathan says, so many guests tonight have used so many words to say absolutely nothing. Shake my head crazy. Simply but for sharing and rock hard for Doug. Agreed. These guests tonight wanted to say so many words without saying absolutely anything or furthering the conversation at all. It was so painful. And Mixtress Monica, thank you for the super chat, says eating an apple caused God to get pissed off at Adam and Eve and everyone else. The God in the Bible is a narcissist tyrant. Doug, take the wheel. We do need the song Doug, Take the Wheel, actually. We really need that song. Flux, thank you for the additional super chat, says Christians seem to get really confused about more than 3 sentences strung in a row. Anyway, I'm knee deep in a bottle of Bourbon Court, my rum of choice. If you haven't tried it, I would recommend. It's pretty good, actually. Big W, Flux. Have a drink for me, my friend. I might have one tonight. I needed one at that last guest. Fucking gave me a headache, but yeah. And D-Lo, thank you for the super chat, says, I love you, but the Roman in Holy Roman Empire referred to the imperial title. I'm not talking about the imperial title. I said the Holy Roman Empire, which includes the civil and the religious authority. If I meant literally just the civil authority, I would have said so. Anyways, the Holy Roman Empire referred to the imperial title and not universal claim, not a Roman-centered territorial state. Yeah, I would disagree. I don't know what to tell you. Go tell my 12 years of Catholic education that they're wrong about everything you thought you knew about the Catholic Church. DJ says, Trendy, God did it. Humans did it. Satan and demons did it. Well, God did it, but humans still did it. They really can't hear themselves saying the contradictions. It's wild. They really can't, actually. The fact that they can contradict themselves 10 times in one sentence and then not self-correct is pretty wild. I love the amount of people saying Google it in the comments like I haven't already fucking Googled it. It's crazy that you have this level of confidence in something that clearly you haven't Googled yourself. Like, I get that you probably did Google something and you were confused by the result, but the reality is you can do some real Googling and find out that the Holy Roman Empire was very vast and very complicated. Just saying it was based in one location will never be true. Flux Chandler says, I may be a little drunk, but why are we so concerned with God's willy exactly? Well, Flux, I didn't know we were concerned with God's willy, to be fair. Jennifer says, there's baby eating in the files, but yeah. You know what? So this is actually really true. So I was kind of scanning through the files, and I came across the baby eating, and I was too busy, so I couldn't actually sit down and read it, not the way I wanted to, but I'm definitely planning on getting back to it. So the baby eating set me through a loop. And to be fair, the thing that set me through a loop is immediately when I read it, I was like, oh no. Are we fucking bringing back adrenochrome? Is that going to be the thing? Is adrenochrome next? I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know. Master Machetier says, you need to watch Mitchell and Webb, older Brit comedy, get some old pop culture in you. They are the ones that did Are We the Baddies skit. Well, I've never heard of the Baddies skit. So the pop culture reference to the pop culture reference is entirely lost on me, my friend. I apologize. I don't understand a word that you literally just said. Anyways, Doc Pleroma says, saying God has a moral will and a permissive will is like saying a CEO opposes layoffs but signs every termination. No idea how you get through this. Yeah, it's crazy. They're going to do it because they've been trained to do it. They believe that by adding the permissive will, they're going to be adding a secondary allowance. God permits some things to happen even though they're evil, but we have to make sure that it's still something God is doing. So we're well, we can't just say it's his will. We'll say, oh no, it's his permissive will, meaning he wills for some things to happen, but he doesn't directly cause them to happen. He just permits them to happen, which to me is a distinction without a difference. It's a meaningless thing to say. Buget says, title idea, your hell isn't the Bible hell. Maybe, I don't know. I think that's kind of boring, to be honest, and I honestly think that the Bible hell is what most people think of hell. I'm not convinced that most people think of hell any different than what the Bible depicts it. They might not realize it, but that's been my experience. She-Boy, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And Scott, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I don't think we can fully trust the church fathers. Only 5 of them spoke or read Hebrew. You should look up Dr. Michael Heiser on the Unseen Realm. Dr. Michael Heiser, first of all, he's dead. Michael Heiser's dope. I like him. But no, Michael Heiser is, I wouldn't put him as like the voice of authority for any one topic. I get that if you're first getting into biblical studies, you'll find a popular scholar that you like and you'll just follow all their stuff and assume that everything they say is always true. But what you'll learn when you get into scholarship is that that's not really how that works. You're going to find scholars that have differing opinions on different things. And I would say, though, to be fair, most of what Michael Heiser says I agree with. Like, I really think he's awesome. I just be careful. Don't get too invested in one single scholar. You need the consensus of scholarship. And a salient monk says, if there are no real receipts for the books of the New Testament showing who or when they were written, why should anyone believe that Jesus actually said what he said? I'm with you, actually. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe that Jesus said the shit that is attributed to him. Like, that's just not a thing that I would ascribe to Jesus. I mean, I'm sure he said some stuff. I just don't know what. And Collapse says, hit you with sunlock and concuss by their dumbness. Well, I don't... Oh, stunlock. Is that a game? Like a game move like stunlock? Like you can stun somebody with something? If so, it does make a little bit of sense. You can hit somebody with a stun and then concuss them with dumbness. Maybe. Heather, thank you for the super chat. Beautiful Doggo says, why isn't Satan made me do it a viable defense in the U.S. legal system since we're apparently a Christian nation? It's funny, the Christians want to have a Christian nation, but they really don't want it. If you brought back like the Christian legal structure, then I think it'd be pretty problematic, actually. I think it would. Thanks for the super chat, Joe. And Cute Waterfowl. Interesting name. I don't think I've seen that before. When's Justin the Messiah coming back? Soon. You should travel to Israel and record you on a donkey coming into Israel. I would fucking love that. Do you think they'd even let me? I got questions now as to whether or not they would even let me. Chicken Orama says Nora from TikTok. Well, greetings, Nora. I don't know how hopeful that is, though, my friend. I have a lot of TikTok followers. You might know me. I might not know you. How dare someone make fun of our Aussie Lord and Savior, Steve Irwin? Listen, I do love Steve Irwin, actually. Big fan as a kid. And I even follow his kids. Steve Irwin, because they're doing the same stuff now. Gary, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, Justin, you are right about this Rome and Holy Roman crap. Don't let these fools get you down. Sleep well, okay? Thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, I get it. I get that the Roman Empire at large is vast and confusing and has morphed over different time periods. When I say Holy Roman Empire, you guys already know, because I've already clarified that the Holy Roman Empire includes the Holy Arm, which is seated in the Vatican. Magic says, I don't think Rome exists. Oh, fuck. We got a Rome mythicist? Okay. That's wild. Okay, cool. Hey, thanks for letting us know, actually. That's important. And Carlos says, working late night. Well, hope you're doing well, buddy. Prepare for Valentine's Day. Doug has provided me an awesome companion in this new life stage. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Congratulations. Doug is fucking real. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Gay for Johannes. Love your community. Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that. Big W, and best of luck to you, friend. Hope you have a great Valentine's Day. Clever Moniker, thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, oh my God, watch it. Justin loses his mind over this Empire stuff is hilarious. Y'all just out here trying to fucking push my buttons now. I see what y'all doing. You're just out here trying to push my buttons. And you know what? That's fine. That's fine. You can do that if that's what you want to do. If you just want to, you want to be trolls, you can be trolls. It'll be okay. Titubin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if Christians admit what is in their Bible, will that crash Christianity entirely? Maybe. It depends on which parts, because like the Bible does contradict itself, right? So like if they're saying, listen, the Bible is true, they're going to come up and find these contradictions, and then they're going to have to admit one of two things. Either the Bible's not all true, or their religion is not true, actually. So, you know. I'm trying to think, though. Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's... if they're going to read the entire Bible, they're going to have to admit that Christianity is not true. TikTok. Taco Joe says, Justin, apparently you missed a super chat from Scott Turner 2548 earlier. I don't know if I did. I mean, I don't see it in my list, though. I've had this happen before where I've had a long live stream and somebody thought that I missed their super chat, but I actually didn't. I just was reading it out of order and they thought that I missed it. But I know there have been some occasions on rare instances where somebody's super chat just, for some reason, my aggregation software just didn't see it. And it's hard to know if that's happened or not. Let me type in the name Scott and see if something comes up. Because I could do like a control F on here and see if there's a Scott that comes up. Maybe I can do a control F. Okay. There was a super chat from Scott Turner at 11:23. And I already clicked on it. It says, I don't think we can fully trust the church fathers. Only 5 of them spoke or read Hebrew. You should look up Dr. Michael Heiser on The Unseen Realm. Well, we just read it, my friend. Is that the one you're talking about? Because we did read that. I have a system for keeping track of super chats. Maybe he thought it should have been read sooner. I don't know, but we got it in. And Juju, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I joked my two Christian sisters that annihilationism would make her less sad about my atheisms, though she wouldn't bite. Next call, she asks for biblical basis help. I know only fragments, books, cheat sheet. I would use a cheat sheet. I think the cheat sheet is a pretty good tool for getting around the Bible and doing the debate material. I think that's certainly a good method for it. Outside of that, you got to read the book. I mean, if you're going to debate the book, you got to read the book. And Crap, thank you for the super chat. It says Atheist, a playlist song, Jesus Don't Take the Wheel by Anna Bosnick of Scathing Atheist and God Awful Movies fame. I don't know anything about God Awful Movies, but I know I've seen a lot of Christian movies and they're fucking terrible. Clever Micro said, what happened with Dawkins and Krauss? Wait, there was a debate between... Oh, there was a video. Yeah, it was a Discord call, if I remember correctly, between Dawkins and Krauss. And Krauss was pretty nice to him, and Dawkins just steamrolled him, was being a jerk. But also, I don't care so much about that now that I know Krauss was a pedophile thanks to the Epstein files. So, sorry, Krauss. You're no longer in the fucking community, bro. Lahira says, just a little for vet fees. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. And so does Volta and Faraday. Big old purrs to you. And Clap says, y'all wrong. The W Roman Empire became the church. What do you mean the W? Oh, the Western Roman Empire became the church. Well, I mean, that is true. The church branch of the Roman Empire was not on the eastern side. It was the western side for sure. And again, this is why I keep reiterating that the Roman Empire at large had multiple shapes and forms. And the religious center has always been in the Vatican. That's just the facts. You can talk about different factions or where the civil body was or where you think the center of the eastern flank was. But the reality is the church has always been based in the Vatican. Taco Joe says, God damn it, Scott Turner cost me $5 crying about his missed super chat. Taco Joe, that's exactly what happened. And I told y'all I read every super chat. If I don't get to it right away, it's not because it's been skipped. It's because I've got others that need to get read. That's just the facts of the matter, you know? All right. Yeah, this is correct, actually, by the way. By Jaws Incarnate, the East became the Byzantine, 1,000,000%. Yeah, the Byzantine Empire is the eastern flank of the Roman Empire. The western flank, which included the church that was based in Italy, was, fucking Western Rome, I guess you would call it. So anyway, listen, the Roman Empire is an unwieldy topic, guys. It was a huge fucking empire. And Clap says, whoops, in the emails meant Sum 41 killed 400 plus times. Wait, what? Wait, in the emails, the band Sum 41 was in it 400 times? I don't know. I just got to open up the emails now. Hold on. All right, Epstein dump search. Okay, Epstein library. I am not a robot. I am over 18. Now what? How do I fucking search it? There we go. All right, let's do Sum 41. Oh, you said someone. Oh, motherfucker. Not Sum 41. I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute fucking idiot. Okay. Sorry, I read that wrong. My brain read Sum 41 because they've got an album called All Killer No Filler. And when I read Someone Killed, my brain went right to Sum 41. Sorry. So let me read it again. Whoops. Whoops in the emails means someone killed 400 plus times. Wait, so whoops? The word whoops is what I need to search for. And that word means that somebody was killed? Okay. So the word whoops is what they're using to cover up kill, meaning have an accident, I would imagine. Interesting. And that's been used over 400 times. Yeah, 419 I'm seeing. So that means they possibly had 419 conversations about killing people. That's fucking crazy. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Okay. Well, friends, that is the end of the live stream. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Let me take a look and see who's live that we can go and raid right now. Surely somebody is. Erica and Forrest are still going. Holy shit. That's impressive. Okay. I don't see anyone live on YouTube other than Erica and Forrest, y'all. So let's run over to the line. I'm going to put it on the screen for those who don't have it. Let's see. We're going to go raid Skep Talk tonight. Boom. That's loud. All right. Let's go raid Skep Talk. They got about 1,100 people watching. I think they're still live. Oh, they're wrapping it up. They're doing super chats. It looks like they were going to stay later than. Anyways, y'all stop in and say hello. I don't know if anyone else is live that we can actually go raid. I think that's it, y'all. Probably who's live on TikTok that we can go raid? Surely someone's live on TikTok. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Who is live? Oh, fuck. The Born Again Atheist is live tonight. Live stream's popping, 300 people. Y'all, let's on TikTok, let's all go raid the Born Again Atheist and tell her Justin and Doug sent you. Thank you so much for being here, friends. Really appreciate it. Even those who think that the Roman Empire is German, that's fine. Part of it was, we'll see you again on Wednesday night, friends. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the stream. Really appreciate it. Get some rest, y'all.